Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Red Phoenix by Andrew Warren, narrated by Jonathan Davis. Chapter 1. Helmand, Afghanistan, 0600 hours, 6 years ago. To the small yellow arachnid, every chip of rock scattered across the desert floor was like a towering boulder. The creature scurried over the obstacles in its way. Its 8 slender legs moved in an elegant dance as the morning sun cast a long, dark shadow on the shifting sands behind it. The creature's flat, segmented shell was pale and translucent, and the color of a ripe lemon. Its long tail curved behind it and hung in the air, and a drop of venom glistened at the tip. As it traveled over the rocks and sand searching for prey, it kept its sharp yellow claws up and at the ready. An arachnid known for its deadly sting, the scorpion's scientific designation was Leurus quinque striatus, or 5-striped smooth-tail. It was named for the striped segments of its shell that ran across its back. But the tribes in the southern Kandahar province of Afghanistan had another name for the creature. They called it the Death Stalker. Thomas Kane squinted his emerald-green eyes and watched as the creature crossed over his foot. The arachnid paid him no mind and continued moving towards a small mound of sand. Kane took a step toward the scorpion as the tiny hunter lifted a shard of stone with its powerful claws. There was nothing underneath but hot sand. The creature dropped the rock and continued on its search. As it scurried across the desert, Kane saw a slight tremor of movement in the scorpion's path. A small lump of sand shifted, as if something was hiding beneath it. Kane watched with fascination as the scorpion paused. It tapped the sand with its slim, delicate legs. Its claws waved back and forth in the air. The creature took another step. Kane noticed again a tiny shudder in the sand ahead. The Deathstalker stopped in its tracks. It reached out with one of its long, slim legs and took a single, tentative step onto the vibrating patch of sand. With astonishing speed, the clump of sand swung down, revealing a miniature tunnel beneath. The hairy brown legs of a trapdoor spider shot out from the tunnel and wrapped around the stunned scorpion. The creature thrashed its claws in the air, but it could not escape the spider's tight embrace. The trapdoor spider dragged the scorpion down into the tunnel, a fraction of an inch at a time. Kane took another step towards the battling creatures, fascinated by the tiny struggle taking place before his eyes. The spider sank its fangs into the softer underbelly of the scorpion. The patch of sand, held together by the spider's webbing and secretion, snapped shut. The creatures disappeared from sight. The battle was over, and there was nothing left in its wake but sand and dust. A voice crackled to life in Kane's ear. "Hey, buddy. How about you keep your eyes off the little bugs in the dirt and stay focused on the big bug standing next to you?" The voice was slow and soft, like liquid honey. Jack Tyler. Tyler was Kane's partner in what had come to be known as Operation Big Blind. He knew the Special Ops soldier was nearby, hidden in the mountains under a camouflage tarp. Tyler was ex-Delta Force and had attended sniper school as part of his operator training course. Kane had seen the man wait for hours or even days to take down a target. Tyler would wait as long as it took to line up the perfect shot. In his world, a perfect shot was the only shot that counted. Anything less was unprofessional. A micro earpiece was buried deep in Kane's ear canal, completely invisible to any observers. He was well trained, and he resisted the impulse to touch his ear. Instead, he turned away from the scorpion's grave. He walked back towards another man standing on the dusty runway of the private airfield. The other man was short and fat and Turkish. His wide, dark eyes darted left and right. They took in his surroundings with rapid, nervous glances. His name was Aidan Tyrrell, and Kane didn't blame him for being paranoid. In Tyrrell's line of work, paranoia and vigilance were just good business sense. Tyrrell was a merchant of death. The bulbous Turk was one of the largest arms dealers in the world. He serviced the many extremist groups that swarmed across Afghanistan and other parts of the globe. Kane had spent the last several years of his life working undercover, moving up the chain, getting closer and closer to Tyrrell and his network of clients and suppliers. His recent time undercover with the Yakuza in Japan had finally borne fruit. They had provided him with an introduction to Tyrrell. Now Tyrrell worked for him. He had gone from player to informant. A sting operation that would have landed the Turk a lifetime sentence in a black site prison had seen to that. Kane had earned the man's trust. Then he had betrayed it. That was the first part of this job. The second part would come soon enough, when Operation Big Blind was completed, when Tyrrell was no longer needed. Tyrrell removed his khaki canvas hat, revealing a gleaming bald forehead. The shining tan dome was surrounded by twin tufts of bushy salt and pepper hair. The temperature was over 90 degrees, and it was still early. He wiped a layer of sweat from his brow with a damp white handkerchief.
"Bugs,"
Tyrrell spat as he scanned the horizon.
"I am risking my life here with you, and you just want to play with bugs."
Kane stared at Tyrrell. His eyes sparkled in the sunlight like gemstones. They were brilliant, but cold and unfeeling. "Just watching a little arms race play out," he said. "Right up your alley, Tyrrell." A new voice crackled in Kane's ear. This time the voice was deeper, with a trace of agitation. There was a precise machine-like quality to its tone.
"Condor One, you're losing him. Keep it together."
It was the voice of his handler. The mastermind behind his undercover work, the man who had planned Operation Big Blind to the last detail. Alan Bernato. Kane forced himself to smile. He slapped Tyrrell on the back. "You look nervous. Relax. This will all be over soon." Tyrrell scanned the horizon with his nervous eyes.
"You don't know these men. If the White Leopards realize I have betrayed them, they will kill us both."
"By the time this all goes down, you'll be richer than you can imagine. And we'll both be hundreds of miles from here." Tyrrell shook his head.
"They will never stop looking. I will not live to enjoy this money."
"You got that right, asshole," Kane thought. But a part of him wondered. Tyrrell's death, this mission, all the things he had done and seen in the years spent undercover, what did it all amount to? Kane was an operative, a trigger man. He didn't know the fine details of operation planning. He didn't know what Bernato's aim was or whom this mission was really targeting. But in his years undercover he had seen so much death and ugliness. A nagging question had begun to form in his mind. Would more death, more violence, no matter whom it was directed at, change anything? Or was it just more blood spilled into an endless crimson ocean? Snap out of it. The voice in his head was sharp as steel. It yanked his mind from the dark thoughts that seemed to fill his waking hours more and more these days. Kane looked back at the Hercules cargo plane parked on the dusty runway behind them. Tyrell's pilot, a lanky young man with a red bandana tied around his head, leaned back in the pilot's seat. He looked like he was asleep. "See, your pilot doesn't look worried," he said. "Get a grip. This is happening. You can do this." Tyrell sighed. He looked back at the plane. Its cargo hold was empty. Rows of gray plastic shipping containers lined the tarmac on either side of the gaping ramp. "It's a shame," he said, as he eyed 5 crates that were set aside from the rest. These crates were spray-painted with red stenciled letters that said "Caution." Underneath, the warning message was repeated in Russian letters. "This is some of my best inventory." Kane thought of all the people killed in civil wars, ethnic cleansings, and other bloody conflicts around the world. Victims torn to pieces by weaponry provided by Tyrell. He had seen pictures of villages burned to the ground, mass graves filled with charred, twisted bodies. Kane didn't know if Operation Big Blind would make a dent in the murder and terror that filled this part of the world. But he was certain of one thing. He would have no trouble dealing with Tyrell when the time came. A cloud of dust rose from the winding dirt road on the horizon. Jack's voice crackled to life in Kane's ear. "Okay, compadre, here they come. I've got eyes on the lead vehicle." Bernardo responded. "Condor 2, can you confirm Syed? Repeat, are we go for Syed?" "Affirmative, Syed Ahmadi is in the lead car. I have him in my sights. I squeeze my finger a 1/4 inch and the man's brain gets a convertible top." "Negative, Condor 2, this is not the purpose of this operation. Condor 1, Operation Big Blind is a go." Kane unbuttoned the blue linen blazer he wore and checked the watch on his wrist. It was a solid gold Patek Philippe, and it gleamed like a miniature blazing sun in the bright light. Kane despised ostentatious watches, but the enormous hunk of gold fit his cover as a high-rolling arms dealer. According to the expensive watch, the time was just after 6 a.m. Syed's convoy was late. Kane ran over the details in his mind. Everything still felt right. It was go time. The cloud of dust grew closer and closer. A convoy of vehicles charged towards the airfield. The roar of their engines filled the air. Kane could hear the men on board whooping and hollering as the vehicles circled around them. It was a show of power. The White Leopard Cartel was one of the most powerful tribes in Afghanistan. With the blessing of the Taliban government, they had seized control of opium production in the area. Now Helmand and other areas like it were on their way to becoming larger producers of the drug than Burma and the Golden Triangle. The circle of vehicles ground to a halt. A cloud of dust hung in the air, blinding Kane and Tyrell. Silence fell across the airfield. The only sound was a low, howling wind moving from the east. Kane and Tyrell approached the lead vehicle, a battered Soviet-era military truck. A man stepped towards them, revealed as the wind dispersed the cloud of dust and sand. He was tall and thin, and he wore a black and white patterned keffiyeh scarf that covered his face. 2 shorter men flanked him, each wielding a battered AK-47 assault rifle. Their clothes were a motley assortment of traditional Afghan garb and scavenged military uniforms. The tall man unwrapped the scarf and let it hang loose in the wind. His face was weathered and gaunt, A thick black beard streaked with patches of gray hung beneath a hawkish nose. His eyes were the lightest brown Kane had ever seen. They were almost a pale yellow. The color reminded Kane of the Deathstalker scorpion he had watched a few minutes ago. He knew who the man was. He had memorized his dossier and intelligence files in preparation for this mission. The man's name was Syed Ahmadi. He was the leader of the White Leopard cartel. Syed was former Mujahideen, the Afghan resistance that fought against the Soviet occupation at the height of the Cold War. According to his file, however, the only thing he and his men fought for these days was money. The Taliban allowed him to grow opium and even subsidize his crops in exchange for a cut of the sales. From time to time, to keep his extremist masters happy, he engaged in trades with armed dealers like Terrell. In exchange for the weapons, the extremists allowed Syed and his men to continue their profitable business.
"We are late,"
Syed stated in a deep, raspy voice.
"There were patrols. Apologies."
Kane smiled and held out his hand. "No apologies necessary. I assume you weren't followed." Syed's lips curled into a frown. He did not shake Kane's hand.
"I have been fighting outsiders in these mountains for longer than you have been alive,"
the tall man rasped.
"My men and I know how to move without being seen."
Kane nodded. "Fair enough. Can't be too careful." Syed nodded.
"I agree. The White Leopards have done business with Mr. Terrell. He is known to us. You are not. We have shared meals together. We drink wine together. You have made many promises, Mr. Waters. Now we see if we can trust you to live up to them."
Terrell's eyes darted towards Kane. Then he turned and smiled at Syed.
"Syed, I tell you already, I vouch for this man. He is a good friend, you see."
Kane gestured to the rows of cases laid out behind the massive cargo plane. "Let me allay your fears, gentlemen. Please have a look." The wind blew waves of sand across the tarmac as Syed and his two guards followed Kane to the rear of the plane. Kane spun one of the cases around to face them and tapped a combination into a small keypad. The case unlocked with a mechanical hiss, and Kane lifted the lid to reveal its contents. Syed's eyes narrowed. The case was filled end to end with the sleek metal barrels of automatic rifles. Kane lifted one from the case and hefted it in his arms. "Chinese-made, QBZ-95. Fires a 5.8 by 42 mm high-velocity cartridge. It's bullpup designed, so the magazine goes here behind the trigger group." Kane gestured to a spot near the rear of the rifle. "Reduces weight and weapon length. Gives you an advantage in tight quarters."
"You see, I told you, Syed,"
Terrell boomed.
"My friend, Mr. Waters, has access to top merchandise. His stuff is the best."
Kane shot Terrell a harsh look. He's nervous over playing his hand, Kane thought. Syed ignored the boisterous Turk and lifted one of the rifles from the case. He examined the weapon's sights and squinted as he took aim down the barrel.
"Very nice. Grenade launchers."
Kane gestured to another stack of cases. Type 91B, factory original units, 35 mm breech loading. And of course, a full complement of high explosive tear gas and illumination loads. Kane smiled at Syed. As promised. The tall man nodded and looked Kane in the eye. The yellow tint of Syed's eyes reminded Kane of a wolf or coyote.
So far, all is as we agreed. But anyone can get rifles. I am most concerned about my special request, Mr. Waters.
Kane led the white leopards to the cases with Russian lettering. The cases were larger than the others, and each case was locked by 2 keypads. Kane tapped a combination into both pads and lifted the lid. Syed looked down and smiled. The case contained 2 metal tubes with Russian markings. Next to each tube, encased in black foam, were a pair of slim white missiles. Russian SA-18 Grousman portable air defense system, infrared guidance with improved resistance to flares and other countermeasures. Syed turned and stared at Kane.
There is a saying among my people, without investigating the water, do not take off your shoes. How were you able to get these weapons?
Kane shook his head. My people have a saying too, Syed. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I have my sources, and I'm good at my job. Just like our mutual friend Mr. Terrell said. You want the best, I give you the best. Weapons like these will help your friends with their little drone problem for sure. Syed nodded.
I must admit you have fulfilled your promise. Now I will do the same.
The tall man turned and gestured to one of his men. The man shouted in Afghan into a walkie-talkie. Another cloud of dust appeared from the road. A big rig truck rumbled onto the airfield. Its double-decker trailer was loaded with shiny new Toyota cars and trucks.
Processed heroin, as we agreed. 100% pure. The street value is over $30 million,
Syed explained. Syed led Kane and Terrell towards the trailer.
Each vehicle contains 10 kilograms of merchandise in the petrol tank. Mr. Terrell and I have done business before. His contacts in Turkish customs will ensure the vehicles make it into the country. From there, you can cut the heroin as you see fit and quadruple your profit.
Kane smiled and once again held out his hand.
Well then, I'd say we have a deal.
Syed eyed him for a moment with his predatory glare. Then the tall man spit in his palm and shook Kane's outstretched hand.
We'll have a deal. Go with God, Mr. Waters.
Kane watched as Syed's men began to load their vehicles with the crates of guns. Tyler's voice crackled to life in his ear. Heads up, kid, I've got bogies moving in, off-road, South Ridge. Condor to the nest. Is ASNF in our little party here? Nest to Condor to Afghan Special Narcotics Forces, not in play, repeat, not in play. Kane forced his face to maintain a neutral expression as he heard Bernardo respond. Condor to the nest, multiple vehicles inbound, request abort protocol, repeat, request abort protocol. Tyler's voice had lowered to a smooth, calm, monotone pitch. Kane had worked with Tyler long enough to know what that meant. Things looked bad. He took a step away from Terrell and Syed. Whatever Tyler was seeing, it had not come into view yet on the ground. His earpiece was silent. Bernardo wasn't responding to Tyler's abort request. Repeat, Condor to the nest, vehicles inbound, we are blown, request abort protocol. The earpiece crackled to life as Bernardo finally answered. Nest to Condor 1. Terminate Terrell and Syed. Now! Kane was already moving as Jack answered back in disbelief.
Nest, repeat that order. Did I hear you right?
Tyler sounded surprised, but Kane did not let fear or doubt cloud his actions. He had been given an order. He would carry it out. He reached behind his waistband and drew his pistol, a Beretta 92 FS 9mm. Syed was busy supervising his men as they loaded the missiles onto their pickup truck. Kane took a step towards him. Terrell wiped more sweat from his brow with his handkerchief. He turned and saw Kane moving.
"What are you doing?"
the heavy-set man hissed.
"You said there would be no shooting."
Kane ignored him and took another step toward Syed, holding out his pistol in a double-fisted grip. Terrell sprinted away from Kane.
"CIA! He is CIA! We are betrayed! This man is CIA!"
Crap, Kane thought. Looks like Terrell goes first. He pivoted and fired, sending a double tap of bullets into Terrell's back. The Turk fell to the ground in a bloody heap. Syed and his men spun around to face Kane.
"What have you done?"
Syed shouted. Kane fired again. 2 bullets struck Syed in the chest. The tall man stumbled back and fell against the battered pickup truck. He held up his hand to his chest and watched as hot, sticky blood covered his fingers. He pointed a crimson-soaked finger at Kane. His yellow, wolfish eyes blazed with fury.
"Kill the infidel! Strike him down before—"
Blam! Kane cut off Syed's fury with another shot. A red hole opened in the tall man's forehead. He fell to the ground like a rag doll. Kane sprinted towards the plane as Syed's men opened fire. Bullets torn to the ground at his feet, sending puffs of sand into the air.
"Condor 1 to Nest, what the hell is going on?"
Kane shouted. There was no response. Kane took cover behind one of the thick tires of the cargo plane's landing gear. Once again, the howl of engines filled the air. The White Leopard's convoy of vehicles tore through the sand, retreating away from the airstrip. A squad of Syed's men took cover behind the plastic gun cases. They fired toward Kane's position. He could hear the dull thud of bullets striking the heavy-duty rubber of the tires. The roaring engines grew louder. More vehicles were approaching.
"Condor 1 to Condor 2,
Kane shouted.
"Sit rep."
"Sit rep is. Things just went to hell in a handbasket, over." Tyler replied. In spite of the sheer terror he felt, Kane grinned. Jack Tyler was not known for his radio protocol. "Nest is offline, and you've got multiple unknown vehicles converging on your position." Kane spun around the landing gear and returned fire. One of Syed's men dropped to the ground, thrashing in pain. Kane's triumph was short-lived, as the other men sent a hail of bullets his way. Kane ducked back behind the wheel. He saw a cloud of dust moving from behind the ridge in the distance. "Whoever they are, they're closing in fast," he said. His earpiece picked up his vocalizations and transmitted them to Tyler. "Copy that. I'm making my way to your position. I don't care what Nest says. This op is officially snafu. We are aborting." Kane watched as 5 armored military vehicles converged on the airfield. They looked like Force Protection Inc., Cougars, heavily armored trucks designed for off-road use. Their thick armor plating was resistant to landmines and other improvised explosives. The vehicles were painted a light khaki tan. They bore no official markings, and their windows were tinted dark black. The trucks charged across the airfield and pursued the fleeing White Leopard's convoy. The trucks mounted 50 cal machine guns opened fire. The heavy weaponry tore through the sheet metal of the convoy vehicles as if it were tissue paper. Two of the fleeing vehicles swerved off the road and rolled as their drivers were perforated by dozens of metal slugs. Syed's men turned their attention from Kane to the new threat. They retreated towards the tractor-trailer and opened fire. Their AK-47 rifles launched a barrage of automatic fire towards one of the trucks. The bullets sparked and ricocheted off the vehicle's heavy armor. The gunfire didn't even scratch the paint. The Cougar returned fire with its machine guns. The Afghan men danced and jerked in the air as the rapid-fire weapons swept across their position. One of the Cougars screeched to a halt next to the plane. Men dressed in black tactical gear leapt out and began loading the gun cases into the rear of the vehicle. Another team of the men charged up the ramp into the plane's interior. Their faces were covered by goggles, balaclavas, and black helmets. Kane couldn't make out their features beneath the layers of headgear. More gunfire shrieked from inside the fuselage of the aircraft. Kane crouched lower behind the landing gear. "Condor 2, who the hell are these guys? Should I engage?" "Your guess is as good as mine. If it comes down to you or them, you know what to do." A hydraulic whine cut through the air, drowning out the gunfire and roaring vehicles. The cargo ramp was closing. The four gigantic engines, mounted under the aircraft's massive wings, sputtered to life. The plane was taking off. Kane leapt from behind the wheel as it started rolling down the tarmac. Two of the men in black were loading the last of the gun crates into the back of a truck. Others had swarmed over the tractor-trailer. They had taken over the vehicle and tore off down the dirt road, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. There go the guns and the drugs, Kane thought. Terrell and Syed dead. This doesn't look good. Kane emptied the rest of his clip into one of the men in black. The man staggered backwards into a stack of crates. The containers toppled over and spilled open. Rifles cascaded across the sand. One of the other men whirled around and opened fire. Kane ran as fast as he could to the edge of the airfield. He dove behind a crumbling stone well as bullets nipped at his heels. He reloaded and racked the slide on his pistol. Footsteps pounded across the rocky ground towards him. Like Tyler said, "It's them or me," he thought. He popped out from behind his cover and fired. His pistol barked twice. His shots dropped one of the men, although from the looks of them they were wearing body armor. He doubted the wound would be fatal. He pivoted and fired another double tap, sending another man tumbling to the ground. Then he ducked back behind the well. Chips of rock cut his face as bullets tore through the crumbling stone walls. A relentless barrage of gunfire assaulted his position. He was pinned down. Two more of the black-clad men advanced toward him. They carried MP7 submachine guns, a weapon Kane had used many times. He knew he was outgunned. Another hail of bullets skimmed the top of the well just over Kane's head. Kane leapt up and fired again, sending 4 shots into one of the men. He dropped back down behind his cover. Kane heard the massive cargo plane roar overhead. He looked up as it soared above them. The plane banked east and grew distant in the bright blue sky. He and Jack were now trapped. Even if they survived this fight, they had no way home. "Don't move!" a voice shouted at him. Kane turned and saw another of the black-clad men standing behind him. He cursed. The noise of the plane taking off had masked the man's approach. With slow, smooth movements, Kane set his pistol down on the ground. The man kept the submachine gun trained on Kane as he stood up. "I'm sorry about this," he said, his voice hollow and muffled behind the balaclava. Kane stared at him with unblinking eyes. Crack! A single gunshot echoed through the mountain valley. The man in black stood still for a second, then pitched forward and fell to the ground. A gaping wound had exploded from the back of his head. Jack Tyler knelt on a ridge of rock in the distance, a sniper rifle held at the ready. He jogged over to Kane. "Nice shot," Kane said. "You kidding me? That's nothing. My grandma couldn't miss from that range." Tyler stared down at the man on the ground. "Let's take a look at these jokers." He yanked off his corpse's goggles and balaclava. The face underneath was young, maybe 25 years old or less. It was also Caucasian. Tyler whistled. "Not a local." "What the hell? Who are these guys?" Kane asked. Kane spotted a burst of motion from the corner of his eye. He whipped around, but he was too late. One of the men on the other side of the well rose up from the ground. Kane raised his pistol, but the other man fired first. The gunshot echoed across the desert. Tyler spun around and fell to the ground. Kane returned fire. The enemy stumbled backwards and collapsed into the sand. "Jack, you okay, man?" Kane rolled his partner over. A huge patch of red spread across the man's chest. Tyler's breathing was a rapid wheeze. "Fucker hit a lung," he gasped. Kane frisked the corpse of the man Jack had shot. "Maybe this guy has a first aid kitter." He spotted a small green light flashing on the man's belt. A tiny plastic device was chirping. The noise grew louder and louder. "What the hell is that?" Tyler gasped as Kane forced him up to a sitting position. "Target beacon," Kane muttered. "This guy painted the airfield. Missile must be inbound. We have to get out of here." Tyler shook his head. "No way, kid. I'm dead weight. You're not going to make it with me. Just go." "No. We go together." Kane stood up, dragging Jack to his feet. The older man grunted in pain. "Tom, it's no good. I can't walk." Kane looked up. A white trail was streaking across the sky, moving closer and closer to them. "No time to walk away. Come here." Kane dragged him over to the well. Tyler was wearing a rappelling rig. That was how he had gotten down to the ground so fast. Kane clipped one end of the rope to the wooden bracket that held the well's winch. "This is going to hurt." "Well," Tyler muttered, "if it does, that means I'm not dead." Kane heaved his body over the edge. Tyler plummeted down into the dark well. The rappel rope hissed as it slowed his descent. He struck the bottom with a soft thud and groaned. Kane wrapped the rope around his foot and stepped into the well. Using his hand, he was able to slow his descent as he slid down to the dark shaft. Overhead, he could hear a high-pitched scream fill the air. The noise grew louder and louder. It rose to a shriek. Then it became a deafening roar. Kane leapt off the rope and tumbled onto the damp floor of the well. He threw his body over Tyler. A monstrous thump filled the air around them, louder than anything Kane had ever heard. After that, he heard nothing else. The world collapsed on top of him. A cascade of crumbling rock and dust buried Kane and Tyler as a bloom of heat and fire eclipsed the sky above. Kane coughed as his eyes fluttered open. Darkness surrounded him. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light, he saw a haze of dust hanging in the air, pierced by an occasional sliver of light. He looked up. The well had collapsed in upon itself. A mass of crumbled rocks and wood beams blocked the opening of the shaft. They were trapped. Kane heard a soft wheezing gasp echo in the darkness. He blinked and spotted the outline of Tyler's body in the shadows lying on the ground. He was half buried in rock and debris. Kane forced himself to sit up and brush the rocks and dust from his chest. "Jack, you okay?" "Yeah, I'm just peachy." "What the—" The rest of Tyler's words were drowned in a fit of coughing. His breathing was rapid and shallow. Kane removed more rocks from his chest. He felt a slick of warm blood soaking through the man's clothes. "Try not to move. You're hurt." "Not a problem. Not moving any time soon," Tyler said, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. Kane felt along Tyler's side until he located a series of pouches. He opened them and rummaged around, wrapping his fingers around a plastic cylinder. He snapped the plastic, and the stick lit up with a green phosphorescent glow. The sickly green light cast looming shadows across the walls of the dark well. Kane held the light in one hand and examined Tyler's wound. The man's breath had sped up more, and his skin was cold and clammy. Kane tore off a section of his shirt. "This is gonna hurt. Again." Tyler nodded and looked away. Kane pressed the cloth down on the gaping hole in Tyler's abdomen. The bleeding man sucked in a deep breath. Within seconds, the cloth became saturated with blood. It looked black in the green light of the glow stick. "Tom," Tyler said, his voice weak but calm. "Tom, it's no good. Forget it. I'm not leaving you here. I know. You're not leaving me. I'm leaving you." Tyler reached up and grabbed Kane's hand. He pressed a scrap of paper into Kane's palm, then wrapped his fist around it. "You need to do something for me. You have to promise me." Kane looked down at the man who had saved his life. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Tyler shook his head. "Shut up. I don't want to hear it. Just promise me this. Tell Sean. Tell him I did everything for him. I know it sounds like bullshit. It's not what he would have wanted. But it's true. Who the hell is Sean?" Tyler closed his eyes. "Why do you do it, Tom?" "What are you talking about? This job?" "There's only a few reasons guys like us do what we do. You do it for money. You do it for your country. Or you do it for someone else. You look at the world and you see bad things in it. And you just want to make it better for that person, because that person is more important than everything else. Jack, if you're not doing it for one of those reasons, Tom, you're fucked. You hear me? So for God's sakes, you find him. Look after him. And you tell him. Tell him I did it for him." Kane nodded. He had no idea what the man was talking about, but he knew Tyler was slipping. There wasn't much time left. "I will," he said. "I'll tell him." Tyler's lips settled into a peaceful smile. His eyes remained closed. "Good. That's good. Thank you." The wounded man's hands fell to the ground. His breathing slowed to a heavy pant. His chest rose and fell in slow motion. Then it stopped. Kane sat down and leaned against the wall. The well. He wiped the dirt from his face. His fingers left a crimson streak of blood in his cheek. He looked down at the paper Tyler had thrust into his hand. It was a small picture, a crumpled, faded photograph of a young boy. Kane turned the picture over. On the back, in Tyler's handwriting, was a single word. Sean. Kane stared at the picture. He didn't know that Tyler had a son. In their years working together, the man had never mentioned it. After a few minutes, he folded the picture and slipped it into his pocket. He heard the trickling sound of running water. Using the glow stick, he searched the floor of the well. He found the trickle of water flowing from the pile of rocks. Kane tore into the rocks, digging and scraping with his fingernails. He heaved piles of sand and debris over his shoulder. His efforts uncovered a small hole in the side of the well. Beyond the hole lay pitch-black darkness. He continued digging until the hole was large enough to fit through. An underground stream flowed through the bottom of the well. Kane knew the airfield wasn't far from the Helmand River. If this underground stream connected with the river, it had to come up to the surface somewhere. He pushed himself through the hole and crawled forward. Shards of rock scraped against his head and shoulders. He felt the sharp edge slice through his knee as he pulled himself forward. The glow stick's soft green light revealed that the tunnel was even narrower up ahead. Kane wedged himself deeper into the tight space. He would make it out, or he would die trapped in a tiny dark hole in the ground. If he survived, he vowed that he would find those who had betrayed him, and he would keep his promise to Jack. The glow stick flickered and died. Kane forced himself deeper and deeper into the darkness ahead. Chapter 2. The Present. A cool breeze cut through the night and sent ripples across the dark water of Victory Harbor. Han Sui-yen shoved his hands in the pockets of his leather jacket. He hunched his shoulders as he walked along the waterfront. He was a young man in his late 20s. His face was round and soft, and his eyes glinted with a sharp, intelligent glow. He stopped for a few minutes and stared at the lights across the harbor. In the distance, the jeweled spires of Hong Kong Island East thrust up into the dark night sky. The buildings' lights twinkled in the evening mist like a second set of stars. Flashing neon lights and signs reflected in the dark, rippling water of the harbor. Han paid no attention to the stunning city panorama that played out before him. Instead, he glanced left and right, scanning the waterfront for any sign that he had been followed. He saw no one. He took a deep breath and waited a few more minutes, just to be sure. For all its glamour and modern innovation, Hong Kong was China now, and the People's Republic of China would take a dim view of his activities this evening. Satisfied that he was alone, he continued his lazy walk along the promenade. A lone cargo freighter cruised between him and the city lights, blotting out the horizon like an enormous dark shadow. Its horn sounded a deep, mournful tone into the darkness. Up ahead, Hans saw the famous Kwangtong Promenade sculpture. The erratic stack of glass cubes was lit from within by pulsing neon lights. The cubes symbolized stacks of paper, a testament to the area's history as a shipping yard. Now that the City Planning Council had built an upscale planned community in the area, the land had been repurposed as a park. Han watched as the lights in the sculpture pulsed and changed color. They shifted from a soft purple glow to a deep, almost hellish red. To the left of the promenade, a freeway overpass rose up, towering over the sculpture. A few cars streaked back and forth, but the hour was late and traffic was light. Han moved towards the glowing cubes. His footsteps echoed through the cool night air. Another figure rounded the sculpture in front of him. It was a Chinese man in his early 50s. He was wearing a charcoal business suit and a black wool topcoat. His face was only half lit by the pulsing red light. The rest of him was hidden in shadow. Han fished in his pocket and removed a crumpled pack of Furong Wang cigarettes. He walked over to the older man. "Hey, 有光吗?" Han asked in Chinese as he slipped a cigarette in his mouth. The man reached into the inner pocket of his coat. He held out a cheap plastic lighter. He lit Han's cigarette, cupping his hands around the flame to block it from the breeze. "You're not the usual guy," Han said in a low voice. "We'll rotate. Keeps our exposure low. Safer." Han looked around, but the area still seemed deserted. The sculpture's lights pulsed again, bathing them in an icy blue glow. "Yeah, I've seen a few guys. Just never you." "You've been busy," the man said in a flat, bored voice. Han nodded. "Saving up for a flat island site. Gonna move my girl in with me next month." The older man smiled. "Very nice. Moving up in the world. You have what I want?" Han slipped his hand in his pocket and removed a small plastic case that contained a memory card. "Here. The project folder is called Yujiang, but its specs are basically an updated CX-1 missile, based on the same Russian tech but better guidance systems. Targeting margin of error has been reduced by 7%. The older man reached out for the card. Han handed it to him, but did not let go. "Dangisya, hold on. The file's encrypted. You'll get the decrypt key when I get paid." He let go of the drive. The older man nodded. "Of course." He slid a smartphone from his coat pocket and opened an application. He tapped a code on the glowing screen. Han pulled his phone from the rear pocket of his jeans. He opened his banking app and watched as his Bitcoin value ticked up. The virtual currency was anonymous, private, and untraceable. He would transfer them later into a hidden account on the dark web. There they would be laundered into hard currency for a small fee. Han sent a text message to the other man's phone. A string of letters and numbers filled the small screen. "There you go. Decrypt key. The files prove China Aerospace Corporation based their new guidance technology on United States designs. Pleasure doing business with you." Han turned and began to walk away. In the distance, he saw another figure walking towards him along the promenade. He frowned. Something felt off. He hadn't seen anyone else in the area a few minutes ago. "Han Sui-Yan," the man behind him called out. Han spun around. The older man was holding a gun, a small QSZ-92 pistol. Han heard the figure behind him speeding up, running towards them.
Ministry of State Security,
the older man sneered.
Afraid you're gonna have to change your real estate plans. You'll be moving to a different location.
Han barely heard the man's words. His brain flooded with panic-induced adrenaline. He darted left and ran as fast as he could.
Han!
The man shouted behind him.
Tihing Dai! Stop! Don't make this worse!
Han charged towards the freeway overpass. He heard echoing footsteps and men shouting behind him. His mind succumbed to the frenzy of fear. Maybe, he thought, maybe I can get to the freeway, get a car. Maybe I can get away. As he raced beneath the overpass, he saw dark forms moving ahead of him. A group of 3 police officers in Hong Kong SWAT gear emerged from a black unmarked van parked on the other side of the promenade. They charged towards him, wielding Benelli M1 shotguns and batons. Han jogged left and tried to run around them, but one of the SWAT team members leapt towards him. The officer tackled Han, and the 2 men tumbled to the ground. Han moaned as his head struck the polished concrete with a loud crack. His vision went blurry, and he felt the warm sting of blood trickling down his face. The SWAT officer spun Han's body over and zip-tied his hands together behind his back. He lifted Han to his feet and dragged him back out from under the freeway. The older man was waiting for them. Another man had joined him. He wore dress pants and a black windbreaker that said Hong Kong CIB in large white letters on the back. He walked up to Han.
I'm Detective Yen, and this is Special Agent Chan. We have you on tape, selling state secrets.
Detective Yen, a lean, fit man in his 40s, looked Han up and down with disgust.
Oh, Minky Meow,
he muttered, shaking his head.
Jesus, kid. How old are you? 20? 24? You traded your whole future for a fucking flat?
Special Agent Chan shrugged.
Kids are the same everywhere these days. Nothing matters if you're not rich. Money is all they care about.
Han glared at the detective and spit blood on the ground.
I want my lawyer.
The SWAT officers clustered behind him. Special Agent Chan slipped his gun into a shoulder holster and grinned.
Lawyer? Who said you were under arrest? No, Han. First, we're going to go somewhere nice and quiet. You can tell us all about your American friends and all the money they gave you.
Chan looked over Han's shoulder at the SWAT team officers. He nodded.
Take him away.
Han felt heavy, gloved fingers dig into his shoulder. They pulled him away from Chan and Yen. The detective glared at him for a moment, then looked away. Suddenly, a high-pitched whine echoed through the air. Han saw a burst of blood spray from the detective's forehead. It glowed pink in the pulsing light of the Kwun Tong sculpture. As the detective collapsed, Special Agent Chan spun around.
What the hell?
He shouted. He drew his pistol and aimed up at the dark stretch of freeway that loomed over the park. Again, Han heard the strange whining sound. A dark circle opened in the center of Chan's head. Blood and brains sprayed behind the special agent as he fell backwards to the ground. One of the SWAT team raced over to Chan's body. As he checked for a pulse, Han felt something soft brush against his arm. He looked up and saw black rope dangling from the freeway overhead. With a loud hiss, a dark figure slid down the rope, descending towards them at rapid speed. The SWAT team swung their weapons up towards the sound, but it was too late. The figure crashed into the middle of the tight group, knocking Han down in the process. As soon as he hit the ground, Han rolled away as far as he could from the SWAT team. He could hear the sounds of a struggle. He stopped rolling and looked back. The dark figure wore black tactical gear. A hood and a pair of night vision goggles covered their face completely. Knives, pistols, and other equipment hung from clips and pouches on the figure's harness. The black-clad figure exploded into action. Han could barely follow the blur of motion. The attacker lassoed their rappel line around one of the SWAT team members' necks and yanked it tight. One of the other SWAT officers moved in behind the assassin and looped their shotgun around the dark figure, going for a chokehold. Without letting go of the rope, the assassin drove an elbow backwards. The SWAT officer stumbled back, loosening the grip on the shotgun. The third heavily armored policeman raised a pistol and aimed at the shadowy figure. He fired, but his shot streaked through empty air. The figure flipped up and over the shoulder of the SWAT team member, landing behind them. Reaching forward under the man's arm, the assassin grabbed the shotgun. The weapon's barrel swung towards the pistol-wielding officer. The shotgun fired. The semi-automatic weapon chugged as it sent a hail of AP-20 armor-piercing shells into the air. The arrow-shaped projectile slammed into the SWAT team officer. He stumbled backwards, blood seeping from multiple punctures in his body armor. The officer trapped in the cord reached down to his belt and unsheathed a knife. As the cord bit deeper into his neck, he raised the blade and slit the line. The noose went slack, and he dropped to the ground, gasping for breath. The assassin kicked the shotgun-wielding officer forward. He recovered his balance and spun around, swinging the shotgun in front of him like a club. The assassin ducked under the blow and exploded forward, just inside the officer's reach. The man grunted and stumbled back as the black-clad figure's head crashed up into his chin. The assassin launched a flurry of punches into the officer's chest and abdomen, then drove a knee into the man's groin. The gasping officer, now free from the rope, rose to his feet. He fired his shotgun, but the assassin was moving again, dropping to the ground and rolling. The shot sparked off the concrete a few inches away from their target. The dark figure popped up and grabbed the barrel of the shotgun, yanking it forward over their shoulder. Before the officer could pull the trigger again, he felt a white-hot pain in his chest. He looked down and saw the glint of a blade protruding from his ribs. His face went white, and he collapsed. The assassin grabbed the shotgun from the officer's hands as he fell and whirled around. The remaining officer had just recovered from the savage flurry of blows. He staggered forward and raised his weapon. He was too late. The assassin fired. The semi-automatic shotgun barked 3 times. The officer fell to his knees, then collapsed face forward to the ground. For a moment, there was silence. The boat in the harbor once again sounded its mournful wail. Han's eyes were wide with fear. He stared at the assassin. Whoever was under the black tactical garb, they stood motionless, panting. The ground around them was littered with the bloody corpses of the SWAT team, along with Yen and Chan. The figure turned to face him. Han found himself staring into the twin green lenses of their night vision goggles. He felt like he was looking at a robot, some kind of unfeeling killing machine. The figure walked towards him with quick, purposeful steps. Han scrambled backwards, but his back slammed into something solid. He saw lights flashing over his shoulder. He realized he had backed into the towering sculpture. A harsh green glow illuminated the figure as it stalked towards him. Han looked up as the assassin kneeled in front of him. He saw his reflection in the electronic eyes of the goggles.
Who are you?" he gasped.
The figure said nothing. Ted Lipinski leaned back in his chair. He swirled his vodka tonic, listening to the ice clink against the glass. Then he sipped the clear, fizzing alcohol as he stared at the images on the computer screen in front of him. The vodka was a cheap store brand, not top shelf, but it got the job done. The image on the computer screen panned over to look at the kid, his asset, Han Sui-yen. It was the assassin's point of view. A digital camera built into their night vision goggles transmitted the image to Ted's monitor. The rig also sent back encrypted GPS coordinates, so Ted knew they were in Hong Kong. The signal placed them on the Kowloon side of the city, at the Kwun Tong Promenade. The display on the top left of the screen showed local time as 2 a.m. Hong Kong was 12 hours ahead of Virginia time. The screen showed a dark, grainy image, even though it was a warm, sunny afternoon outside the window of Ted's home office. Ted took another sip of his drink. His bright aqua-blue eyes squinted as he watched the POV move towards the cowering Han. The assassin spoke. "Red Phoenix reporting. Resistance neutralized. Proceeding on mission." The communication system scrambled their vocal tones as a security precaution. The killer's voice sounded cold, electronic, and artificial. Unidentifiable. Ted leaned forward and spoke into a microphone connected to his computer.
"Yeah, I see that. Nice work. Do you have the package?"
The assassin held up the memory card. Ted could see it through the grainy green video signal of the night vision goggles. "Package is secure."
"Nice. Leave it at the usual drop point."
Ted checked his watch.
"You have 12 hours to get to Beijing. I have a matter that requires your attention there."
The image on the screen did not move. The assassin was still staring down at Han. "I want to speak to her." "That was the deal," the killer said. The strange electronic voice echoed from the speakers of Ted's computer. They did not move. Han looked up at the camera.
"Who the hell are you talking to?"
he asked. Ted could hear his voice through the microphones on the assassin's comm system. It was clear, undistorted, and quavering with fear.
"You'll speak to her in Beijing," Ted answered. "Don't push me on this."
The POV on the camera looked down.
"Fine,"
said the voice.
"What about your asset?"
Ted took another sip of his drink. He sighed and looked up at the ceiling. He could see cobwebs forming on the white blades of the fan that hung over his desk. "Well," he thought, "it's not like I can let the maid come in here." Han had been a stellar asset. His position at China Aerospace made him a godsend for Ted's counterintelligence efforts. It granted him access to detailed information regarding the PRC's aerospace and cyber warfare capabilities. Once they had whetted his appetite for cash and the finer things in life, he had supplied them with a steady stream of valuable intel. But he was blown. The Chinese authorities were onto him. Tonight's operation proved that. Ted doubted the kid could evade the Ministry of State Security for long. And even if he could, there was no way he would be in a position to provide any more information. For Ted, intelligence was a business. Like all businesses, it came down to a simple equation of risk versus reward. After tonight, Han was a variable that leaned towards the risk side of the equation. Ted sat up and spoke into the microphone.
He's compromised. You know what to do.
He watched as the silenced barrel of a pistol rose into the frame. Han screamed. The gun fired twice. Ted closed the video monitoring program. Then he opened a secure chat program and typed a message into the small black window on the screen. Secure connection request RF90038. Status Diamond. He waited, watching the text blink as the person on the other end of the connection typed their response. A new message blinked in the window. Secure connection initiated. DR22441. Status Picasso. Ted began typing his reply. Hong Kong operation clean. Red Phoenix en route to Beijing. Please confirm deployment status. There was a pause. Then, briefing tomorrow will determine Red Phoenix deployment. Stand by. He was about to type a response when a knock at the office door interrupted him. The door swung open, and a pretty blonde woman in a yellow sweater leaned into the dim room. Ted, your son has been moping around in the front yard for the last 20 minutes. Stop chatting on the computer and help him set up that stupid remote control helicopter thing. Hell, you bought it for him. Ted looked up and smiled.
Jillian, I told you I had some work today. Almost done, I promise. And it's not a helicopter, honey. It's a mini drone.
Jillian brushed a lock of hair from her face and tilted her head.
Well, whatever it is, it's out in the front yard, not in here.
Ted raised his hands in surrender.
I know. Tell Teddy Jr. 5 minutes, I swear.
Jillian smiled and pointed her finger at him.
5 minutes, mister.
The clock is ticking. She shut the door. Ted closed the chat window and disconnected from the secure network. He ran a quick program that erased all traces of both conversations from his hard drive. Risk versus reward, he thought. If things didn't go well in the briefing tomorrow, he was about to take a very large risk indeed. He stood up, drank the bitter last dregs of his cheap vodka, and left the office. Chapter 3. It was well past dawn in Riga, Latvia, but the sun struggled to carve a path through the heavy clouds that hung in the sky. The city's clustered rows of quaint buildings and Gothic cathedrals stood bright and beautiful as always. They defied the gray skies above, but cast long, dark shadows over the winding canyon of streets below. A lone figure limped across the cobblestone expanse of the ancient city's town square. The clicking of his footsteps echoed off the surrounding buildings. The man looked up as the clock on the oxidized green spire of Town Hall struck the half-hour. A lonely bell chimed. Although it was warm for Latvia, there was a damp chill in the air. The man wore a thick hooded wool sweater under a black peacoat. As he glanced up at the tower clock, the hood fell away. The dim morning light revealed a mosaic of scars and burns on the right side of his craggy, weathered face. Thick, black-framed glasses magnified the man's dark brown eyes. His withered lips pursed as he stared up at the beautiful tower. He looked out of place in the beautiful, peaceful surroundings. He pulled the hood back over his head, turned away from the tower, and continued on his way across the square. Rounding the corner, he turned down a narrow street, flanked with tiny cafes and coffee shops. A few scattered people sat at tables outside the shops. They were sipping coffee and munching on pastries, enjoying the quiet morning. The burned man hunched his shoulders to hide his face and walked past the cafes. The street continued to wind through the colorful tiny shops until it passed a small park. Perched at the edge of the park was a tiny white brick tower with a gray roof. It looked like something out of a fairy tale. A minute secret dwelling. A place where dwarves or elves might hide, spinning straw into gold. It was in fact a small coffee shop called the Coffee Tower. There were several such towers scattered throughout the city. The man in the dark hood, however, had chosen this location for a specific reason. Its park location gave him an unobstructed view of the opposite street. He walked up to the window, ordered his coffee, and scanned the park with his dark, intense eyes. There were a few early morning joggers, a couple walking their dog, nothing that aroused his suspicion. But nevertheless, he knew with absolute certainty that someone was following him. His meandering path through the city had begun when he left his normal drop point at a cafe near his apartment. Something had felt wrong. He had noticed a man in a black leather jacket standing across the street. The man was reading a newspaper standing at the corner. There were no buses or taxis running at such an early hour. The man with the newspaper had no good reason to be standing at that corner in the cold, gray dawn. So he had continued on his peculiar route. He walked the long way through the town square. He doubled back down several narrow, winding streets. And now he was cutting through the park. The path he took was known as an SDR, a surveillance detection route. It was designed to force anyone following him to reveal their presence. Some might have dismissed such thoughts as paranoia, but the burned man in the dark hood knew better. He knew he had enemies. He was a wanted man. His name was Alan Bernato. The girl behind the service window handed him a steaming cup of coffee. He watched as her eyes darted across his shriveled, burned skin, then looked away. He set off across the park, hoping that the open space would flush out anyone else that might be following him. He stopped and turned, looking for any sign that someone was watching him. People stopping abruptly or making sudden movements to keep up. But he saw nothing. He crossed the park, turned left, and headed away from the town center. Above him, the clouds grew thicker, darker. The shadows of the buildings grew longer and seemed to follow in his wake. It took about 20 minutes to reach his neighborhood. The SDR detour through Old Town slowed his normal pace. His legs were throbbing, and his limp became more pronounced after the long walk. But now he left the colorful buildings and fairy tale beauty behind him. Ahead, the streets were cracked, chipped concrete rather than cobblestone. Crumbling tenement buildings and Russian dive bars replaced the pink and blue pastel cafes. This was the Quiet Center, a dismal, run-down suburb that lay on the outskirts of the beautiful city. For the last few months, it was where Bernato had made his home. As he walked past a graffiti-covered bar, Bernato tensed. He noticed movement from the corner of his eye. He turned and saw it was just a passed-out drunk rolling over on the sidewalk outside the bar. A few Ukrainian and Russian men stepped past him on the sidewalk. They eyed him with surly glances as they made their way down the street to the bus stop. Bernato paid them no mind. But then, there, across the street, he thought, It was him, the man from before. The one with the newspaper. He had changed out of his leather jacket and replaced it with a blue windbreaker, but Bernardo recognized his face. There was no doubt about it now. He had a tail. Bernardo stepped past the snoring drunk and turned right. He limped down a narrow alley that ran alongside the bar. The alley stank of beer, piss, and vomit, but Bernardo pushed forward as fast as he could. The alley made a right turn and ran behind a series of crumbling Soviet-era apartment buildings. Bernardo approached one of the buildings. He took one last look. The alley was still empty. No one had followed him. He pushed open a cracked, chipped old door and ducked inside. After limping up 3 flights of stairs, he finally made it to his apartment. The keys jingled in his hand as he unlocked the door. There was a dusty, cracked window in the stairwell. Bernardo could see the alley outside was still empty. Whoever the man was, he appeared to have lost him. He swung open the door and stumbled into the tiny dark room. He slammed the door behind him, turned the deadbolt, and slipped the chain in the lock. He took a deep breath. The apartment stank of mold and paprika, remnants of the previous tenant's cooking. The shades in the sitting room were drawn closed. Only a thin crack of light illuminated the torn furniture and bare, peeling walls. The rest of the hovel lay hidden in shadow. Bernardo made his way to the tiny kitchen and opened the refrigerator. He removed a pitcher of water and poured the cold liquid into a cracked glass tumbler. He shut the refrigerator and brought the glass to his lips. A calm, quiet voice called out from the darkness. It was a man's voice. "Hello, Alan." Bernardo whirled around, dropping the glass. It shattered on the tile floor, dousing his worn leather shoes with water. He knew the owner of that voice. One of the shades in the living room was raised just enough to let in more light. A dark figure was sitting on the torn, sagging sofa. The figure leaned forward. A beam of sunlight cut across his chiseled, tanned features. His cold, emerald-green eyes sparkled in the light. He held a Beretta PX-4 compact pistol balanced on his knee, aimed at Bernardo. It was Thomas Kane. Alan raised his hands and backed up into the narrow kitchen. "Tom, I—" Kane snarled and leapt to his feet. Chapter 4. Rebecca Freeling pressed a button on a small remote. There was a click, and the next slide was projected onto the white screen. It was a map of southern Afghanistan. The room was dark for the briefing, but she could make out the silhouettes of the men sitting around the table. Some sat ramrod straight, eyeing the information on the screen. They took notes in case their superiors required a summary of the bi-weekly intelligence briefing. Others leaned back, coughed, and looked down at their phones. The briefing had run long, and as usual, her presentation was not exactly the most popular of topics. "Let's move on to the next slide," she said in a strong, clear voice. "In the provinces of Kunar, Nangarhar, and Paktika, once again we see the same pattern repeat." She pressed a button on her remote. Glowing dots appeared in the 3 provinces she had named. A graph of statistics appeared to the right of the map. "In each case, extremist group recruitment surges after every drone strike. My sources on the ground confirm this data. What's more, there is a direct correlation between recruitment success rates and civilian casualties." A man at the head of the table sighed. "Thank you, Director Freeling. I think we see your point. Lights, please." Sir, there's one more slide I'd like to... We've seen enough. Lights?
Rebecca pressed another button on the remote, and the briefing room's lights faded up. Her wheelchair emitted a soft hum as she rolled back to the table and took her place next to one of her colleagues. John Blaine, the man who had interrupted her presentation, removed his wire-frame glasses. He sprayed cleaner on them from a small aerosol bottle. He did not look up at her as he wiped the lenses with a soft cloth. He was dressed in a slim, tailored charcoal suit. The gray fabric matched the thin fringe of salt-and-pepper hair that ran around the sides of his head. Blaine was the Director of National Intelligence, and this briefing was for his benefit. It was his duty to assess and advise the President on all intelligence matters pertaining to national security.
"So, Rebecca," John said, still wiping his glasses, "this is all very interesting, but what is your suggested course of action? Do you really want me to tell the President that the CIA recommends we stop using drones to fight terrorists? Should we put men on the ground, get involved in another bloody Middle East war? All because we can't stomach a few civilian casualties?"
Rebecca looked around the table. The other men nodded and mumbled amongst themselves. Across from her she saw Ted Lipinski, the NSA's head of Section S-32, also known as TAO. His Tailored Access Operations Group was tasked with hacking into foreign computer networks for espionage purposes. The man's ruddy, cherubic face twisted into a sympathetic smile. His aqua-blue eyes sparkled, and he gave her a tiny shrug. His cheap suits and practiced joviality reminded her more of a used car salesman than a high-level intelligence officer. Still, Blaine seemed to value his counsel. She had to admit, his unit had pulled off some spectacular intelligence coups in China and Korea. She turned back to Blaine. The man slipped his clean glasses onto his face and stared at her with small, beady eyes.
"Well, Miss Freeling?"
"Director Blaine, you're already fighting a war. But you're using a weapon that makes your enemy stronger every time you deploy it. You're like Hercules fighting the Hydra. For every head you chop off, 2 more grow to take its place."
Blaine scratched a patch of flaking skin on his bald, wrinkled head and smiled.
"Hyperbole aside, you do make some good points. I'll pass your report along to the President, and we'll take it from there. Now, unless anyone has any more questions for Director Freeling?"
The other men at the oval-shaped table were silent. A few coughs filled the room.
"I have a question," Rebecca said. "Where are we on the prisoner exchange with the People's Republic of China?"
Ted coughed and shifted in his chair.
"Rebecca, with all due respect, Sun Wai-Tong is an NSA asset. Once your people renditioned him from Hong Kong, you turned him over to us. He's ours now. And let's be clear, we're talking about a state-sponsored hacker, a digital terrorist who has already provided us with critical intel on China's cyber warfare capabilities. And you want to give him back in exchange for some snot-nosed journalist?"
"That journalist is the son of a CIA officer, Ted," Rebecca replied. "It may not be politically expedient, but I try to take care of my own. And my understanding is the President feels the same way."
"That's correct," Blaine added. "The President has made it clear to China that he's willing to deal with them on this. He's rolling out his new climate change initiative, the Global Environmental Accord. He wants the Chinese on board, and this is part of his diplomatic push. It's up to them to reach out and make the next move, but it's going to happen, Ted. Your people need to prepare for that. You'd better get as much information as you can out of Mr. Tong while we still have him in custody."
Ted gave another one of his shrugs, this time more exaggerated.
"Sure, whatever you say, boss."
Blaine shuffled the papers in front of him and slipped them into a manila folder. "Very well, gentlemen, ladies. Thank you. That will be all. I'll see you in 2 weeks. Ted, could you stay a few minutes? I want to go over those international restrictions on the PRISM program one more time. The president wants me to brief him this afternoon." "No problem, John," Ted said with a chuckle. "But I'm telling you, I still think he's throwing the baby out with the bathwater on this one." Rebecca joined the other members of the committee as they filed out of the room. Her chair hummed as it rolled down the corridor that led to the elevator. To her right, warm sunlight beamed through a long row of floor-to-ceiling windows. She stopped and turned, moving closer to one of the towering panes of glass. She stared at the trees in the park across the street. The sun cast a dappled pattern of light and shadows on the ground as it filtered through the canopy of foliage. A narrow dirt trail wound around the park. Rebecca watched as a slim girl, maybe 20 years old, ran down the trail. Her blonde hair trailed behind her, catching the sunlight like fine strands of gold. Her pink and white sneakers kicked tiny puffs of dirt into the air as they drove her forward. Rebecca felt a hand on her shoulder. "Director Freeling? You okay?" She looked up and found herself staring into the warm brown eyes of Josh Galloway. Josh was a couple years younger than she was. Crow's feet around his eyes and worry lines that ran across his tanned forehead made him look older. She had balked when the CIA had insisted on supplying her with a security detail. It had made her feel weak. Would they have assigned men to protect her if she was a man sitting in the chair? But over the last few weeks, Josh had proven that he was a capable operative and an asset to her team. He was able to balance protecting her life with staying out of her way. Plus, she had to admit, the former Marine was easy on the ice. She noticed 2 other men, beefy military types, walking up behind Josh and flanking him. She frowned. "Josh, I told you to keep the babysitters downstairs." Josh looked at his watch. "And I said I would, until the meeting ended. You're 5 minutes late." Rebecca smiled. "Well, good thing you were here. A lot can happen in 5 minutes." "Director, you have no idea. May I?" He gestured to the handles on the rear of her chair. Rebecca shook her head. "No, thank you, I'm fine." She pushed the tiny joystick mounted to her armrest and spun the chair around. "Let's go. I'm going to be late for the meeting with the SIGINT team." "No worries, Director. I called your assistant and told him you were running late. He rescheduled the meeting for a half hour later. We should just have time to stop for coffee." Josh walked alongside her as she guided her chair towards the elevator. "Josh, you know me too well." The man smiled. "Well, if your intelligence community meetings are anything like my old recon briefings, you're going to need a pick-me-up. But I recommend we stop at a different coffee shop. You've been to Dean and DeLuca 3 times this week." "So?" "It's called a preference." "No, ma'am, it's called a pattern, and it can be dangerous." The elevator door opened and Rebecca rolled in. "You know what else is dangerous?" "Getting between me and my favorite latte." "See you downstairs." The elevator door shut. Josh smiled. He turned to his men. "You heard the lady. Bring the car around. Dean and DeLuca it is." John Blaine reached under the conference table and pressed a small series of buttons. He slid his cell phone from his pocket, turned it off, and placed it on the table. "There. Recording equipment is off. Cell phone, Ted smiled, rummaged in his pocket for a few minutes, then pulled out his cell phone and put it down next to Blaine's. "All right, this is about as private as it gets in the office of the Director of National Intelligence. Give it to me straight. How bad is it? What does this kid know?" Ted sighed.
Sun Wai-tong is one of China's most talented state-sponsored hackers. I mean, this kid is good. Scary good. I tell you this so you understand that what I tell you next, John, it's just the tip of the iceberg.
Blaine peered at Ted through his glasses for a second. "Christ, do I even want to hear this?"
Ted shrugged. "Someone should."
Blaine took a sip of water, then nodded. Fine. What does he know?"
"This kid found his way into servers I didn't even know existed. Deep, black, off-book stuff. He downloaded evidence of at least 2 sanctioned assassinations. You know that thing we say is illegal and don't do, but everyone knows we really do? Well, this kid has the files that prove it, buried on some hacker's hard drive. God knows where."
Blaine folded his hands beneath his chin. "That's manageable. As long as there's nothing that ties those files to the president, we can pass it off on a rogue operation. Hell, maybe we can pin it on Bernardo now that he's gone underground."
"There's more, sir, much more. Guantanamo video records that should have been destroyed, enhanced interrogation, and I'm not talking the embarrassing stuff like stress positions or forced rectal feeding. I mean real hardcore torture. You ever see those videos?"
Ted looked Blaine in the eye. Blaine looked away and said nothing.
"Well, I have," Ted continued. "It's not pretty. And that's just for starters."
"Jesus Christ, this is a disaster."
Ted nodded. "Yes, sir, it is, and more importantly, it could derail the president's New Deal with China."
Blaine looked up and squinted his eyes. "What do you mean?"
"I'm telling you, this kid went deep. He dug up shit as far back as 1989. Personnel records of CIA-planted agitators that were part of the Tiananmen Square protest. Operation Canary, ring any bells?"
Blaine shook his head. "That's all ancient history. That's..."
Ted cut him off. "John, this kid has intel somewhere that leaks a United States intelligence agency to the goddamn Tiananmen Square massacre. You think the Chinese will sign the president's bullshit environmental deal if that leaks out?"
Blaine ran his hand over his bald scalp. "Fuck. Look, Ted. The president is adamant. He wants this exchange to go through. He wants to give them back this hacker for the journalist they're holding in Beijing. I've tried to talk him out of it, but he's not budging. It's not just a trade deal. He's got an election coming up. He's afraid the Chinese will execute this kid on some trumped-up espionage charges, something like that, with national news coverage. There's no way his approval ratings don't take a hit."
Ted stood up and slid his phone in his pocket. "Then he's going to have to deal with the worst intelligence blowback this country has ever seen. We're talking 30-plus years of dirty laundry, hand-delivered to the PRC."
Blaine grimaced. "We can't allow that to happen. But we have to maintain deniability for the president. What if this hacker, Sun Wai-tong, what if he had an accident?"
"Sun Wai-tong, sir, and that would still leave us exposed. What if the information is on a dead man switch somewhere? What if it's with a hacker who was instructed to release it in case of Sun Wai's death? Until we can get our hands on everything he downloaded, we can't afford to lose him." But there is another way.
Such as?
We approach this from the other end. What if something happened to the journalist in China? No journalist, no trade. Less exposure for us, and it buys us time to put some real pressure on this guy.
Can you make that happen?
Ted smiled. Well, as you know, John, the NSA is not chartered to operate on foreign soil. But if you give the word, I may know someone who has an asset in place.
Blaine sucked in a breath of air, then nodded. Do it.
Yes, sir. See you in 2 weeks.
Ted waved and strode out of the room. He stopped in the hall outside and turned his phone back on. As he walked, he began to tap out a text message. DNI on board. Permission to deploy. He waited for a few minutes. Then his phone chirped with an incoming message. Go for Red Phoenix deployment. Ted slid the phone into his pocket, whistling a tune to himself as he walked down the stairs. Chapter 5. Kane charged across the dim apartment towards the withered form of Alan Bernato. His green eyes seemed to glow from within with rage and hate. Bernato stepped backwards and slammed into the sink. The older man reached out and grabbed a frying pan off the tiny stove. As Bernato swung the pan like a club, Kane raised his left arm and blocked the feeble blow. He slammed the butt of the pistol into the older man's forehead as he drove his knee up into his abdomen. Bernato gasped in pain and bent forward. Kane grabbed his wrist and twisted. The frying pan clattered to the floor. Keeping his hold on the older man's wrist, Kane yanked backwards. Bernato flew towards him. Kane slid aside and lashed out with a savage kick. The blow sent Bernato flying into the sitting room. He fell to the ground and sprawled across the dusty, faded Turkish rug. After he hit the ground, he rolled towards the couch. He reached into the dark space under the dilapidated piece of furniture. As Kane charged towards him, Bernato drew a small pistol from a concealed mount under the sofa. He raised it with a shaking hand and pointed it towards Kane, but he was too late. Kane was upon him. With a swift kick, he knocked the gun from Bernato's grasp. Kane grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and dragged him to his feet. He spun and tossed Bernato sideways through the air. The older man slammed into the wall. His glasses flew from his face as the drywall behind him buckled and collapsed inwards. Bernato struggled to pull himself from the hole in the wall. Before he could move an inch, Kane's forearm slammed into the older man's throat. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this? How long I've dreamed of killing you? Kane hissed, his eyes glowing with inner fury. Bernato struggled to speak, but Kane pressed his arm down harder. The older man clawed at his arm as it crushed into his larynx and windpipe. The white leopards. They tortured me, Alan. For days, weeks, I don't even know how long. I lost track of time. And I never said a word, but none of that hurt as much as the truth. You burned me. You left us there to die. And then you framed me for the whole thing. Bernato struggled to form words. Not supposed to torture. You were supposed to die. Kane withdrew his arm, then drove the elbow forward into Bernato's nose. There was a sharp crack as the cartilage cracked. Blood streamed from the older man's nostrils. Kane grabbed the old man again and pulled him from the wall. Chunks of plaster and drywall exploded from the hole as Bernato flew through the air again. He slammed to the ground and immediately rolled over. His fingers clawed the carpet, searching for the gun Kane had knocked from his hand. Kane pulled his pistol from his waistband. "Don't!" he hissed. He cocked the hammer of the Beretta PX-4. The mechanical sound echoed through the still air. Bernardo froze. "Hands where I can see them," Kane said. His voice was no longer angry. It was cold and emotionless. He kept his distance from Bernardo, making sure the older man could not reach him with his feet or hands. Bernardo raised his hands and slowly turned around. He sat up on the floor, facing Kane. His chest heaved as he gasped for breath.
"The man outside. The man with the newspaper. He was with you."
"Just the local I hired. I wanted you to see him." Bernardo nodded.
"Made me waste time with a surveillance detection routine. Gave you a chance to get into position. Smart. Are you here on your own? Or did someone send you?"
"Your friends at the CIA finally realized what a snake in the grass you were. Rebecca saw to it. She's shining a light on all your unsanctioned ops. Assassinations, bribes, drugs, arms deals. Christ, Alan. You tried to provoke a war between China and Japan. You're an embarrassment now. A mess that needs to be cleaned up." Bernardo's chest heaved as he struggled to breathe on the dusty floor.
"So Rebecca survived. Good for her."
"You put her in a chair, Alan. You took her legs." Kane took a step forward. His cold green eyes glinted in a shaft of sunlight. "The CIA wants you dead or alive. But because of that, more than anything else, because of what you did to her, I'm thinking we go with dead." Kane leveled the pistol at Bernardo's head.
"Wait, there's something you need to know."
"Goodbye, Alan," Kane said. His finger wrapped around the trigger.
"Jack Tyler's son's in danger!"
Bernardo shouted. Kane stopped. "What are you talking about?" Bernardo lowered his hands. Kane did not move the pistol.
"Jack Tyler, your old partner. He had a son, Sean Tyler. He's in danger. He's going to be killed. And I know where he is."
"Bullshit." Bernardo picked his mangled glasses up off the floor. He twisted them into position and put them back on his face. One of the lenses was cracked. He squinted up at Kane with dark, scowling eyes.
"It's true. You promised Jack you would look out for him. But you never checked up on him, did you?"
"You son of a bitch. You were listening the entire time. You sold us out and listened to Jack die for your own fucking amusement." Bernardo shook his head.
"I took no pleasure in what I did. It had to be done. You were wearing a mic, so I listened. That's all."
"Had to be done. Why? To line your pockets?"
"You know why as well as I do, Tom. You can't requisition government funds to assassinate arms dealers. or stage a coup to secure oil rights. Your unit, the missions we undertook, the work you did, where do you think that money came from? What do you think paid for your weapons and equipment? The informants, the bribes, all of it.
You're telling me you funded unsanctioned operations with drug money and arms deals?
I did what had to be done. What the country needed but couldn't admit was necessary. I've been at this for a long time, Tom. What you call unsanctioned, 3 presidential administrations called deniable. You're a fool if you think otherwise. I was a fool to trust you, to believe you were anything other than a two-faced, greedy sack of shit. I should have known you would hang me out to dry at the first opportunity. I betrayed you. That's the past. It's over. But killing me isn't going to erase the blood on your hands. It's not going to change who you are. I am what you made me, Kane growled. Is that really what you believe? Or just what you tell yourself to sleep at night? Kane started to speak, then stopped. He stared at Bernato. Sean, where is he? He's in China. And that's all you get until you let me go? Kane's eyes glinted in the harsh light. His lips twisted into a grim smile. I can make you tell me, Alan. Bernato looked up. Yes, I'm sure you could. But Sean doesn't have much time. I know exactly how long I have to hold out for. And you don't. That gives me the advantage. So I'm supposed to just let you go? And trust that you'll tell me? That this isn't a setup? Yes. That is exactly what you're going to do. And why on earth would I do that? Bernato peered up at Kane over the rims of his bent glasses. You risked your life in Japan twice. First to save a gangster's son, then to save that girl, Hitomi. You barely knew those people. This is Jack Tyler's son we're talking about. And I swear to you, he's a dead man. Unless you do as I say. Kane's face was still, unmoving. His features looked as if they were carved from stone. You're a killer, Tom, but you're not the operative you once were, Bernato said. He had his breath now, and a trace of his old arrogance crept back into his voice. Maybe it was Rebecca that made you soft. Maybe it was the torture. Or maybe you just burned out. Lord knows this life can do it to a man. But we both know the man you are now is not going to stand here and let Sean Tyler die. Not when there's a chance, no matter how small, that you can do something about it. Kane gritted his teeth. His mouth twisted into a snarl. He pulled the trigger. The gunfire was deafening in the tiny apartment. A furious cry exploded from Kane's mouth, and he fired twice more. Then there was silence. Smoke danced in the narrow beams of sunlight that cut through the room. The bitter smell of gunpowder filled the musty air. Bernato shook his head to clear the ringing in his ears. He turned to his right and saw 3 smoking bullet holes in the dusty carpet. He turned back to Kane. His lips curled into a sneer. I take it we have a deal.
Kane kept the pistol trained on Bernato. "If you're lying to me, if this is a trick, there's no place you can hide that I won't find you." Bernato lowered his arms. "I know that." Kane lowered the pistol. "Get your things. We're leaving."
Chapter 6. The Ministry of Land and Resources, like most government buildings in Beijing, was a nondescript slab of gray bricks and glass. Inside, the hallways were as cold and lifeless as the exterior. It was a sterile labyrinth of white walls and tile floors. The only decoration was the occasional propaganda poster. The smiling faces on the posters promised a new China, or one people, one China. As he walked down the hallway, David Fang slowed his steps, allowing Helen Wong, the Vice Minister, to keep pace. "Madam Vice Minister," he said, his voice warm and full, "this property we're discussing, this is not some fertile farmland providing rice and flour for the good people of China. This is a slum. The water is polluted. The local economy is stagnant. My proposed factory would increase the GDP of the region 100-fold. Helen glanced sideways at Fang as they descended a wide, steep set of stairs. David was tall, lean, and handsome. His skin was a deep tan, and his eyes were dark, lively, and intelligent. His hair was jet black without a trace of gray. At 45 years old, he looked younger than men 10 years his junior. He wore a crisp white suit and a black silk knit tie. "Factories like yours are the main reason this area is so polluted, Mr. Fang," Helen said. Her stern face twisted into a scowl. "This ministry is already under intense pressure. I'm sure you're aware China is about to sign onto the global environmental accords with the U.S. We've vowed to close down industrial sites and reduce pollutants in our river water. We've also committed to a 20% reduction of industrial land sales." As they moved through the busy lobby, they crossed over one of the few splashes of color in the building. The tile floor beneath their feet was inlaid with a massive red circle, the ministry's seal. The circle was wreathed in gold and contained 5 yellow stars. Like the Chinese flag, the largest star represented communism. The others stood for the various classes of Chinese people, all united under one political system. Fang resisted the impulse to shake his head as he stepped over the enormous red circle. He knew no star on that flag represented him. No government or political system defined his destiny. "I couldn't agree more, Helen," he said. "That's why Fang Industries has recruited the top environmental scientists in the country. Based on their recommendations, I'm sure we can reduce pollutants from my existing factories, given time to—" "That's too little too late, Mr. Fang. This has become a hot-button issue, and the Premier wants this agreement to go through. There's nothing I can do. Before you answer, please, allow me to demonstrate my respect with a gift." Fang smiled as he held the door open for her. His teeth gleamed even whiter than his suit. They stepped out onto the gray marble stairs that led down to the street. Red paper lanterns hung above the building's entrance, swaying in the breeze. Helen shook her head. "Mr. Fang, Her voice trailed off as she turned and stared at a commotion in the street. 2 white limousines blocked traffic at either end of the street. The blocked row of cars honked their horns, and drivers shook their fists out the windows. A few bicyclists darted around the limos, but most took care to give the entire scene a wide berth. The last thing anyone wanted to do was attract attention outside a government building. Fang smiled and gestured with an outstretched arm. Outside the ministry, 8 luxury automobiles were fanned out across the street. They formed a semicircle of gleaming metal and chrome. Each vehicle was a sparkling brand-new Rolls-Royce Dawn. The luxury convertibles were loaded with massive twin-turbo V12 engines, leather interiors, and a host of other features. The fan of cars ranged in color from the darker grays and blues to a bright canary yellow. Their 8 silver angel hood ornaments sparkled in the sun like a troupe of metal ballerinas. David walked over to the center vehicle, a shimmering pearl-white model. He opened the driver's door. The door opened right to left, a so-called suicide door to allow easier entry into the vehicle. "For you, Madam Vice Minister. I didn't know what your favorite color was, so I got you one of each. The yellow one is custom, by the way. There are only 7 official colors, but I thought 8 would make a more auspicious gift." Helen gasped. Each of the vehicles in the blocked street was worth more than 3 million Chinese yuan. "Hao Jia Wo!" she exclaimed in disbelief. "Mr. Fang, 1 car is quite enough for me, and I already have that taken care of. Get these out of here, now!" "Miss Wong, I don't wish to be disrespectful. Your predecessor and I had an arrangement regarding the sale of this land. All I'm asking is for you to honor our agreement." Fang's voice dropped in pitch. "It's the honorable thing to do. And it's the smart thing to do. For everyone." "My predecessor was brought up on charges of corruption," Helen snapped. "He's being transferred to a state prison as we speak. Unless you wish to join him, I suggest you clear the streets of this outrageous bribe and leave." She leveled a stern gaze at Fang. "But before you go, let me make one thing clear. I am well aware of your unsavory criminal connections, Mr. Fang. I've ordered my department to perform a complete audit of all your factories. If I find a single yuan of triad money in your books, I'll shut you down in a heartbeat. Are we clear?" "Chongchule Ma." Helen squinted at the vehicles and shook her head. Then she turned and walked back into the ministry. David slammed the car door shut. He appeared lost in thought for a moment. Then he raised his hand over his head and shouted in Chinese, "Yidong Cha! Let's go!" Men ran from the crowd and leapt into the expensive vehicles. The rows of blocked traffic struggled to back up and clear a path as the limos began to move. The growl of engines filled the air. One by one, the expensive, colorful Rolls-Royces filed down the street. One of the men opened the rear door of the lead limo and Fang slid into the vehicle. He leaned back into the rich leather upholstery. The luxurious car drifted into traffic. "Take me to the airport," he snapped. The driver nodded. "Should've, Shangxiong." "Yes, sir." Fang pulled out a cell phone, tapped the screen. A low-pitched male voice picked up. It was Louis, his second-in-command. "Yes, sir." "How is she doing?" Fang asked. "I tried calling you earlier, sir. The doctors say she is still refusing to take her medicine." Fang gritted his teeth. "Then you tell the doctors I pay them to administer treatment, not to cower from an elderly woman. If they can't do their jobs, I'll fire them all and find someone who can." "Yes, sir." There was a pause. Then, "Sir, what is it?" "One more thing. The American, the journalist that police arrested at your Shanghai building. You said he would be taken care of in Tilangqiao prison." "Yes, sir, arrangements were made, but he is no longer in Shanghai. The ministry moved him to Beijing. He is being held in a black jail run by a government security contractor." Why would they move him there?
Fang muttered. The voice on the other end of the call was silent. Fang sighed.
Never mind. Send Lucky Sir to take care of him. Wait until I leave Beijing. The ministry has refused my proposal. We will move forward with Operation Dynasty. Tell Tan to be ready. I want to do a test run tonight.
He glared out the window at the bleak gray building receding in the distance.
And I think I have the perfect candidate.
Yes, sir. Shipile, I will make the arrangements.
Fang hung up. He stared out the window as the limo turned onto the expressway. The air outside was a thick gray smog. The city buildings behind them soon disappeared into the haze. He reached into his pocket and removed 3 small white tiles. They made a soft clicking sound in his hand as he flipped them between his fingers. He thought back to his meeting with the vice minister. The arrogant bitch. Who was she to judge him? To stand in the way of his destiny? She is nothing, Fang thought. I know my destiny. And I know what happens to those who stand against it. The black Hongqi L5 sedan sped through Beijing's evening traffic. Its sleek 4-door frame and retro styling drew glances of both admiration and fear as it cut through a red light. Hongqi was one of the oldest car manufacturers in China, and the L5 was the most expensive vehicle in its lineup. It was also well known as the de facto mode of transportation for government officials. Other vehicles darted out of the way and gave the large black sedan wide berth. Helen Wong sighed and slumped into the plush rear seat. She tapped the screen of her cell phone, marking items off her agenda. She took particular pleasure in erasing her meeting with Fang from her calendar. Up front, her driver kept his eyes on the road ahead. He kept a steady hand on the steering wheel and cut through evening traffic with skill and experience. He looked up at her in the rearview mirror. He said. Helen did not look up. Her eyes were glued to her phone, her face twisted into a scowl of distaste. The driver cleared his throat.
Excuse me, Vice Minister.
Helen looked up.
Sorry, Chung. One of my meetings today left a bad taste in my mouth. I can't seem to get it out of my mind. Sorry to bother you, but there's an accident on the freeway ramp up ahead. Traffic on the G110 is backed up for miles. I can take surface, but I'd better tell my husband to eat without me, Helen said with a smirk. I'm sure he'll be thrilled. He can tell the cook to make those chicken feet he likes so much. She grimaced. Disgusting. The driver chuckled and turned to the navigation system mounted in the dashboard. He programmed in a new route and turned off the clogged street. Wohen Baotian, I'm sorry, but the new route will add an hour to your commute. The vice minister sighed and shifted in her seat. Kaiso Shenma, what can be done? Just get me home as fast as you can. The driver nodded. He accelerated the vehicle through the narrow streets on the outskirts of Beijing. Helen reached out to the media display mounted in the rear of the vehicle. She scrolled through her phone records and clicked on her husband's entry. She didn't bother slipping in her Bluetooth earpiece. She intended to keep the conversation short. After a busy day of meetings, she had little patience left for his whining. The phone rang. "Where?" a gruff voice answered. It was Ping, her husband, but he sounded strange. A crackling static distorted the call. "Ping, it's Helen. Can you hear me?" The image on the media center rippled and shifted. The screen went black, then filled with series of glowing white numbers and letters. "Chang," Helen called to her driver. "What the hell is wrong with this thing? Chang looked down at his display. The same strange pattern of computer code filled his navigation screen as well.
Gao Shen Ma Gui. It's happening up here too. I'd better pull over.
Helen was suddenly thrown sideways in her seat as the black sedan bounced up on the curb. The driver cursed and spun the wheel in the opposite direction. The car dove back into the street. Its tires squealed as they fishtailed across the pavement.
"What on earth are you doing?"
Helen screamed, settling back into her seat.
"The brakes!"
her driver said.
"They're not working!"
He pumped his foot up and down.
"I can't stop the car!" "Ning Ke Bendan, take your foot off the gas!"
The driver looked up at her in the mirror. Sweat dripped down his face and his eyes were wide with fear.
"I already did! And we're speeding up!"
Helen was tossed in her seat again as her driver darted around a slow-moving delivery truck. The roar of the sedan's engine filled the cabin as the car continued to accelerate. "Madam Vice Minister." The voice came from the rear speakers of the car. Helen looked down at the media center screen. The streams of code had been replaced with a video image. It was him. It was David Fang. The video continued to play. "I'm sorry to say it appears our meeting did not go as I had hoped. Perhaps your successor will be more reasonable."
"Hold on!"
the driver shouted. Helen looked up. 2 garbage trucks loomed in the middle of the street. The heavy vehicles parted, struggling to make room for the sedan. She screamed as the runaway car sped through the tight gap between the trucks. The metal sides of the vehicles scraped against each other, and a shower of sparks exploded through the air. The side view mirrors were torn loose from the sedan and clattered to the street behind them. "You mentioned my triad connections, Miss Wong." Fang's video continued to play on the tiny screen. "I feel it's only fair to warn you, I am not merely another gangster or thug. I have greater ambitions than extortion or pointless bloodshed. I am Lu Long, and the Lu Long are the triad behind all triads. We are the power in the dark. We are the children of the Green Gang, the masters of heaven and earth." The driver cursed as he struggled to control the speeding car. The roar of the engine grew louder. Helen's fingers wrapped around the door handle in a white-knuckled grip. The video continued to play. "Soon the Lulong will choose a new leader, a dragon father in control of the most powerful triad in China. There is an old proverb, perhaps you have heard it. A friend is a road paved. An enemy is a wall built." He made a clicking noise with his tongue. "Tonight you have made a very powerful enemy indeed, Miss Wong. And there is no wall on this earth that can protect you now." Suddenly the roar of the engine ceased. The vehicle began to slow down.
"We're stopping!"
the driver shouted back. Helen tried to open the door, but the car's electronic locks refused to budge. She stabbed at the unlock button with her finger, but it had no effect. For now they were trapped. The car's lights blinked out, and it rolled to a stop. Helen tried the door again, but the locks held tight. "I will be the dragon father of the Lulong. That is the promise I have made. That is my destiny. And your ill-advised audits and investigations are an annoyance I cannot allow. Nothing may stand in the way of my ascension. So I'm afraid tonight I will have to shut you down, Ms. Wong. Are we clear? Chiang Chula Ma." The video stopped, and the interior of the car went dark. Her driver began to kick at the door. The locks are still stuck. The media system has an internet connection. Someone must have hacked it. They've taken control of the electrical system." The car vibrated with each thud, but the sedan was built like a tank. The door refused to budge. A red blinking light flooded through the windows. Outside, a warning chime sounded. Slim wooden gates lowered across the intersection at the front and back of the car. The driver stopped his kicking and looked out the window. "Oh, what is Shangdi? My God! We stopped on the train tracks. The Beijing City Rail! We're right in its path!" A bellowing scream roared towards them. Helen turned and saw a beam of light cutting through the darkness like a blade. It rushed closer and closer. In a matter of seconds, the searing white glow filled her vision, blinding her. All she could hear was the roar of the train. It drowned out her own screams of terror. She threw up a hand, a futile gesture, to ward off death as it hurtled towards them. Chapter 7. The old hospital's cafeteria smelled of body odor and animal dung. A thin layer of dust and caked grease covered the old steel furnishings. Flickering fluorescent lights overhead bathed the large room in a dim, sickly green glow. The building had not been used to treat patients for some time. Its new owner seemed unconcerned about hygiene and cleanliness. A row of detainees shuffled in line, each holding a dented metal tray. The detainees were all men, and they wore rumpled, unwashed street clothes. The black jail did not provide uniforms or laundry services. According to official records, the facility did not exist. And as far as the outside world was concerned, the tired, shuffling men and their filthy clothes no longer existed either. For now they were just memories, phantoms, who lived on in the thoughts and minds of their loved ones. As each man reached the end of the line, a bowl of thin gray porridge was deposited on their tray. A greasy foil-wrapped bundle was placed next to the bowl. One of the black jail guards wore a stained white apron over his uniform. He spooned the broth into chipped plastic bowls. Another handed the bowls out to the detainees as they traipsed past the counter. The guard deposited a bowl onto the tray of an elderly man with thinning gray hair. The man gave him a shallow bow. "Xie xie," he muttered. "Xia yi ge," the guard barked. "Next!" A young Caucasian man stood next in line. He was tall and muscular and looked to be in his early 20s. Khaki cargo pants and a concert T-shirt hung from his lean, athletic frame. A thick fringe of straw-colored hair swept across his forehead. His eyes were a piercing pale blue. The guard turned to his partner and mumbled in Chinese, "Who the hell is this Lao Wai?" The other man dropped a steaming foil bundle on the Caucasian's plate and shrugged. "Transfer from Shanghai. Ti Liang Chao. I don't know who he is, but he must have pissed someone off to wind up here." The guard shook his head and set a bowl of soup on the tray. "Ni sui hao sai jiu li. Hai sa guang gang. You better watch yourself, kid," the guard exclaimed in a loud voice. The young man shook his head. I have no idea what you're saying to me. Thanks for the soup. Xie." He took his tray and followed the other man out into the cafeteria. He scanned the area and headed towards a small empty table near the corner of the room. Guards in camouflaged jumpsuits flanked the metal doors that led into the dining area. They glared at him and followed his movements. He gave them a wary glance as he walked past their post. He took a seat at the empty table and began to slurp the gruel-like soup into his mouth. The broth tasted of old rice with a harsh vinegar aftertaste. He grimaced but continued to shovel the food into his mouth. He unwrapped the foil bundle, revealing a stale white bao. Breaking the circular white bun open, he examined the questionable brown filling inside. It was supposed to be pork. He gave it a sniff. Whatever it was, it didn't smell like pork. Its odor reminded him of wet cardboard. Before he could ingest the rancid food, a commotion at one of the other tables caught his attention. Another pair of guards had pushed through the swinging doors. The uniformed men forced their way through the crowd. They stalked towards one of the long tables that ran down the center of the room.
"Long! Alton Long!"
A short, wiry Chinese man looked up from his soup. A pair of rectangular glasses perched in front of his small, mouse-like eyes. His hair was black and mussed, and his skin was a dark, coffee-colored tan. He looked to be in his early 30s. As the guards approached him, he seemed to sink into his bench. The young man's blue eyes focused on a series of mottled red bruises that ran up the Chinese man's arm. The marks continued under the rolled-up cuff of his stained, tattered dress shirt.
Chiang, please, the man pleaded. I can't take any more.
"You should have thought of that before you made so much trouble," one of the guards barked. "The governor of Jiangsu province sends his regards."
The detainees eating next to Alton slid away and moved to other tables. The small man darted under the table and grabbed the bench with his slim fingers.
No, this is illegal. I have done nothing wrong. You have no right to hold me here.
You're just making it worse, Long, one of the guards grunted. He removed a security baton from his belt and rapped the heavy club on the table. The other guard grabbed Alton's bruised arm and tried to yank him out from under the bench.
"Let's go, little man. Time to take your medicine."
Alton lashed out with his leg, kicking the guard in the shin.
"Stay back! Bangguo! Someone help me!"
The young man grabbed his tray and stood up. He ambled towards the guards, a wide smile plastered on his face. The guard Alton had kicked slid his baton from his belt. He slammed it down on the bench, crushing Alton's fingers. The small man yelped in pain.
"That's for kicking me! 你这个小坏蛋!"
Alton released his hold and the guard dragged him, kicking and screaming from under the table. He shoved him back, and the lanky little man tripped and crashed to the ground. His glasses skittered across the cement floor. They came to a stop in front of the young white man. He bent down and picked them up, then looked up at the guards.
Hey, come on, the man said. Go easy on the guy. How about we do this after lunch?
The guards cocked their heads and looked at him with surprise.
"Sit your ass down, Lao Wai. This doesn't concern you," one of them snapped.
The young man slipped Alton's glasses into the pocket of his cargo pants.
Sorry, man, my Chinese isn't that good. You speak English?
The
guard who had pushed Alton shouted, his voice rising in volume with each syllable. He lunged towards the young man, swinging his baton at the man's skull. The man threw his tray up. The bowl of slop flew forward, striking the guard in the face. The metal tray deflected the baton blow with a loud clang. The guard wiped the porridge from his eyes. Before he could react, the man locked his weapon arm in the crook of his elbow. Then he drove his knee upwards. The guard's face turned bright red, and he bent forward. He gasped as the blow drove the air from his lungs. The young man reached over with his right hand and grabbed the tip of the baton. With a quick yank, he freed it from the guard's grasp. He snapped it down, striking the side of the man's head. The guard crumpled to the ground. Holton looked up at him, his face twisted in fear. "What the hell? You Fong Su?"
"You're welcome. My name's Sean. Sean Tai."
Before he could finish, 2 more guards charged towards him. They hit him like a ton of bricks, tackling him to the ground.
"Hey, wait!"
he shouted.
"This is fucked up! They were beating that guy!"
More guards poured into the room. The rest of Sean's words were lost in a series of grunts and screams. His limbs flailed as the guards pummeled him with their batons over and over again. Sean winced as he pressed the ice pack into the socket of his bruised right eye. His face was flushed from exertion and adrenaline, but his injuries were minor. Only a few cuts and bruises marred his chiseled, brooding features. A stoic Chinese man wearing a white doctor's coat muttered to himself as he dabbed at Sean's wounds. Using a long cotton swab, he spread a clear antibiotic gel into one of the gashes on the side of Sean's forehead.
"Ouch! That stings,"
Sean muttered. The doctor hissed and shook his head, but said nothing. He applied a sterile white gauze over the cut, then began to pack up his tools into a black leather satchel. The doctor turned to another Chinese man sitting across the table from Sean. The man wore a lustrous navy pinstripe suit. His hair was flawless and well-groomed, but his skin had a pale, wax-like appearance. Something about his handsome face seemed plastic, almost artificial. He seemed absorbed in several files and dossiers that were spread out on the table.
"Hold on. The
doctor said. The other man did not look up.
"Sure. Leave us now, please."
The doctor nodded, grabbed his bag, and hurried out of the small, sterile white room. The man continued to focus on his files.
"The doctor says you'll be fine. You seem to have trouble making friends, Mr. Tyler."
Sean tossed the ice pack down on the table and looked around the small room. It looked like every other room in the building he had seen. The walls were featureless gray concrete, and the furniture was stainless steel.
"What the hell is this place?" he asked. "Some kind of secret prison? One of those black jails your government swears don't really exist?"
The man finally looked up and smiled. The smile did not touch his eyes.
"For you, this place is a safe haven. The men you crossed in Tilianqiao prison were members of the Luanying Gang," he said. "The triad connected," he added. "Do you know what that means?"
Sean stared him in the eye.
"Yeah, it means they're bullies. Just like your guards here."
The man cocked his head.
"It means if we left you in that prison, you'd be a dead man. You're an American. You're far from home in quite a bit of trouble. And you picked a fight with triad gangsters in a foreign prison."
Sean sighed.
"Well, when you put it like that, look, what's your name anyway?" "My name is not important, Mr. Tyler. What is important is that I work for the Ministry of State Security, and my job is to keep you safe. That's why I had you transferred here. That is why I've arranged for you to have your own room away from the other detainees, and that is why, from now on, you will take your meals in your room, separate from the others." "Hey, look, man, it's been, a month of this shit? I haven't talked to a lawyer. I haven't been given my phone call. Enough!"
The man's voice rose in pitch and cut through the air like a knife. Sean was silent, and for a moment a worried look flickered over his face.
There will be no lawyer, do you understand?
You are correct. This place we are in, it does not exist. And while you are here, you do not exist. The man gathered his papers and slid the thick bundle into a leather briefcase. He stood up from the table.
This is not America.
You are not a cowboy or a superhero. You know nothing of the matters you involve yourself in. You are an outsider and a criminal. I'm a journalist. I write for... I've seen your pathetic little website. It means nothing. The offices you broke into belong to a prominent businessman with important government contracts. The ministry has declared you a threat to public security. If they wish it, they could have you executed. Sean leaned back in his chair and exhaled. The man smiled again, and a facetious tone crept into his voice. Luckily for you, as of right now, they do not wish that. They wish to resolve this matter and send you home. So, I would think the least you could do to show your gratitude would be to shut your mouth, keep your head down, and stay out of trouble. Sean nodded. Okay. You win. The man breathed an exasperated sigh. Thank you. Now, with any luck, you'll be home soon, and we can both put all this behind us. The man in the suit turned to leave. One favor. Lung, the little guy? The man turned back to him. Alton Lung is a lawyer, a public nuisance. The governor of his province ordered him detained here for inciting violence. Give me a break. Just look at the guy. Does he look like a violent offender to you? You know as well as I do the governor just doesn't want him petitioning the higher-ups here in Beijing. So? What of him? Transfer him to my room. The guards out here have a hard-on for him now. They'll really do some damage next time. The man narrowed his eyes and leaned against the wall. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. You need to stop worrying about the less fortunate, Mr. Tyler, and start worrying about yourself. Story of my life. Look, just transfer him to my room, and I swear I'll do whatever you want. You can't protect him forever, you know. Sean shrugged. I know. But if I can help him now, why not? The man nodded. Very well, I'll put in the request, but I have a question for you in return. Shoot. I watched the security tapes. That move you pulled on the guard, that took skill, training. Where did you learn to fight like that? Sean looked down at the table. He did not meet the man's piercing gaze. Something my dad taught me. The only thing he taught me, in fact. When I was a little kid, there were bullies in my neighborhood. They used to go around with baseball bats, so he taught me that move to defend myself. The man nodded. I see. Sounds like a good father. I'm sure that's not the only thing he taught you. Sean barked a short, bitter laugh. I was 12 years old when he taught me that. I remember because it was the last time I saw him in person. So yeah, Father of the Year, huh? Chapter 8 It was a 12-hour flight from Latvia to Beijing with a 3-hour layover in Moscow. Kane spent the layover in a small airport pub. There he used the time to memorize the maps and guides to Beijing he had purchased before leaving. As he flipped through the pages of the guidebooks, he sipped a cold Ochakovo beer from a tall frosted glass. The alcohol helped calm his nerves. He still felt flashes of anger, white-hot bolts of rage running up and down his body. He realized his hand was shaking and he clenched his fist. Memories raced through his mind, thoughts of his dark, hot cell, his imprisonment after his capture in Afghanistan, the torture that had been inflicted upon him, the pain. Rebecca. He took another sip of his beer and returned his focus to the map. That's the past. It's over. Now you have a job to do, he thought. Focus. He checked his watch. It was time. He pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and dialed the number he had arranged with Bernato. The phone rang. Nobody picked up. It's a trick, Kane thought. It was all bullshit. He played you. The phone rang 3 more times. Kane moved his finger to the lock button. Before he could press it, he heard a long beep, then a click. Hello, Tom. It was Bernato's voice. Scrambler, Kane asked. Of course. Just in case you routed this call through to Rebecca. You won't be able to get a fix on my location, so don't bother trying. I'm not. It's just me. And I don't need to trace your phone to find you, Alan. Do you want to make threats or do you want to help Sean start talking? Bernato cleared his throat. Sean Tyler is a journalist. Writes for an activist website called Human Rights Now. You know the type, young, idealistic, and utterly ignorant of how the world really works. Not interested in your politics, Alan, Kane said. Get on with it. Sean was in China working for a local chapter of the group. He was investigating a story about a man named David Fang. Made a fortune in chemicals and pharmaceuticals, has factories all over China. Sean and some members of his group were caught breaking into an office building of his in Shanghai. So why the hell am I going to Beijing? Shut up and listen. About a year ago, I headed up an extraordinary rendition operation. The target was a state-sponsored hacker named Sun Wai Tong. We set up a honey trap in Hong Kong. Sun Wai was infatuated with a girl, a pro. She was the bait. He visited her, we grabbed him and flew him out of the country. The NSA has him now under lock and key. Sounds like a lot of work to grab one hacker. This is no ordinary hacker. Tong cracked the mother lode. He found his way into an NSA server that was so black it's practically non-existent. The data he accessed, I can only assume someone in the NSA was keeping it to cover their ass. There's no sane reason not to have erased these files years ago. Some of the classified information he accessed goes back decades. It absolutely cannot be disclosed, both for political and security reasons. This information he stole, is it out in the wild? Somewhere, yes. The NSA just doesn't know where. According to their intelligence, we were able to grab him before he reported to his handlers at the ministry, but not before he was able to offload the information from his servers. Now, what does this have to do with Sean? The ministry has moved Sean to a secret black site in Beijing. They've made an offer to the president behind closed doors. A trade. Sean for the hacker.
Precisely. The President has approved the trade. The NSA can't or won't reveal the extent of the information Sun Wai has. And the President is looking at a public relations nightmare if he refuses the trade and the Chinese execute Sean. He's in the middle of negotiating a massive environmental deal with China. Something like this could derail the whole thing and give China an excuse to walk away from the table. I don't give a crap about trade deals or public relations. You said Sean didn't have much time. What did you mean by that? What do you think, Tom? The NSA can't let this trade happen. It would be a disaster for their organization and for the entire nation. They're looking for an out. Anything that will scuttle the deal and let the President off the hook. Kane clenched the phone tightly in his hand. They're going to kill him, aren't they? If Sean dies in Chinese custody, it insulates the President from taking responsibility for the fallout. And they already have an asset in place, a double agent within the Chinese government. Who is it? Bernardo paused. I don't know. Damn it, Bernardo. It's the truth. I don't have that intel. I wasn't directly involved in that operation. The only info I have is the asset's code name. Red Phoenix. Kane scanned the other faces in the pub. He confirmed no one was paying attention to their conversation. How exactly do you know all this? He asked in a low voice. A little while back, a director from the NSA, Ted Lipinski, came to me for help. He needed some good freelancers, someone to help him gain leverage over an asset. I provided him with some men, contractors I had worked with. That's all. If I find out you're lying to me, if you're holding anything back, that's all I know, Tom. I've kept my end of the bargain. Just so we're clear. You bought yourself some time. That's all. I'm still coming for you. Bernardo coughed. I have no doubt. That's why I'm helping you. Every minute you spend looking for Sean is a minute you're not looking for me. I'll take all the head start I can get. There was a click, and the call disconnected. A text message came through. It was the address in Beijing. If Bernardo was telling the truth, it was where the Ministry of State Security would be holding Sean, a deniable off-book site. Easier to cover up if something went wrong. The feelings of rage returned even stronger. Kane clenched his fist tighter, digging his nails into his palm. Had he done the right thing? Was this all just another setup? Had Bernardo played him yet again? He remembered the picture of Sean. A tiny, crumpled piece of paper, jacket clutched in his trembling hands. Kane had lost it in his crawl through the dark, claustrophobic tunnel that led out of the well. But the image of the young boy, the faded, torn scrap of a photo, was burned into his mind. Jack's words from the collapsed well echoed in his head. He could hear the man's voice as clear as if it were next to him. You have to promise me. Tell him. Tell him. I did it for him. All right, Jack. Kane muttered to himself. Let's go tell him. His fist stopped shaking. A Russian voice announced his flight over the loudspeaker. Kane stood up, slung a backpack over his shoulder, and made his way towards the gate. A part of him, just a small part, almost hoped Bernardo was lying. In some ways that would be easier. He had found the man once. He could do so again. And the sooner he was back on his trail, the better. But first,
he would keep his promise to Jack. After that, the hunt would resume. The next time he and Bernato met, there would be no deals. He would not pull his aim. He would shoot true. As he disappeared into the airport crowd, more of Jack's words came to mind. This job. Why do you do it, Tom? Kane had no answer. The thoughts in his head were as cold and silent as death. Chapter 9. A blast of warm air struck Kane as he walked through the glass doors of Beijing Capital International Airport. He was wearing a khaki Harrington jacket, white Oxford shirt, and jeans. He slipped a pair of tortoiseshell sunglasses over his eyes and scanned the crowd as he waited in the taxi line. A single small roller case stood next to him on the sidewalk. The atmosphere outside was thick and hazy, and each breath left an acidic tang in his mouth. China's explosion of growth and industry had not come without a cost. Millions of motor vehicles, heavy use of coal, dust storms from the north, they all contributed to the blanket of smog that enveloped the sprawling city. After a short wait, he slid into the back of a green taxicab and handed the driver a small card with the address of a hotel. He had grabbed a stack of similar cards from a car rental counter in the airport. He had no reservation. If no room was available, he would try other locations until he found accommodations. If he didn't know in advance where he would be staying, neither could any potential enemies. It was late morning and the traffic was light. As they drove, Kane kept an eye on the cars around them. He looked for any that followed too closely or that made unusual maneuvers to keep up with them. He instructed the cab driver to make random stops at gas stations, restaurants, and convenience stores. Each time they pulled off the freeway, Kane would watch to see if any cars followed their movements. The cab driver muttered in frustration at each request, but Kane knew that Bernato had directed him here. This could all be an elaborate trap. He would take every precaution. After several stops, Kane was satisfied that no one was watching him. As they cruised towards the city center, he looked out the windows through the dense, hazy air. Gray apartment buildings and rusting factories soon gave way to gleaming, modern architecture. The cab ride took him past the gleaming silver arch of the China Central Television Building. Then they drove by the stunning Beijing National Stadium. The thin, winding strands of metal that circled the glowing oval stadium gave the structure its nickname, the Bird's Nest. The first hotel Kane tried was booked up. After a few more stops, he managed to secure a room at a Crown Plaza near the financial district of the city. Then, after a scalding hot shower and a change of clothes, he walked to the nearest subway stop. The streets around the hotel teemed with pedestrian crowds, motor vehicles, and bicycles. Street lights and warning signs were taken as mere suggestions by the throng of traffic. More than once, Kane heard the squeal of brakes as he crossed an intersection. Motorists swerved to avoid bicycles and pedestrians as they careened through the busy streets. Kane could not read Chinese, but the subway system was modern and well laid out. He was able to decipher the complex web of train lines using a map mounted to the wall in the underground station. After a quick ride, he walked up a flight of metal stairs to the street. He found himself a couple blocks from the address Bernato had given him. Now he stood on the roof of an office building across the street. Using a small pair of binoculars he had purchased at the airport, he scanned the building where Bernato claimed Sean was being held. It wasn't difficult to spot. The building was a 3-story slab of gray brick with some old chipped red lettering hanging over the entrance. The basic shape of the building made Kane think it may have been a state-owned hospital at one point, but now it served a different purpose. A 10-foot-tall chain-link fence ran around the grounds. Coils of sharp razor wire topped each section of the barrier. Guards dressed in camouflage jumpsuits patrolled along the interior of the fence. Kane's attention turned to a crowd that had gathered outside the fence. A large group of protesters filled the street in front of the building. They were chanting and shouting in Chinese. Their voices carried through the air up to Kane's elevated perch. He watched as they thrust picket signs up and down and marched in tight circles. Some of the signs featured large, grainy, black-and-white photos of elderly Chinese men and women. Kane assumed they were inmates held within the bleak gray building. A few of the protesters leapt onto the fence and shook the wire mesh back and forth with their swinging bodies. He estimated that at least 100 people had gathered below. Bernardo had called this place a black jail. These bleak facilities were used to hold Chinese petitioners. This kept them from complaining about their local governments in the larger city courts. In the Chinese legal system, local officials could be penalized if they accumulated too many complaints from their districts. Thus, they were incentivized to jail as many petitioners as possible. The black jails served as secret detention centers. They were a gray area, a quasi-legal institution. They kept the overwhelmed city courts from drowning in petition requests. But the building before him was larger and better guarded than most black jails. The guards inside the fence looked alert and moved with precise, well-coordinated motions. Their uniforms marked them as private security, most likely ex-military. Kane suspected this was a higher security facility meant for political prisoners and dissidents, as well as petitioners. If Sean was being held here, there would be no prison records, no transfer orders. Nothing to tie the Chinese government to him if anything went wrong. If the trade deal failed to go through, they could do whatever they wanted with the young man. A sudden commotion caught Kane's eye, and he turned with the binoculars to catch a better view. One of the guards had opened the front gate and grabbed a woman near the entrance. The woman appeared young, perhaps in her early 30s. She was wearing a red hooded sweatshirt with white lettering on the back. Kane zoomed in on the lettering. It read, HRN, Human Rights Now. That was the organization Bernardo said Sean was working for. Was it possible this woman knew him? Several protesters grabbed at the woman's clothes. They struggled to pull her from the guard's grasp. Others rushed towards the open gate. They hurled glass bottles and rotten fruit at the guards inside. This is going to be a problem, Kane thought. He had seen plenty of unrest around the world. He knew it was only a matter of time before the protest below turned violent. Zooming out, Kane saw a group of 6 men leaving the compound through a side entrance. They wore civilian clothes, but they moved with the same military precision as the guards. Through the binoculars, he saw they were armed with security batons, clubs, and other makeshift weapons. They were moving around the outside of the building, making their way towards the crowd. Kane lowered the binoculars and ran a hand through his short brown hair. He knew he should stay away. If he got involved, he could find himself arrested, or worse. He was a foreign operative on Chinese soil. He had no legal authority to be operating in this part of the world. As far as Rebecca knew, he was still chasing Bernardo in Eastern Europe. But if the woman below knew Sean, perhaps she could confirm if he was in the building. And she might have information about the facility itself. He was operating completely in the dark, going only on Bernardo's word. Any intelligence he could glean was critical at this point. He bit his lip, then turned and strode back towards the roof's access doors. He had made up his mind. The time for doubt was over. Now, It was time to act. Things were about to get violent below. And Cain was no stranger to violence. Chapter 10. By the time Cain made it to the street, the scene had devolved into a small riot. 2 more armed guards had exited the front gate. They were helping their comrade subdue the woman in the red hoodie. The angry voices of the protesters filled the air. Their shouting was a wall of noise. It drowned out all other sound as Cain pushed his way through the crowd. He could see the woman's slender body thrashing on the ground, lashing out at the guards with a flurry of kicks. 2 of the protesters tugged at her shoulders and tried to drag her away from the gate. One of the guards managed to grab hold of her ankle. He raised a security baton to strike, but as his arm lowered, the woman lashed out again with another kick. The heel of her suede boot slashed across the man's wrist. He cried out and jerked back his arm. Cain was more worried about the group of men he had seen approaching from the other side of the building. The men at the gate wore uniforms. They were security guards, corporate employees with personnel files, military history, payroll records. They would limit their liability and operate within the confines of the law. The other men, the ones dressed in civilian clothes, they were the so-called black guards. They were the men who snatched protesters from their homes. They were known to beat and kidnap family members of troublesome petitioners. Recruited from the ranks of ex-cops, criminal muscle, and street hoods, they were nameless thugs looking to make a quick buck. Paid in cash, they appeared on no official employment records. And once they got their hands on you, you disappeared. Sometimes their victims were released after a short stay in the black jail. Other times, they were never seen again. The black guards moved closer to the crowd. Cain knew they would use whatever tactics were necessary to disperse the protesters. Cain pushed through the crowd towards the woman. Sweat dripped from his forehead. The sea of bodies pressed together, engulfing him. Their rage seemed to ignite the air like a crackling wildfire. He heard a scream. He shouldered through another layer of angry bodies. He saw the woman up ahead struggling to stand up as the guard swung at her with the baton. Another guard clubbed one of the men trying to help her, driving him back into the crowd. Cain jogged to the woman's side and extended a hand as if to help her up. He turned his back to her attacker, but tilted his head to keep the man in his peripheral vision. The guard shouted at him in Chinese and swung the baton down again. Cain twisted his body and raised his right arm, allowing his shoulder to deflect the force of the blow. The forceful swing left the guard off balance. Before he could recover, Cain took a step backwards. He drove his right elbow into the guard's abdomen. Even over the noise of the crowd, he could still hear the man grunt in pain and surprise. Cain reached up and grabbed the man's shirt collar. He yanked down, pulling the man's head toward his left fist, which exploded upwards in a quick jab. Before anyone could even see what was happening, the guard reached up to cradle his broken nose. He stumbled backwards away from the crowd. As he stepped away, Cain grabbed a small pouch at the man's belt and yanked as hard as he could. The thin leather straps tore free. Cain unsnapped the pouch, revealing a can of mace. He aimed the can towards the battered guard and covered his mouth and nose with his free arm. Then he depressed the nozzle. The stream of gray vapor hissed towards the guard and his compatriots. They dropped to the ground the instant the cloud surrounded them. Tears streamed down their faces. The burning mist stung at the mucous membranes in their eyes, nose, and mouth. A few protesters were also hit by the gas. One fell to the ground in front of Cain. He grabbed the man and dragged him backwards. He choked as he began to feel the effects of the gas, but he forced himself to push through it. Squinting, he saw the woman in the red hoodie stagger to her feet. She was coughing and gagging as the gas drifted towards her. Kane reached out and grabbed her arm. He started to pull her away from the crowd, but she resisted. "Let go of me! Who the hell are you?" she demanded. She spoke English with a high, lilting voice. A slight European accent tinted her words. "I'm here to help, but we have to move. Trust me, this is going to get worse any minute." She looked up at him and blinked. Her eyes were unusually large. Their deep brown irises looked warm and serene, even in the middle of the chaotic riot. After a moment she nodded. "All right. I'll follow you." Kane took her hand and pulled her through the crowd. He heard more screams up ahead. The sound of men shouting carried above the general noise of the crowd. "Ouija! Go home! Leave the street or you get hurt! Yi dong!" Kane clenched his jaw. The black guards had entered the fray. The crowd had parted, and Kane saw the group of men surging through the protesters. They had tied bandanas over their mouths to hide their features. One was swinging into the crowd with a security baton, randomly striking protesters. Another wielded a hand-held stun gun. Kane saw a burst of blue sparks flash from the silver diodes at its tip. The black guard prodded one of the protesters with the weapon, and the man collapsed to the ground. His body shook in a violent spasm as 50,000 volts of electricity arced through his muscles. The black guard looked up and turned towards Kane. The corners of the man's narrow eyes crinkled as he smiled. He held up the stun gun and depressed the switch. Another arc of white-hot electricity crackled from the weapon. Kane cursed and pushed the girl away from him. She yelled in surprise as she stumbled backwards. The guard stalked towards Kane. He held the crackling weapon in front of him like a knife. Sparks danced and popped from the device as he closed in. A group of protesters marched on Kane's left side towards the gates of the prison. Kane reached out and grabbed one of their signs, yanking it from an elderly man's grasp as the group moved past him. The guard lunged forward, shoving the stun gun towards Kane's chest. Kane spun the sign in front of him like a club, knocking the man's weapon arm aside. The cardboard sign tore free, leaving a beam of wood clutched in Kane's hands. With a quick snap of his wrist, Kane clubbed the man's face with the wood beam. Using his free hand, he grabbed the wrist of the guard's weapon arm, twisting backwards. He drove his knee up, slamming into the man's gut with all his strength. The guard dropped to his knees. Kane twisted the arm wielding the stun gun, forcing the weapon into the man's chest. The guard gasped for breath. His eyes opened wide as he realized what was happening. Kane took a step back. His fingers found the weapon's trigger. He pushed the button. A gurgling snarl escaped the guard's lips as his body began to shake. He fell backwards and his head cracked against the pavement. His body was still trembling from the massive shock to his nervous system. Kane took a deep breath and scanned the crowd. One of the other blackguards was battering a helpless protester with a billy club. Blood gushed from his target's face as he slammed the club down over and over. He shouted a series of Chinese curses as the dazed man fell to the ground. The guard looked up and eyed Kane. He had a shaved head and a hairy black mole growing above his sneering lips. Kane turned to his right and saw the girl in the red hoodie standing a few feet away. She was staring back at him, her eyes wide with shock and fear. He grabbed her wrist. "Come on, let's go!" The two of them burst out of the crowd. Kane heard sirens wailing in the distance. He looked back over his shoulder. Moleface, the blackguard with the club, was pushing through the crowd. He struggled to follow after them. The girl gestured down the street. "This way, I have a car!" Kane shook his head. "Leave it. They'll see the plates. It will lead them right to you. This way." He pulled her across the street. They darted through a narrow alleyway between two buildings. The sirens grew louder behind them. The police finally arrived to break up the riot. Kane was sure any protesters left behind would be arrested. Those who were lucky enough to escape would have to keep a watchful eye over their shoulder. The black guards might choose to pay them a visit. They came to an intersection in the alley where it split left and right. "We need a taxi," Kane panted. "This way," the girl said. He followed her to the left. The smell of roasting meat and ginseng filled the narrow passageway. They ran past a row of merchant stalls selling fresh vegetables, herbs, and dried noodles. Past the stall, she stopped in front of a battered metal door. She threw the door open, and Kane followed her inside. They entered the kitchen of a small restaurant. A heavy-set cook wearing a white apron was lopping the head off a roasted duck with a cleaver. Sweat streamed down his face as he looked up in surprise. They charged past him and ran through the tiny kitchen.
"Gosh, on my way!"
he shouted, waving the cleaver at them.
"What the hell is this?"
"Sorry," she called back. "Chewy da!" They burst through a plastic curtain into the dining room. An elderly man looked up at them, then shrugged and took a sip of tea from a small round cup. Kane followed the girl as she darted between the tables. The front of the restaurant was open, and they stumbled out onto the sidewalk of a busy city street. Kane grabbed the girl and pulled her backwards. A group of men on bicycles just missed them as they pedaled past the restaurant at high speed. The girl raised her hand and whistled. "Chuzuchu!" she cried. "Taxi!" A battered yellow and blue sedan darted from the rows of cars. It screeched to a halt in front of them. The sides of the vehicle were painted with red Chinese characters. Kane opened the rear door, and the girl slid in. He leapt in after her and slammed the door shut. The vehicle lurched forward. Kane looked back through the rear window. Behind them the sun was beginning to set. Streaks of pink, red, and orange painted the sky. The stunning colors were a beautiful side effect of the smog-filled air. The cab driver, an older man wearing glasses and a hot pink T-shirt, looked back at them with a wide smile. "Happy evening! My name Zhang Wei. Most common Chinese name. Everyone in China named Zhang Wei. Shuna, eh?" Kane looked over at the girl and shrugged. "He wants to know where we're going," she said. "Right. First things first. What's your name?" The girl tilted her head and examined him. She hesitated for a second, then said, "Jia. Jia Zhao. And you?" "Call me Tom. I'm a friend." He held out his hand. As she shook it, he felt a tremble run through her arm. "You're shaking," he said. "You might be in shock." He looked out the rear window again. "When's the last time you ate something?" Jia spoke in rapid Chinese to the driver. Then she turned back to Kane. "You're right. I'm starving. I told him to take us somewhere. We'll get food, and you can tell me exactly what kind of friend you are." Kane kept his eyes out the rear window, scanning the cars behind them. "I'm the kind who saves your life. Isn't that good enough?" "That all depends." "Depends on what?" Jia's large liquid eyes darted over his face again, drinking in the details of his features. "It depends on what you want in return," she said. Then she turned and looked out the window at the explosion of colors left behind them by the setting sun. Chapter 11. It was dark when their cab jerked to a stop on Dianman Outer Street. Zhang Wei, the driver, pointed to the narrow opening of an alleyway across the street.
"This as far as I go. The street's too narrow. You walk that way." "Xie,"
Jia said, smiling as she handed the driver a slim stack of yuan notes. She held the money with both hands, and the driver nodded as he collected his fare, also using both hands. They stepped out of the cab, crossed the street, and entered the alley. The narrow opening led to a larger pedestrian street. Kane looked around in surprise. A hidden little enclave of buildings, shops, and dwellings surrounded them. It was as though they had stepped back in time. Invisible from the street, the tiny buildings and narrow alleys looked like they had not changed in centuries. The streets were composed of alternating smooth tiles and patches of rough bricks. The buildings were small, built from gray stone and wood timbers. Their sloped pagoda roofs rose up into decorative peaks and spires. They stood silhouetted against the dark purple velvet of the night sky. A web of phone and power lines crisscrossed overhead. The mass of wires and antennas were a strange reminder of modern technology. They seemed crudely grafted onto the quaint streets and buildings below. Neon signs and electric lights were joined by the soft glow of rice paper lanterns hanging outside every shop and cafe. Kane had to force himself to focus. He kept an eye on the crowd of pedestrians as Jia led him farther down the narrow street.
"Have you been to China before?"
she asked. Kane nodded. "A long time ago, yes. I remember seeing the Great Wall and the Forbidden City, but I didn't see anything like this." She smiled.
"This is called a hutong. My country is famous for its beautiful temples and palaces, but the hutong are the true soul of China. Places like these are where the common people lived, on the outskirts of the larger cities."
She waved to an old woman pushing a cart of vegetables down the street. The woman nodded and smiled at her and continued on her way.
"Some families have lived their entire lives in these places. Every hutong has its own stories, its own gossip, and local characters. I love to come here and listen to the old-timers talk. There's a real sense of community, a sense of belonging. It can be hard to find that in a city as large as Beijing."
They turned and walked down an adjoining alley. Kane noticed the color red seemed to be everywhere. Red paper lanterns hung over the streets. Red lacquered wood framed the doorways of the shops and homes. Red ceramic tiles lined the roofs and archways that hung above their heads. "Is there a significance to the color red?" he asked, as they passed a row of parked rickshaws. She laughed.
"Well, it doesn't stand for communism, if that's what you think. According to tradition, we attach great meaning to certain colors. Red is associated with the element of fire and the vermilion bird. It is a symbol of prosperity, so red is a lucky color for us."
"Vermilion bird?"
"It's a heavenly creature, a spirit bird whose body is covered by fire."
"Sounds like a phoenix." Jia shrugged.
"As you say."
They continued walking, and soon the street opened up to a wide lakefront walkway. 2 dark expanses of water stretched north and south. The neon lights from the waterfront buildings reflected across the rippling lakes. The surface of the water was dotted with floating lanterns and tiny boats. Rickshaws and bicycles zipped back and forth along the waterfront. Their carriages glowed with twinkling lights and hanging lanterns. The tiny vehicles wheeled through the crowd like nimble fireflies, darting through a forest at night. The 2 lakes joined at a narrow canal, crossed by an arched stone bridge. As Jia led them over the bridge, a small wooden boat floated beneath them. They drifted forward on the slow, lazy current. An elderly man sat in the stern, setting glowing paper lanterns afloat in the water. They left a trail of tiny flickering lights in the boat's wake. They reached the other side of the arch. Kane followed Jia through a series of narrow streets, tight alleys, and crooked turns. The night grew darker and quieter as the pedestrian crowds thinned out. Kane's senses were alert. These dark, narrow passages would be the perfect spot for an ambush. Gia stopped in front of a small doorway set in a wall of brick and wood beams. A battered old moped leaned against the wall next to the door. A red sign hung over the building. Most of the writing was Chinese, but Kane could make out 2 words written in yellow English letters. Hutong Pizza? Kane read. You went all this way for pizza. Gia scrunched her nose and laughed. Nizam Mullah, you were expecting Peking duck? This is the best pizza in Beijing. Kane opened the tiny chipped red door. Well, that I have to try. He held the door open and Gia walked past him into the restaurant. Kane turned and scanned the dark, narrow street behind them one last time. A pair of fat white chickens waddled past his feet. Aside from them, the slim stretch of pavement was empty. He turned and shut the door behind him. Well? Gia asked. What do you think? Kane sipped from a small cup of hot tea. Then he swallowed another bite of the greasy, rectangular pizza that sat between them. The thin slab of crust was topped with curried chicken, chili peppers, and yogurt. Despite her petite figure, Gia had managed to clear half the tray of the strange pizza herself. Kane nodded and cleared his throat. It's not going to replace sausage or pepperoni any time soon, but I have to admit this is really good. The small wood table they were sitting at was perched on a raised platform. A thin wood railing ran along the edge, covered in the now familiar red paint. Beneath the platform lay a small rectangular koi pond and a few other tables. Kane watched as several of the white and orange fish swam to one end of the pool. Their gulping mouths broke the surface of the water as they sucked down crumbs that fell from a nearby table. You like the koi? Gia asked. Kane smiled. They just remind me of someone I know. He turned back to Gia. Your English is perfect, Hong Kong? She nodded. Her face looked small and pale in the flickering light of the table's single candle. Yes, I grew up there, although I've lived most of my life here in Beijing. Kane eyed her in the candle's radiance and tried to guess her age. Her skin was smooth and flawless, and her face had a vibrant, youthful glow. But her confident manner and speaking made her seem older, more mature. He pegged her as early 30s. So you work for the Human Rights Now organization? He asked. Yes, how did you know that? Your shirt. I noticed it at the protest. Kane took another bite of pizza, then set the slice down on his plate. She took a sip of tea and rested her chin in her hands. She gazed at him with her large, luminous eyes. That's right, of course. I forgot I was wearing it. But now I have to ask, what were you doing there? You're not a member of HRN, are you? Kane shook his head. No, I was looking for someone. Another American. He examined her face as he spoke. His name is Sean Tyler. Gia's eyes grew even wider, and her lips parted in surprise. Oh, Sean! You were there for him as well. You know him? I know of him. He was working with HRN here in China. He was reporting on the conditions in Yanglingang, Shangba, Xingtai, cancer villages. What do you mean? Gia sighed. China is the fastest developing major country in history. Hundreds of thousands of people here live in cities that didn't even exist 50 years ago. But that growth comes with a cost. Pollution, Kane said. She took another sip of tea. Yes. Cancer villages are small towns on the outskirts of factories, manufacturing centers, industrial areas. There are almost no regulations there, and the demand for productivity is high. The corporations have poisoned the rivers and the soil with chemicals and toxic waste. Residents in these towns suffer cancer, birth defects, and other ailments at a rate 80% higher than average. Her eyes drifted down to the koi pond in the center of the room. Nothing will grow in these places anymore. The farmers and field workers have to take jobs in the factories. They must work for the same companies that are slowly killing them. I heard Sean was investigating an industrialist, a man named David Fang. A shadow seemed to pass over Gia's face. I've heard of him, of course. Fang owns several companies in the chemical and pharmaceutical industries. Rumor says he has ties to the triads. Organized crime. Why was Sean so interested in him? His factories are some of the worst polluters. He has violated what few regulations are in place, but he hides behind shell companies and lawyers. Sean and some HRN volunteers broke into Fang's offices in Shanghai. They were looking for records that would tie Fang to his polluting factories. I take it Sean was caught. Yes. The Ministry of State Security is holding him on espionage charges. I've been working with HRN leaders to secure Sean's release for months. He was being held in Tiliangqiao prison, just outside Shanghai. But a few weeks ago he was transferred here. When we found out he was moved to that black jail, we organized the protest. Kane looked up at her over the rim of his cup as he sipped more tea. You almost wound up an inmate there yourself. You take a lot of risks for your work. You must be very brave. A shudder ran through her body. She looked away, lowering her eyes. I don't feel brave. I feel like I don't do enough. The black jails are an abomination. Many of the people imprisoned in them are elderly, poor. They came to Beijing to petition the capital. They just want to improve the living conditions back in their villages. But this place where Sean is being held is even worse. The people that go in there, no one ever sees them come out. She looked up at Kane. How did you know Sean was there? How did you even know that place existed? Are you a friend of his? Kane thought for a second. He wasn't sure how much he should tell this girl. She could be useful if he could earn her trust. But he had learned firsthand that those who became involved in his life often ended up in harm's way. And the more they knew about him, the more danger they could be in. No, not really, he answered. I knew his father. I promised him I would take care of Sean. I didn't do such a great job, I guess. She sipped her tea, appearing lost in thought for a minute. Then she looked up at him. You are American. I'm not sure you'll understand this, but China's laws are different from yours. You have no legal way to get him released from this black jail. Until recently, the government denied that such places even exist. If they put him there, it must be for a special purpose. A lawyer cannot get him released, and the police will not help you. Kane finished his tea and placed some UN notes on the table. Lawyers and police weren't exactly what I had in mind. Come on, we'd better get you home. Pizza's on me. She smiled. Yes. Thank you for the food. It's been a long day. Well, it's not over yet. Kane muttered in a low voice as they walked towards the door. They stepped out into the cool darkness of night. Outside, the two chickens still wandered in the narrow street. They pecked at the ground in search of scraps. Kane felt a familiar sensation, a tingling on the back of his neck. He turned to his right and saw two men standing further down the street, tucked into a tiny alcove. One of the shadowy figures brought a lit cigarette to his lips. Gia turned left and started walking. Kane followed her. We can get to a main street this way, she said. We should be able to catch a taxi from there. They headed down another narrow, dark alley. Kane heard the faint echo of footsteps behind them. He grabbed the woman's arm. Gia, listen to me. When I give the word, we have to separate. He looked to her right and saw the intersection of another tiny street. It was lined with garbage cans and rows of hanging flower pots and herb gardens. Go down that street there. Run as fast as you can. Don't look back.
What are you talking about? What about Sean? I want to help you.
The footsteps were closer now. Kane could smell the smoke and the man's cigarette wafting towards them on the night air. We're being followed. In about 2 minutes, we're going to be attacked. I can handle it, but you need to leave.
Gia shot a quick glance over her shoulder. Them? Why would they be following us?
They're the blackguards from the protest. You're a target now.
Gia's face went pale, and her nostrils flared. How do you know it's them? How did they find us here?
They've been following us since we left the protest. I spotted them on the way here. I've been watching them since before dinner.
An angry scowl filled her face and her cheeks flushed red. They've been after us the whole time, and you didn't say anything? You used me as bait?
Kane shot a quick glance back over his shoulder. I didn't want to scare you, and I didn't want to tip them off.
But what will you do?
A note of concern crept into her voice. I'm going to get some answers about Sean. One of them is going to give them to me.
Are you crazy? She hissed. There's 2 of them.
So someone is about to have a bad day. Now go.
Kane pushed Gia to the side and spun around. The 2 men were about 20 feet behind them. The one in the lead dropped his cigarette and smiled. In the dim light, Kane could just make out his features. It was Mole Face. The man sneered and slipped a knife from his rear pocket. With a snap of his wrist, he flicked the weapon open. The long steel blade glinted in the moonlight. He uttered a bloodthirsty scream and charged towards Kane.
Chapter 12.
Kane stepped back and raised his fists as the men charged towards him. From the corner of his eye, he saw Gia back into the shadows of the alley. Then the men were upon him. Kane focused on the leader, the man with the knife. He twisted his body, avoiding the attacker's opening slash. He countered with a right hook. As the blow connected, he levered his right forearm into the man's windpipe. His free hand grabbed his target's outstretched knife arm and held it at bay. The maneuver left his back to the other guard. He felt rather than saw the other man closing in behind him. Pivoting on his right foot, he used his forearm to push the knife-wielding guard around in a circle. He stacked the man's body between the other attacker and himself. Kane released his hold on the guard and launched a powerful forward kick. The blow knocked the man into the other attacker. The 2 men stumbled backwards and slammed into the stone wall of the alley. Kane slipped his hand into his jacket pocket and removed the stun gun he had taken from the protest. The men rebounded from the wall and lurched forward in tandem. Kane ducked, letting Moleface's knife swing over his head. The other man leapt forward, driving his knee up towards Kane's face. Kane crossed his arms and threw his weight forward. His forearms blocked the knee strike, and the top of his head slammed into his attacker's neck. He looped his arm around the man's forward knee and yanked up. The guard hopped backward, struggling to regain his balance. Kane let go of his leg and thumbed the trigger of the stun gun. The crackle of electricity hummed through the air. He drove the sparking weapon forward, slamming it into a nerve cluster on the man's inner thigh. The guard spasmed and dropped to the ground, writhing in pain. Kane delivered a swift kick to his face. The man's head snapped sideways, and then he lay still. Kane spun around as Moleface moved to attack again. The man thrust with the knife, a quick jab aimed towards Kane's left side. Kane turned his body, but the attacker diverted the blade mid-strike. It was a feint. He slashed downwards, and Kane felt the blade slide along his knuckles.
He winced and his fingers flexed in pain. The stun gun fell to the ground. The blackguard kicked it, sending it clattering across the stone alley. Kane pressed forward, using his right arm to block the man's knife attacks. He swung upward, slamming a left-handed palm strike into his attacker's nose. The man's head snapped back. He stepped away and lifted the knife above his head. Kane's right arm shot up as the man drove the blade down in an overhead stab. The impact of Kane's forearm knocked the knife strike wide. Kane reached out with his left hand, grasped the man's neck, and pulled his head down. He drove his knee up, pummeling the guard with a series of strikes to the solar plexus. Then he grabbed the man's wrist and snapped it over his knee. The knife clattered to the ground. Kane spun his attacker around and slammed him forward into the brick wall. The man struck the hard surface with a loud crack. Kane pulled him back and saw a spatter of blood on the dark gray bricks. Blood gushed from the blackguard's crushed nose. Kane clutched the fabric of the man's shirt in his hands and slammed him forward again. This time, the man groaned and fell to the ground. Straddling his body, Kane wrapped his forearm around the man's windpipe. He jerked upwards, pulling the chokehold tighter with his other hand. The guard began to kick and spasm as the pressure of Kane's forearm cut off the supply of oxygen to his brain. Kane pulled even tighter. Kane struggled to maintain the chokehold on the spasming man. He heard rapid footsteps rushing towards him. A woman's voice called out, echoing through the alley. "Look out!" Kane turned his head. The other attacker had regained consciousness. He loomed over Kane, wielding the discarded stun gun. With a grin, he depressed the trigger button. Crackling blue sparks leapt from the diodes at the weapon's tip. Beneath Kane, Moleface continued to thrash and kick. His movements were growing weak. Just one more second, Kane thought. As the second man took a step towards him, Kane saw Gia charge up behind him, swinging something over her head. It was one of the hanging flower pots from the gardens down the street. The pot exploded into a barrage of ceramic shards as it crashed into the man's head. Kane watched as the man's eyes rolled back in his head. He took a step forward, then fell sprawling to the ground. Gia stood behind him. She clutched the frayed ropes of the shattered pot in her small, trembling fist. The man in Kane's chokehold stopped moving. Kane released his arm and let the body slump to the ground. He staggered to his feet, cupping his wounded hand. "I told you to leave." "You also said you could handle it." "Ju wei shou dishagua." What does that mean? She shook her head.
"Never mind. Now what? Are they dead?"
She looked down at the two bodies. Kane shook his head. If they are, this was a huge waste of time. He put his hand on the girl's shoulder. Gia, look. I appreciate your help. But now you really have to go. Things are only going to get worse from this point. It's better for you if you don't get involved.
I already am involved. Like you said, I take risks every day. If you are going to free Sean, if I can help him, or the other people trapped in that place, I have no choice. I must do whatever I can.
I thought you said you didn't even know him.
I know he is here to help the people of China. How can I do less?
Kane nodded. All right. We can't just leave a body here. Looks like we take both of them.
Take them where?
You have an apartment in the city?
I'm staying with a friend, but they are out of town.
That will have to do. He hefted the smaller of the two men onto Gia's shoulder, draping his limp arm around her neck. The petite woman was surprisingly strong. She managed to support the man's weight as Kane handed her the stun gun. Here. If he moves, let go and hit him with this.
Make sure you're not touching him, or you'll get shocked too. She nodded as Kane lifted the other body off the ground.
You know, this isn't what I was expecting when you asked me to dinner,
she said with a nervous laugh. Kane examined her small, round face. He couldn't tell if she was joking or not. He shrugged, and they shuffled down the alley, carrying the dead weight of the 2 guards. I didn't ask you to dinner, he replied. I said you should eat. I thought you were in shock.
Oh, please.
You said that before. What does it mean? She shot him a sideways glance, and her pink lips turned up in a smile.
I'll tell you later.
I can hardly wait, Kane grunted, as he hefted the weight of the guard on his shoulder. Chapter 13. Rebecca clenched her teeth and grunted with exertion. Beads of sweat dripped down her face, and her skin held a scarlet-red flush. Dark pools of perspiration stained her t-shirt. The soaking fabric clung to her body like the partially shed skin of a snake. Her arms trembled and shook. She knew she couldn't support her weight much longer. Her fingers were wrapped around 2 parallel bars. The exercise equipment ran along the south wall of her sleek, modern condo. She had installed it against the wishes of her doctors. You need to take this slow, they had said to her. You've got to be patient. Rebecca was not patient. The curtains were drawn across the condo's picture window, blocking the view of Logan Circle and the traffic below. The room was dark, lit only by the thin sliver of morning sun that cut through the fabric panels. She could hear the distant rumble of engines and honking horns outside. The muted sounds were barely audible beneath the soft electronic music that played over the speakers in the ceiling. "Volume up," she said. The digital assistant that controlled the lights and sound system complied. The music increased in volume, drowning out the traffic noise. She closed her eyes and let the percussive beat wash over her. She took a deep breath. "Move, damn you!" her mind shouted, but her body did not even twitch. She willed her left leg to step forward. An inch. Half an inch. Anything. The quivering in her arms increased. They were shaking harder, and the wooden bars began to rattle and vibrate. No, damn it. No, move! 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 Rebecca cursed as she felt her muscles turn to jelly. Her left arm buckled and gave out, and she tumbled to the floor. She tried to pivot her body, but her muscles throbbed with fatigue and were slow to react. The side of her face struck the polished concrete floor with a loud crack. She lay on the ground for a few seconds, catching her breath. She willed herself not to cry, not to give up, not to lose hope. No one learns to walk without falling, she reminded herself. You want to learn again? You have to fall again. As many times as it takes. Her anger and frustration subsided, and her panting breath slowed to a normal pace. Using her hand, she rotated her body on the smooth floor and began to crawl back to the other end of the bars. Her wheelchair was waiting there for her. She stopped moving and stared up at it for a few seconds. Her eyes gleamed with rage and fire. But then the fire inside her seemed to dim, as if it had run out of fuel to burn. Reaching up, she grabbed one of the bars and pulled her body up off the floor. She spun around, shifting her hands from bar to bar until her back was to the chair. Then she lowered herself down into a sitting position. "Open curtains," she said in a loud, clear voice. "Opening curtains." The feminine electronic voice replied. The thick curtains slid open, allowing warm sunlight to flood the room. The condo's sparkling white floors and metal appliances gleamed with reflected brilliance.
Rebecca turned and looked at a clock mounted to the wall. It was just past 9 a.m. She was almost done with her workout. No. You're not done, she thought. You're just getting started. You need to get stronger. The chair was equipped with an electric motor, but she had turned it off for her workout. Slim cords of muscles in her arms and shoulders rippled as she wheeled herself towards her new home gym. She maneuvered herself underneath a lat pull-down bar. She adjusted the weight stack, increasing it by 10 pounds from its last position. Then she reached up, ignoring the pain in her back and shoulders. She gripped the bar and began to pull it down to her chest. 1, 2, 3. New trails of sweat dripped down her face as she continued to exert herself. Spasms of pain shot through her arms, but she ignored them. 4, 5, 6. She pushed herself harder. She would not stop. She would keep going as long as it took. She was a runner. She could go the distance. The music dipped in volume, and she heard her cell phone ring from across the room. Incoming call. The voice over the speakers chimed in its friendly monotone voice. Unknown number. Rebecca let go of the bar. She shot back up and clanked back into position, swaying in the air above her. She gasped for breath. She knew she had been pushing herself, but she hadn't realized how far she had gone, how long she had been exerting her body. Her muscles flared with pain as she wheeled over to the nightstand to pick up her phone. She recognized the ringtone. It was assigned to only one person, and if he was calling, it had to be important. She gulped some water from a bottle on the nightstand, then answered the phone. Hello. It's me, said the voice on the other end. Kane. How do you like Eastern Europe? She asked. Did you visit that coffee shop I told you about? The coffee tower? It was nice, but the line was too long. I went to Meat Cafe instead. Better espresso. But not as nice a view, she answered. The code phrase confirmed he was not speaking under duress. I expected to hear from you by now. She felt her pulse quicken. She thought about Bernato and the last time she had seen him. It was in an abandoned chemical plant in Thailand. She was with his hired killer, a sociopath who had kidnapped her, who had nearly killed her. She had escaped. There was a gunfight. An explosion. She had been injured. Her spine, her legs, they were responsible for. She forced herself to calm down. They could have killed you. She reminded herself, you're still alive, and at least one of them is dead. There's been a change of plans, Kane said. Things are complicated. Have you made contact with the target? Yes. Then why haven't you delivered him to the rendition team? Kane was silent. A quiet hum buzzed on the line. Tom, what's going on? Where is Bernato? I don't have him. Rebecca's eyes narrowed and she felt her jaw tense up. Why not? What happened? I let him go. You what? She spat the words into the phone. What the hell are you talking about? Rebecca, something came up. New intel. I had to. I don't even know what to say. You told me you wanted to work with me. You wanted to do this freelance on your own. And I let you do it on your terms, despite my better judgment, Rebecca. I'm telling the team to move in. I'm taking this operation out of your hands. He's not in Latvia anymore. I told you, I let him go.
Where the hell is he, Tom? Her voice rose to a shrill howl.
I don't know. I found him once. I can find him again. This couldn't wait.
What couldn't wait?
What intel is so important that it's worth letting a monster like Alan Bernardo go free?
You, of all people, you know what this man did. You know what he did to you, what he did to...
She paused. What he did to this country, she finished. Sean Tyler. Jack Tyler's son.
Wait, what?
Rebecca's brain whirled in circles. What the hell did Sean have to do with this? He's being held in China. He's part of a human rights organization, protesters. What does that have to do with... You knew, didn't you? Rebecca bit her lip and wheeled herself over to the window. She looked down at the verdant green trees surrounding the Logan traffic circle. She felt the need to move, to run. Yes, I knew. It came up in the intelligence briefing. Why? What does all this have to do with Bernardo? Why didn't you tell me?
You have to ask?
It's classified, Tom. That's a load of crap. Look, I offered to bring you in. I offered to clear your record, debrief you with the higher-ups. I offered you your life back, but you wanted to stay on the outside. I guess I can understand that after what you've been through, but you need to understand. Look, just because we have a history, that doesn't mean I can break confidence and share restricted information with you whenever it's convenient. Kane was silent. A thought flashed through Rebecca's mind. Tom, where are you? I'm where I belong. On the outside. You're in China, aren't you? What are you planning to do? The PRC want to trade Sean for a renditioned asset in your possession. A Chinese hacker named Sun Wai Tong. How do you know that? So my intel is good. Well, at least I know where I stand. His voice was terse, cold. Tom, listen to me. Don't get involved in this. You'll just make things worse. Let me handle it. I know how close you and Jack were. I know he was important to you. I knew you'd react to this emotionally. I've got the situation under control. Not according to my intel. Sean is in danger. You know a guy named Lipinski? NSA? Rebecca felt her sore muscles tense. She remembered Ted's reaction during the intelligence briefing. Yes, I know him. He's head of S-32. Kane's voice crackled on the other end of the phone. Tailored ops. The blackest of the black hats. Tog is in their custody, isn't he? They're a bunch of computer nerds, Tom. What would they want with Sean? It's not Sean. It's Tong. He accessed and released classified intel into the wild. The NSA can't afford to cut Tong loose until they locate and contain the data. Lipinski has an asset in China. I don't know who. Someone in their intelligence apparatus. An assassin. Codename is Red Phoenix. They're going to kill Sean to sabotage the exchange. That's crazy. The president approved all of this. The exchange is going to happen. It's tied to his whole global environmental accords and the trade deal with China. Lipinski isn't going to stand in the way of that. And where is this intel coming from? Bernardo? Kane didn't answer. You don't trust me, but you trust him. Rebecca asked in a quiet voice. You know I don't trust him, Kane snapped. But his intel checks out so far. I've verified that Sean is in China. You just confirmed the rest. There's an exchange deal in place, and Lipinski is involved.
So you are in China, Rebecca said.
Kane laughed a soft chuckle. Very good. You're getting better at this.
I'm not sure that's a compliment. What are you going to do?
She heard Kane take a deep breath on the other end of the line. Jack saved my life. I watched him die, saw him bleed out right in front of me. With his dying breath, he asked me to take care of Sean. I promised him, Rebecca. And I broke that promise. I got so caught up in everything, all the rest of the shit. I never even gave it a second thought.
Tom, what you went through with Bernardo, I still don't know everything. But I know you were tortured. I know you endured things most people couldn't survive. You can't blame yourself. You did the best you could.
No, I didn't. But now, if there's even a chance Bernardo's intel is accurate. Look, it's better you don't know.
Well, you really don't trust me.
When this goes down, you're going to need deniability. Rebecca knew it was pointless to ask him again. He would never tell her.
Let me do some digging on Lipinski. I'll see if I can verify this asset you're talking about. Can you at least sit tight until then?
No, I can't. But I'd appreciate the help. She sighed.
How will I contact you?
I'll be in touch. And listen. These tailored ops guys, they're more dangerous than you think. Data is their lifeblood. They feed off it, and they'll do anything to protect it. You know what their motto is.
Rebecca repeated the words from memory. Your data is our data. Your equipment is our equipment. Any time, any place, by any legal means. A note of concern softened Keynes's voice over the phone.
I don't think they put too much emphasis on the legal part. Be careful.
I will.
She was about to hang up the phone, but Kane spoke again. Rebecca.
Yes.
I called you because I do trust you. I only trust you. You're all I've got.
I'm sorry,
she stammered. No, I'm sorry. And I promise you, after this is over, when Sean is safe, the bastard dies. There was a click and he was gone. Kane hung up the phone and brushed aside the curtain. Outside the spacious loft apartment, the night sky was dark and the air was thick with humidity. He looked down at the shadowed forms of the other buildings nearby, a cluster of gray concrete slabs. An array of neon signs and billboards topped each tower. 14-foot-tall Chinese characters blinked on and off, lighting the hazy air with a soft, indistinct glow. As he slid the phone in his pocket, he thought about Rebecca. It had been good to hear her voice, but he still felt a hollowness, an emptiness in his gut when he spoke to her. A longing. Ever since his betrayal at the hands of Bernardo and the CIA, Kane had lived a life of detachment. On the run, always hiding, no close friends. No one who could be used against him. Now he found it difficult to let go of that life. Somehow he was still adrift. He could not reattach. He wondered if it was fear that held him back. Fear of what might happen to him, or fear of what might happen to her. No, said the voice in his head, the one he could never silence. Not fear. Guilt. He remembered the last time he had seen her. The scars and wounds on her legs. The chair. He slid the curtain closed. Whatever it was he felt, fear or guilt, longing or isolation, it didn't matter. What he and Rebecca had shared, what they had given and what they had lost, that was in the past now. These days, they were both just voices on the phone. That slim, faint connection was all he had. All that kept him from sinking into the bleak shadows of memory. Gia's rustling pulled him from his melancholy thoughts. He turned and watched as she collected a series of documents from a laser printer. The machine quietly hummed and spit out the final sheet. She stacked them in her hands and stepped over to the dining table in the center of the room. The overhead lights were dimmed. She laid out the sheets of paper beneath the soft circle of light they cast over the table's surface. Kane walked over and stood beside her as she taped the sheets together. "You found a map," he said. She turned and smiled. Her mischievous eyes twinkled in the dim light. "Human Rights Now works with many other activist groups. We have a good relationship with a collective known as the Jade Enclave. They are, how should I put it, skilled computer technicians." Jade Enclave. Sound like hackers to me. Kane replied with a sideways smile. "I prefer the term hacktivists," she said. "They help us spread information, plan protests, and they warn us of government surveillance. They take great risks for us. Recently, they were accused of hacking the Railway Bureau's grid here in Beijing. It is said they caused a collision on behalf of the triads." She shook her head. "But I cannot believe they would do such a thing. They are being framed. The ministry wants to discredit them." Kane leaned over the table. "Well, guilty or not, looks like your friends came through." He slid the map closer and began scanning the architectural details. He mentally noted the placement of doors, stairwells, emergency exits. Anything that his experience told him might be useful in an extraction. "This building was once a hospital years ago," Gia said. "Then it was purchased by a private security contractor for use as a black jail facility. They may have made changes to the structure, I can't be sure." "This is the best we're going to get," Kane said, snatching the map off the table and rolling it up in his hands. "Every second we wait, Sean is in danger. I'm going to need our guest to put out his location. You should wait here." Kane walked out of the room and turned down a narrow hallway. Gia hurried after him. "Ding Yisha, wait! What are you going to do?" Kane ignored her, opening the door to a gleaming modern bathroom. The two black guards lay struggling in a massive white tub. They were bound and gagged. Their bruised faces and tattered clothes were a strange contrast to the pristine white tile of the bathroom. Moleface turned his head and glared with hatred at Kane as he entered the room. Gia stopped at the door. Her eyes darted from the men to Kane. "Tom, these men are monsters, I know, but I can't just stand by and watch you torture them. That's not who I am." Kane turned and glared at her. Gia made a tiny gasping sound and took a step back when she saw the intense look in his eyes. "I know," Kane said. His voice had a metallic echo in the small tiled room. "I told you to wait outside." He reached over the tub and turned on the water. The men continued to grunt and struggle. The water splashed into their clothes and began to fill the basin. He spread the makeshift map out on the floor.
Just stop. Think for a second, she said, her voice tinged with concern. You don't even speak Chinese. How will they understand?
They'll get the gist of it. Kane slammed the door shut, blocking out Jia's words in her wide, staring eyes. The outside world no longer existed. He allowed himself to sink, to fall into the bleak shadows. You're not falling, the voice inside him said. You're just letting go. Chapter 14. David Fang scrutinized the small ivory tile he held in his hand. The white rectangle was engraved with a serpentine green dragon design. A small number adorned the upper left corner. It was a mahjong tile, and Fang had a decision to make. To discard the tile was risky. He suspected Lewis, the player to his right, held a dragon in his stack of tiles. On the other hand, he had noted the tiles Lewis had discarded. He doubted the man had enough dragon tiles left to make a pong or three of a kind. He shrugged and set his tile down, and the lustrous green fell to the gaming table. Lewis was a red pole, an enforcer in the complex network of organized crime gangs known as the Triads. Fang had watched the man rise up the ranks, starting as a lowly Blue Lantern, just as Fang had himself. Blue Lanterns formed the street gangs, the breeding grounds for the Triads. They spent their time robbing fruit stands or brawling with rival gangs. Now Lewis was one of Fang's most trusted lieutenants in his chapter of the powerful Lulong Triad. He was fierce, loyal, and determined. But he was not a subtle man. Fang watched as Lewis licked his lips and surveyed the stack of chips in the draw pile. He snatched up Fang's dragon tile and added it to his stack. "Pong!" he cheered, flipping over his 3 dragon tiles to show the other players. Fang smiled. "Well done, Lewis. Fortune favors you tonight." Wei Lai Wai, a short, rotund man who sat opposite Fang, chuckled. His eyes rotated from Lewis to Fang from beneath thick, hooded eyelids. He ran a hand through the fringe of gray hair that surrounded his speckled scalp. "Perhaps," he rumbled in a deep voice, "but I suspect that will be the last dragon tile he sees for the evening. He played his hand too soon." The 4th man at the table, one of Lai Wai's bodyguards, exploded in laughter. His high-pitched giggle echoed off the vaulted gold ceilings and red lacquered walls. The mahjong table sat in the center of the chamber. The lights above the table were the only source of illumination. A pair of massive, ornate gold doors were the only exit from the dark, cavernous chamber. A towering bank of windows dominated the far end of the room. They overlooked the neon spires of the Shanghai skyline. The famous Oriental Pearl Tower was just off to the east. Its upper sphere lit up the night sky with purple light. The brilliant, colorful glow reflected through the glass and onto the faces of the men sitting at the table. Statues and display cases loomed in the shadows surrounding the table. The room's walls were solid red and decorated with Chinese scrolls. The ancient slivers of parchment depicted famous proverbs and legends. Fang had played here many times before. He often looked to the scrolls for inspiration as his luck in the game ebbed and flowed. He repeated one of the mantras from memory. "Silence is a true friend, who never betrays." Lewis laughed. "Quoting Confucius, eh? Ah, you're right, boss. I got excited. Revealed my hand too early." Fang smiled and looked down at his tiles. He arranged them in a new order and spoke in a soft but commanding voice. "At the risk of making the same mistake, Mr. Lai Wai and I have a private matter to discuss. I'm afraid we must pause the game. You and his associate may wait outside." Lewis eyed Lai Wai's bodyguard with disdain.
He stood up and turned to Fang. After a short, brief bow, he cupped his fist in his other hand and held both hands centered in front of his chest.
"Cher de Lao Ban, it is my honor to obey."
The guard stood and made the same gesture to Mr. Lai Wai.
"I'll be outside, sir."
He gave Fang an uneasy look from the corner of his eye as he followed Lewis out of the room. There was a burst of wind and light from outside as the men stepped through the massive golden doors. The lobby outside was a skeletal framework of girders and beams. The construction was not yet finished. The lights of Shanghai blazed in the distance, and a cool breeze whipped through the building. It rustled the plastic sheets that hung between the girders. Then the doors slammed shut, and the cavernous room was once again dim and silent. Wei Lai Wai leaned back in his chair and sighed.
"Now we see why you really invited me here tonight. I'm sure it wasn't to watch me beat you at mahjong again."
Once again the rotund man chuckled, but this time he stared Fang straight in the eye. Fang ignored him and continued arranging his tiles. He took a sip from a glass of clear liquid that sat at the table. The beverage known as Mi Jiu was a rice-based wine. Fang licked his lips as the bittersweet liquid struck his taste buds. Finally, he spoke. "I wish to speak carefully, Wei. We have known each other for many years. We fought each other as rival Red Poles as we rose up in the Lulong. But we have grown strong through peace. We have watched as others weakened themselves through stupidity and infighting, squabbling over scraps like packs of wild dogs."
Wei raised his hand. "You have my respect, David. But I have no patience for careful speech. Say what you came to say."
Fang looked up and smiled. His face was pale in the dim light. "Direct as always, Wei. A courageous foe is better than a cowardly friend, as the saying goes. Very well, I'll come to the point." Fang slid 3 tiles across the table and turned them to face up. They were all dragon tiles, and the digits in each corner formed the number 489. Lai Wai smiled and nodded. "I thought as much." In the hierarchy of the triad gangs, each rank within the organization was assigned a code number. The complex system was designed to confuse outsiders. Over time, the various numbers and their meanings had acquired almost mythical significance. The number 489 was well known to both men. It referred to the most important position of all. Dragon Father, the patron of the triad, ruler of all organized crime undertaken by the Lulong and the other organizations they controlled. "I will be Dragon Father," Fang said. "This is a fact. I have no wish to spill more blood, if it can be avoided. But do not mistake my rationality for weakness. I will not fail in my destiny." Lai Wai took a sip of his own wine, a darker vintage made from fermented red rice. It left a dark stain on his cracked lips. He quickly wiped his mouth with the cloth napkin, but the stain remained. "The election will come soon enough," he said. "We'll see what destiny has in store for us then." Fang slammed his fist down on the table. The mahjong tiles bounced and tumbled across the felt surface from the impact. "I will hold the dragon rod in my hands. I will lead the Lulong triad into the future. No other outcome is possible. No action by you or any other man in this world can stop it." "This is crazy talk," Lai Wai said, his voice rising in intensity. "What do you want me to do? Remove my application? Step aside and allow you to rise above me? I have waited as long as you." "I am asking you to wait a bit longer, yes. But not forever. Stand by me.
Work with me as my deputy. You will be my number 438, a triad mountain master. With my legitimate business interests, I can take the organization's funds public. You'll make more money under me than you ever would alone. Laiwai shook his head. Listen to yourself, David. What would you say if I made you the same offer? In 3 years' time, I give you my word I will step down. Fang continued. I will throw the full weight of my organization behind your candidacy then. No one will be able to stand in your way. Your time will come. I asked you to speak frankly. Laiwai said, his voice low and calm. So now I'll do the same. The current Dragon Father favors me. He has thrown his support behind me, and the other families will vote accordingly. They don't trust you, David. The Lulong has thrived for years because it works in secrecy. It lives in the shadows. It is the triad behind the other triads. But your businesses are out in the open. Government contracts, regulations, lawsuits, news stories. You attract too much attention, David. You may be the future of the Lulong, but they are not ready for things to change just yet. I will make them see wisdom. Don't fight me on this way. The rotund man shook his large round head. Not my style. I don't roll over for anyone, not friend or foe. And here's another cold, hard fact. You can't afford it. Your money is tied up in your factories and business ventures, and the economy is not what it once was. You can't liquidate fast enough to pay the tithe. And your other expenses have burned through your cash. The current Dragon Father knows this. That's why he set the price so high. I'll have the money. My new factory. What new factory? Laiwai interrupted. I happen to know the government denied your land sale, didn't they? All because of this global environmental accord. A foolish trade deal with the United States, I'll grant you. But your factories don't pass the new emission standard, do they? Now your investors' money is sitting in an offshore escrow account. Without the land, you can't touch a single yuan note in the account. Fang's face was still a stone. For a moment, the two men stared at each other across the green felt table. They said nothing. The air between them seemed to crackle with electric tension. Suddenly, the two golden doors crashed open. The men turned and gazed upon the view of the Shanghai skyline sparkling in all its vivid glory. Spears of red, green, and purple thrust into the sky, surrounding the colorful orb of the Pearl Tower. The tower consisted of 3 bulbous spheres, separated by support beams and pylons. The upper sphere changed colors, flashing from purple to bright red. Rings of dancing lights shimmered around the base of the tower. But the spectacular view outside paled compared to the woman who stepped through the golden doorway. The host shut the doors behind her, blocking out all distractions. She was tall for a Chinese woman, nearly 2 meters in her shimmering black heels. She wore a long cheongsam dress slit to the thigh. The traditional garment was cut from rich blue embroidered silk. It flowed up her body and rose to a choker collar around her neck. The tight sleeve of shimmering fabric hugged her figure, accentuating every line and curve. Fang stood up, but Laiwai remained seated. He peered up at the woman with an intense stare. "There you are," Fang said. "I'm sorry, we had Louis play in your seat." "Yuan Lingwo," she said. "Forgive me. My last appointment ran late. I hope I didn't miss too much. Not at all. I was just discussing your specialty with Mr. Lai Wai here. He pushed in the woman's chair as she lowered herself into Lewis's former seat. Then he sat next to her. Wei Lai Wai, allow me to introduce Iris Yip. I know of her. Everyone in the Lulong knows about your I Ching witch. Fang stiffened, but the woman placed a slim hand on his forearm. It's fine, she said. I'm sure Mr. Lai Wai meant no offense. Lai Wai sipped more of his dark red wine. His eyes shifted over her body with a cold, clammy leer. I would think a woman who took up with the man that murdered her husband might be called much worse. Iris reached into the black clutch that sat in her lap. She withdrew a set of bamboo dowels. Each stick was long, narrow, and square-cut. A series of lines and dots decorated the four sides of each rod. Fate calls to us all, Mr. Lai Wai, she replied. Her voice was quiet, but deep and husky for a woman. My late husband could not escape its song any more than Mr. Fang could. Nor can you or I, for that matter. The older man broke eye contact as she met his leer with her own inscrutable stare. Her eyes were set just far enough apart that it seemed difficult to look into both at the same time. Her sharp, wide cheekbones accentuated the effect. Unlike most Chinese women, she did not appear to avoid the sun. Her skin was a dark, creamy tan. She wore her hair long and straight and parted in the center. It was a simple style, 2 long, dark slashes of black that framed her face and flowed down past her shoulders. She rolled the sticks back and forth in her hand. The gentle clicking sound they made filled the air. She began to chant quiet, half-formed whispers. Her words seemed to drift just out of comprehension in the dim, cavernous room. Let's make a wager, Fang said, his lips curling into a smile. Give me a chance to convince you. If I can change your mind, you will offer me a toast. If not, I will do the same for you. Iris ceased her chanting. The sticks were still and silent in her hands. She looked up, her wide, dark eyes shining in the reflected light like onyx flame. In divination, as in life, she said, answers come only to those who understand the nature of what they seek. The I Ching is like Mahjong. It is based on numbers. It is fate's equation. It reveals the patterns of energy that lie beneath what men perceive as chaos. Touch the sticks and ask your question. For one who truly understands their desire, knowledge shall be granted.
Fine, fine, I'll play along, Lai Wai grumbled. But you best begin polishing your words, David. You're going to owe me one hell of a toast.
Lai Wai reached out with a gnarled, stubby hand and caressed Iris's slim, tanned fingers.
Will I win the election and become Dragon Father of the Lulong?
He asked in a booming, melodramatic voice. Iris cocked her head, but her eyes did not shift from Lai Wai's gaze. No, that is not right, she said. The question must be more personal to you. You must understand what lies at the core of your desire.
What are you talking about? Lai Wai asked, sipping his wine. Why so specific? Are you a witch or a lawyer?
Dragon Father is but a title, and a title is but words, she said. Words are constructions of men. But behind these words is a number. 489. This number signifies strong energy, great power. That is truly what you seek, yes?
Of course, Lai Wai nodded. What else is there?
Iris counted 6 sticks from the pile and set them onto the felt table. She closed her eyes and shuffled them over each other, rolling them back and forth. What is the likely outcome of Mr. Lai Wai's desire for power? She said in her low, husky voice. Her eyes fluttered open. The patterns on the sticks lined up to form 2 hexagrams, each one a set of 6 horizontal lines. Some of the lines were solid, while others broke into 2 dashes. Iris ran her fingers over the engraved ridges of the lines. On the left, a solid line above 5 broken. The still mountain above receptive earth. A house with a shattered roof must soon collapse. In such times of adversity, the superior man knows it is not cowardice, but wisdom to submit and avoid conflict. Her finger drifted right over a small red dot that stood between the 2 hexagrams. A change line. Action on your part may alter the patterns of energy. On the right, the likely result of such a change. Lai Wai leaned back in his chair.
What kind of change?
Her finger brushed over the patterns as she looked up at Lai Wai's round face. The hexagrams shift. They become still mountain over a rousing fire. The leg of your bed is split. This signifies a severe threat to one's well-being. There is no protection here. Those who forge ahead will be destroyed.
Lai Wai shook his head and downed the rest of his red wine. Luckily for me, I don't believe in fortune-tellers, Miss Yip.
He stood up and tossed a coin on the table.
Here, a tip for a fine performance. David, I'll see you in Hong Kong. The election will decide our fates. If you want me to stand aside, you'll need more than a pile of sticks and a pretty face. You'll need an army.
Fang stood up as Iris collected her I Ching sticks and placed them back in her bag.
You're not convinced?
He called after Lai Wai.
Then I owe you a toast, old friend. Save your breath, the man said as he threw open the doors. You can toast my victory when I am crowned Dragon Father. But don't worry. Your time will come.
Lai Wai stepped out into the unfinished lobby. He paused. He sensed something was wrong before he could even process the grisly details of the sight before him. His eyes were drawn up to the ceiling. Hanging from one of the support beams that crossed overhead were 4 bodies. Lai Wai gasped as he recognized the pale, battered face of his bodyguard. The corpses swayed in the breeze that swept through the open construction. Below, the Shanghai lights continued to twinkle through the hazy air. Each body hung from the end of a silk cord that looped around their necks like a noose. Their heads lolled forward, their mouths gaped open. Their white eyes were unblinking and still. Looking up at their bloated faces, he recognized the other bodies as members of his gang. Someone must have rounded them up, he realized, as he and Fang had played their game of mahjong. Lewis stepped out from behind one of the massive golden doors. With a vicious snarl, he kicked Lai Wai. The man stumbled forward and fell into the center of the room. He landed beneath the swaying corpses. Twin elevators chimed from across the unfinished room. The door slid open, and a man stepped out. His footsteps echoed across the rough concrete floor as he walked towards Lai Wai. He was slim, of average height. Although he was Chinese, his skin was stark white, and his eyes were a pale pinkish red. His hair was a fierce tuft of blonde, perfectly coiffed and styled above the strange albino face. He was dressed in a tailored black suit. As he marched forward, Lai Wai saw more men filing in behind them from the elevators. Within seconds, about a dozen filled the room. They were all young, in their 20s, and wearing street clothes. Lai Wai had seen enough blue lanterns in his time to recognize these men as foot soldiers. Their torn sleeves and open shirts revealed an intricate tapestry of triad tattoos, dragons, koi, and numbers that represented good fortune. The wind whipped through their clothes and hair as they stared down at him. The color drained from Lai Wai's face as he realized they were all wielding swords and knives. The albino stood over him. He clasped a short, curved sword with an ornate hilt in his right hand. The man smiled and raised the blade into the air. Lai Wai blinked as he noticed a strange detail. Only 8 fingers wrapped around the hilt of the sword. Each of the man's stark white hands had only 3 fingers and a thumb. 4. Su. A number associated with death. The albino's smile widened. He swung the sword down. "Stop!" Fang's voice cut through the air, and the throng of men ceased all chatter. The albino halted his killing blow. Fang strode into the room, with Iris following a few steps behind. Lai Wai scuttled away from the albino and turned to face Fang. "Are you crazy? What are you doing? This is forbidden!" "You did say I would need an army," Fang replied. "The blades these men wield are known as Dai Dao. They're a favorite of the Vietnamese drug cartels that have been causing so much trouble on the border lately. Tonight, witnesses I have paid will say they saw a gang of Vietnamese men enter one of your warehouses. A shipment of their methamphetamine was stolen. It will be located at your building. The Dragon Father will accept the police report. He may favor you, but he will not go to war against me without more proof." He snapped his fingers, and Lewis handed him a fresh glass of Mi Jiu wine. He took a sip, then kneeled down before the panting figure of Wei Lai Wai. "I still owe you a toast. I gave you a chance, old friend. I allowed Iris to show you the hand of fate. I would have accepted a different result. I believe in destiny, in the I Ching. But your reading confirmed what I already know. You could have risen with me. Now, you must fall before me." Fang took a long drink of his wine, then spit it in Lai Wai's panicked face. "Fate leads those who are willing, but must push those who are not." He stood up and watched as Lai Wai scrambled to his knees. "David, don't do this. You win. I will withdraw. I withdraw." Iris slinked over to Fang and draped her arm around his shoulder. Her long dark hair trailed behind her in the breeze. The lights from the Pearl Tower cast an eerie red glow across her face. "Fate is calling, Mr. Lai Wai," she cooed. "Your time has come." Fang nodded. The albino raised his sword. The blade sliced down. This time nothing halted its ascent. A spray of crimson spattered through the air. Lai Wai collapsed to the ground. The albino surveyed his handiwork, then removed a white handkerchief from his pocket. He wiped his blade clean on the cloth. Lewis hurried over to Fang.
You should go, sir. We will move the body after.
Fang gripped Lewis's shoulder.
Clean this up when they're done. And call me when you've dealt with the American.
Lewis nodded. Fang took Iris's hand and led her to the exit. Behind him, the pack of men descended on the corpse of Lai Wai. They hacked and cleaved at the body like a pack of wild dogs. Within minutes, the concrete floor surrounding them was awash in blood. The color was the same as the lips of Lai Wai's corpse, stained red by the remnants of his sweet, dark wine. Chapter 15. Kane winced as the old white van bounced over a pothole in the crumbling city streets. He was lying in the back, under a filthy moving blanket that stank of sweat and old food. Every bounce and shudder of the van's suspension rattled through his bones. The impact sent tremors of aching pain through his body. He lifted a corner of the blanket. Even in the dim light of early morning, he had to squint his eyes. After a second or two, they adjusted to the harsh glow outside the windows of the battered van. He prodded the flimsy upholstery of the driver's seat with the barrel of a Chinese No. 5 revolver. He felt Moleface shift in the seat as he guided the van around a corner.
"Tell him to take it easy,"
Kane muttered in a low voice. Gia sat in the passenger seat. She angled her body to put as much distance between herself and the driver as possible. Her eyes darted between Kane's face and the gun in his hands. She gave him a pensive frown, then turned to the driver.
"Jiansu,"
she snapped in a harsh voice.
"Slow down."
"Oh, bah,"
the driver muttered back. Moleface glanced back at Kane, then returned his eyes to the road. For that brief second, Kane saw a familiar expression in the man's face. Fear. Good, he thought. That means he still wants to get out of this alive. Kane knew it was the people who had given up hope, who no longer cared if they lived or died, who were the most dangerous. Men like that had a different look in their eyes. Not fear, but a hollow, empty gaze. He had seen that look many times staring back at him in the mirror. The van slowed as they approached the grounds of the old hospital. Ironic, Kane thought. A building devoted to healing now serves as a black jail for the city's lost and disenfranchised. Peering out from under the blanket, Kane looked through the front windshield. He saw the gray, desolate structure looming ahead of them. The other blackguard was still bound and gagged back at the apartment. After confirming the location where Sean was being held, Moleface had led them to the van. He and his partner had left it parked outside the Hutong the night before. A quick search of the vehicle revealed the tools of the blackguard's trade. Some plastic zip cuffs, a mangy black hood, and the revolver, all stashed in the glove compartment. The serial numbers on the gun's frame were filed off. Kane guessed the weapon was stolen from a police officer or confiscated from a crime scene. The People's Republic of China enforced some of the strictest gun control laws in the world. It was unlikely the man could have legally purchased the firearm. A rapid-fire series of doubts began to flash through his mind. What if the other guard escaped? Or was discovered back at the apartment? What if Moleface betrayed them to the guards? What if there was a signal, some code or passphrase he didn't know about? And Gia? What about her? Every fiber of his mind screamed that bringing her on this mission was foolish. A civilian, a humanitarian, a woman he barely knew, but the simple truth was, he needed her, at least for now. His Chinese was not good enough to monitor Moleface. He needed someone to alert him if the man tried to warn the guards at the gate. "You're doing what you always do," he thought. You're putting her in harm's way and justifying it to yourself. He took a deep breath and clamped down on the surge of adrenaline-induced nerves. Enough, he thought. There were a million things that could go wrong, but it was too late for doubt. They were approaching the gate. Once they were through, there was no turning back. Gia, Kane said, I need you to translate. Tell him you'll be listening. If we're not through the gate in 15 seconds, I start shooting. Whatever happens to us, he dies first.
Tom,
Tell him! Gia hesitated, then rattled off the words in Chinese to Moleface. A tremor ran through the man's body. He nodded and answered back.
He understands,
Gia said. All right, follow my lead. If anything goes wrong, take cover back here as fast as you can. Gia looped her hands through a set of the guard's plastic cuffs and brought the tab to her teeth. She pulled them tight, but left just enough slack to allow her to slip free if needed. Then she slumped down on the seat and let her body go limp. She appeared unconscious. Kane ducked under the blanket and lay still on the floor. He kept the barrel of the revolver pressed firmly into the back of the driver's seat. The van slowed to a stop. Kane was engulfed in the darkness under the blanket. He could hear a tapping sound as the guard rapped on the window with his baton. Moleface rolled the window down. The men spoke to each other in rapid Chinese. Kane had no idea what they were saying, but his muscles tensed. Moleface's voice cracked. The man sounded nervous. He began to stutter. Kane pressed the pistol forward deeper into the seat.
"来吧，停止浪费我的时间,"
Moleface spat out. The guard laughed.
"Crazy 烂碎，让这个漂亮的女孩来走."
Kane heard the metal clank of the gate opening. The van lurched and began to crawl forward. He remained still, his senses on fire. His fingers flexed, grasping the butt of the pistol tighter. He heard Gia's voice.
These men are disgusting pigs, but we're past the gate, heading into the garage. I don't see anyone.
Kane flipped up the blanket and sat up. Peering out the front windshield, he watched as they pulled into a dark, cavernous garage. A few other vans and service vehicles were parked in random spots throughout the space. Puddles of spilled engine oil stained the concrete floor. They shimmered a reddish black in the dim light, like crusts of dried blood over a wound. The van jerked to a stop.
There's one guard in uniform, Gia whispered. I see him. He's walking this way.
There was a quiver of fear in her voice.
Tell our friend to call him over, Kane said. What? Are you crazy? What if he sees you?
He won't. Kane cracked open the rear door of the van and crouched. Gia whispered to the man in Chinese. Kane pointed the revolver at Moleface and cocked the hammer back. The metal click echoed through the van. Do it. The man rolled down the driver's side window.
"Hey, 过来,"
he shouted, waving his hand.
"Come here a sec."
The guard ambled over. Kane could smell the faint odor of cigarette smoke drifting through the air as the man got closer.
你想要什么?
The guard asked.
"Don't tell me the van has another leak."
As the guard approached the window, Kane slipped out the rear door of the van and dropped to the ground. His movements were quick and silent. He scanned the garage, looking for any signs they had been noticed. If another guard entered the area at this particular moment, he saw nothing. They were alone in the chamber with only the lone guard. The man looked in the window, leering at Gia.
"Wow, wow. Who's this then?"
Kane crept up behind the guard, using his thumb to lower the hammer in his revolver. As he approached the man, he saw Moleface's eyes track his movement. His mouth opened and his eyes hardened. Kane processed all this in less than a second, but he knew exactly what the man was going to do. He was going to try to warn the guard. The uniformed man stiffened as he caught the strange, determined look in Moleface's eyes. He straightened up and began to turn around, but he was too late. Kane slammed the butt of the revolver down, striking the guard's skull with a crushing blow. The man staggered from the impact. Kane grabbed the back of his head. He slammed the guard's face into the doorframe of the van. He heard a loud pop as the guard's nose broke. The man uttered a brief guttural snarl of pain. Before he could make any more noise, Kane looped his right forearm around the man's throat and squeezed down. The pressure of the hold cut off the oxygen supply to the guard's brain. He struggled at first, but his thrashing soon slowed to a lethargic pace. Kane looked over the guard's shoulder and saw Moleface twisting in his seat. He heard the click of the driver's side door opening. Kane held out his left arm, still grasping the bloodied revolver. Moleface looked up and saw the black circle of the barrel aimed directly at his face. "Don't!" Kane said, his voice a harsh rasp from exertion. The man froze. Keeping his gun aimed at Moleface, Kane lowered the unconscious guard to the ground. He watched as Gia slipped a hood over Moleface's head, then zip-cuffed his arm to the steering wheel. Kane dragged the guard to the back of the van and pulled him inside. Working quickly, he unzipped the man's jumpsuit. Then he began to strip off his own clothes. Gia looked back. Her eyes traveled over the hard lines of Kane's lean, muscular torso. His body was decorated with a series of lines and ridges, a dark mosaic of scars, left behind by long-forgotten wounds. One scar stood out from the others. A small circular patch of pale white skin just below his shoulder. "What on earth happened to you?" she asked. "Where did you get all those scars?" "Kind of a long story," Kane muttered as he slipped into the guard's uniform. It was a tight fit, but he managed to tug the zipper closed. He grabbed the man's cap and put it on, pulling the brim down low to cover as much of his face as possible. "So much pain," Gia said. "What are you? Some kind of policeman? Or a soldier?" "I'm here to help. That's all I can say. The less you know about me, the better. Do you trust me?" Gia nodded. "Perhaps I shouldn't, but I do." "Good. Now cut him loose." Gia removed a pair of wire cutters from the glove box and cut the zip tie that bound Moleface. Kane walked over to the driver's side of the van, brandishing his revolver. He opened the door, grabbed Moleface, and yanked him out of his seat. As the hostage stumbled to the ground, Gia slid over into the driver's position. She looked down at Kane and bit her lip. "What if you need my help? You don't speak Chinese. What if—" "I'm not going to be doing any talking. And no offense, but I'll be faster on my own. Wait here and keep your head down. If anyone sees you, or if someone starts checking out the van, haul ass. Just go, ram through the gate if you have to." Kane fastened new zip cuffs around the blackguard's wrists. He turned the man around and bound his hands behind his back. Gia brushed a long strand of hair from her face and looked down at him from the driver's seat. "You sound like you've done this before." "Not exactly this, no, but I've been in similar situations." "Similar? What the hell is similar to this?" Kane looked her in the eye as he pulled the zip cuffs tighter. "You said you trusted me. I'm telling you we can do this. Keep your head down and stay quiet. If I'm not back in 15 minutes, things didn't work out. If that happens, you have to bail. Get as far away from here as you can, ditch the van, and run. Don't go back to your friend's apartment. Leave Beijing. Got it?" The girl nodded. Kane jabbed the revolver into Moleface's back. The man shuffled a few steps forward. Kane stopped and looked over his shoulder. Gia stared back at him, her eyes wide with fear. Gia, thank you.
You want to thank me? Be back here in 14 minutes.
Kane nodded and gave her a reassuring smile. I will. He turned and prodded Moleface with the gun. Let's go. He tilted his head down, and the two men made their way across the garage into the shadows. Chapter 16. The hallways inside the Black Jail complex were long, narrow, and dark. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead, bathing the peeling white walls in a sickly, dim glow. Many of the bulbs in the fixtures appeared broken, and some were even shattered. Fragments of broken glass glittered among the piles of dust and refuse that lined the corridors. As Kane and Moleface moved forward, they passed several supply rooms and medical offices. The doors were all fitted with key-card locks. The cleanliness of the electronic hardware indicated the locks were a new addition to the building, probably installed after the facility had been repurposed as a detention center, Kane assumed. Kane maneuvered Moleface past the doors down the long, empty hall. They came to a T intersection, and he turned right. He had memorized the blueprints of the hospital provided by Gia's hacker friends. He couldn't read the Chinese signs on the walls, but he knew they were heading in the right direction. As they walked down the new hall, Kane spotted a security camera. It hung in the northwest corner, and its smoked dome lens rotated towards him. He kept his head turned down and pulled Moleface in close to block his face from view. Stairs, Kane said in a low voice. To your left. Kane knew Moleface spoke just enough English to understand the simple directions. He pivoted the man left and swung open a gray metal door. His captive stumbled down the dark, narrow stairwell. Kane followed close behind. Their footsteps echoed in the darkness as they descended to the basement level. They emerged into another hall. After the pitch black of the stairwell, the dim fluorescent light seemed white-hot. Kane blinked as his eyes adjusted to the light. Then he gave Moleface a shove, and they continued marching forward. The passage was narrow, lined with industrial pipes and valves. Kane heard men laughing up ahead. He pushed Moleface forward past an open doorway. Next to the door, an old dented fire extinguisher hung lopsided from a broken bracket on the wall. As they moved in past the open door, he saw two more guards, their uniforms unzipped to their chests. They were smoking and playing a game of cards. One of the men laughed and blew a cloud of smoke from the corner of his mouth. "Ma de ka!" he shouted, throwing his cards down on the small table that sat between them. "What a shit hand!" The man didn't even look up as Kane marched past the room. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Up ahead, left turn," he muttered, tightening his grip on Moleface's shoulder. They turned and moved down another dark, narrow corridor in the cramped basement. They came to a large door. This one painted a shocking bright yellow. The sign on the colorful door was in Chinese, and Kane could not read it. But there was no mistaking the lightning bolts and other warning symbols on the sign. This was the right place. He pulled on the door's handle, but the giant yellow slab wouldn't budge. It was locked. Kane fished in his pocket and removed Moleface's key ring. Jingling through the keys, he tried them each one by one. Finally, he heard a click as the deadbolt cleared the lock. He swung the door open and pushed his captive inside. The door shut behind him with a loud thunk. He kicked Moleface forward, knocking him to the concrete floor. The man grunted in pain as he struck the hard surface. "Don't move!" Kane growled. His eyes scanned the room. 3 tall metal cabinets surrounded him, one on each wall. An array of thick wires and pipes ran into each cabinet. A symbol decorated the face of each metal door. It was a yellow triangle surrounding a black lightning bolt, the international symbol for high-voltage power lines. Kane checked his watch. 5 minutes had elapsed since he had left Gia in the garage. 10 minutes to get upstairs, get Sean, and get back to the garage, he thought, assuming the blackguard told the truth about his location. Kane took a deep breath. He would find out soon enough. He opened a pouch on the belt of his uniform and slipped the stun gun he had confiscated into his hand. Stepping over the groaning body on the floor, he threw open the doors of each cabinet. Rows of industrial circuit breakers were mounted inside each metal box. He triggered the stun gun. The weapon crackled and popped as blue sparks leapt from the tip. He ran the sparking weapon across the first set of breakers. The metal switches popped and hissed. The sudden influx of electricity fried the delicate copper wiring inside each breaker. The lights in the room flickered and dimmed, then went dark. A harsh electronic siren squawked to life and echoed through the hallway outside. Kane's mouth twisted into a grim smile. He triggered the weapon again and proceeded to fry the remaining sets of breakers. A shower of glowing sparks illuminated the room for a few brief seconds. Then darkness settled over them once again. Kane grabbed his hostage from the floor. "Next stop," he muttered, as he led the man out into the hall. Outside, the halls were dark but not pitch black. The power outage had triggered the building's backup generators. Spinning red emergency lights cast rotating pools of crimson across the walls and floor. He pushed Moleface back the way they had come. Up ahead, he heard frantic shouting in Chinese, just audible above the squawking siren. They were approaching the room with the two guards. Kane triggered the stun gun once more, jabbing it into Moleface's back. The man jerked and stumbled as the voltage coursed through his body. Kane threw him forward, and he flew past the doorway just as the first guard was exiting. The guard turned to look as the body fell past him. As he looked away, Kane pressed the trigger on the weapon again. Nothing happened. "Damn," he thought. "Battery must have discharged." He wanted to avoid a gunfight for as long as possible. The sound of gunshots would carry even over the siren. The guard rushed over and kneeled down next to Moleface. He ripped the hood off the twitching man. "Gao Shan Ma Gui? Hey, I know this guy. He work here." He turned and looked up, his eyes wide as Kane charged towards him. Kane tore the fire extinguisher off the wall as he moved towards the guard. The uniformed man leapt to his feet. "Rukinja!" he yelled. "Intruder! Who the hell up?" Kane swung the metal cylinder in a sweeping arc. The blow struck the guard across the chin before he could finish his warning. The force of the impact spun the man around, and he dropped to the floor like a stone. Kane whirled around to face the second guard just as he exited the room. The man saw his partner slumped on the ground and drew his revolver from its holster. He raised the pistol towards Kane, but he was too slow. Kane slammed the bottom of the extinguisher into the advancing man's face. The blow struck with a dull, echoing thud. As his target stumbled backwards, Kane jabbed again. This time he used both hands to power the canister into the man's gut. The guard bent forward from the impact, gasping for breath. Kane took aim and depressed the handle of the extinguisher. A burst of white chemical smoke whooshed from the nozzle, blasting the dazed guard in the face. He stumbled backwards through the door. The extinguisher filled the small room around him with an impenetrable haze. Kane could hear the man coughing and wheezing within the thick cloud. Holding his breath, Kane stepped into the room. Grabbing the top of the extinguisher with both hands, he swung it like a baseball bat. A metallic clang rang out as it connected with the coughing guard's head. The man went silent, dropping to the floor. Kane pivoted to his right. He slammed the extinguisher down on the knob of the open door. The heavy metal canister battered the knob clean off the lock assembly. Kane kicked it outside and left the room, slamming the door shut behind him. He dropped the empty fire extinguisher, letting it clatter to the floor next to the unconscious bodies of Moleface and the guard. Then he advanced towards the stairs. He checked his watch. 6 minutes to go. Sean Tyler crouched next to the door of the small concrete room. He put his ear to the door, listening to the commotion outside. He heard faint noises above the screeching siren that echoed through the complex. Men shooting, glass breaking, screams and shouts. The lights in the room had gone out, and there were no windows. His face was lit by flashes of red light, bursting from the crack under the door. Alton paced back and forth on the other side of the room. "This sound bad, no good. Dangerous out there!" Sean reached up and gripped the door lever.
"It's dangerous in here, too. You know better than anyone. People don't leave here. They come in and they disappear."
"But not you! Some big shot from Minister of Security comes to see you? Moves you to private room? Moves me in here, too? Who are you? Why you so special?"
The young man shrugged.
"I don't know, man. I just thought it was 'cause I was American."
Alton shook his head and ran a hand through his tuft of black hair.
"Typical. Trust me, they want you for something special. Otherwise, they just leave you in Tilang Chao prison."
"Well, I have no idea what that something special is, okay?" Sean said. "But I do know I have to get out of here. There's something I have to do. You can stay here if you want. Maybe that's safer."
Sean pulled the lever. It clicked open. The door was no longer locked. He looked back at the short, nervous man. Alton stopped pacing and sighed.
"Screw that. I go with you. Maybe your luck rub off on me."
Sean shook his head.
"I'm under arrest for industrial espionage. I'm locked up in a secret jail that no one knows exists. And I'm about to walk into a prison riot. You call that luck?"
Alton smiled.
"Could be worse." "Jesus, I hope not. Okay, we go on 3. You ready?"
Alton cleaned his glasses on his shirt, then set them back into his face. He nodded. Sean tightened his grip on the door.
"Okay, 1, 2, 3!"
He opened the door and stepped into the hall. The wail of the siren was even louder on the other side of the door. A few other doors along the corridor hung open. Several of the older inmates shuffled back and forth in a confused daze. Sean saw a stooped elderly man look up at the flashing emergency lights and shake his head. The man crept back into one of the rooms and shut the door behind him.
"Kinda quiet up here," Sean said.
"They keep most inmates on first floor," Alton hissed behind him. "You one of the special ones they move up here."
A long panel of square windows ran along the right side of the corridor, overlooking the first floor. Crashing furniture and shattering glass rang out from below. The angry shouts of guards rose above the chaos as they ordered the inmates back to their holding area. Sean moved over to the windows and looked down. A throng of prisoners surged through the double doors of the cafeteria. They exploded into the halls of the facility, screaming in rage. Alton hung back in the doorway. He peered around the corner, beads of sweat dripping from his brow.
"It sounds bad," he said, his voice trailing off.
He turned as heavy footsteps echoed towards them. A dark figure jogged down the corridor, heading their way.
"Sean, look. We're busted."
Sean turned and looked down the hall. He took a step backwards. A prison guard in a camouflaged jumpsuit emerged from the crimson glow of the lights.
"Waylai!"
he shouted as he worked the pump of his riot-control shotgun.
"Get back in your room. It's not safe out here."
Sean froze. The flashing lights, the piercing wail of the sirens, it was overwhelming. The guard pointed the gun at the ceiling and fired.
Sean's face twitched as the light fixture above them exploded, raining a fine shrapnel of plastic and glass down onto the floor.
"Move it, Guilo!"
the guard shouted.
"Sean, get back here, come on!"
Alton shouted.
"It's not worth it!"
He ran out into the hall and grabbed Sean's shoulder.
"Get back inside!"
As he shook Sean, the guard moved closer to them.
"Back inside, my Shangarai."
The guard's words were replaced by a wet choking sound. His eyes bulged and his face flushed bright red. His body fell forward and he slammed face first into the floor. A fire axe was buried in his back. A pool of blood spread from the twitching body. Alton's eyes widened behind his glasses. His mouth gaped.
"What the—"
Another figure emerged from the shadows. As he stepped into the spinning circle of light, Sean's trance seemed to break.
"Who the hell is that?"
he asked. The man was slim and of average height. He was Chinese, but his skin was pale, almost stark white. His eyes glowed a strange, rat-like pink in the crimson emergency lights. His hair was blonde, cut in a short, sweeping modern style. He marched towards them and stopped at the corpse of the guard. He reached down and wrapped his slender, pale fingers around the handle of the axe. Grunting with exertion, he pulled the weapon from the dead man's body. He looked up at Sean, and his mouth stretched tight into a wide grin. Sean took a step back.
"Get back in the room,"
he said in a low voice.
"Huh?"
"Back in the room, go!" The pale albino man charged towards them, swinging the axe up and over his shoulder. He wailed a battle cry as Sean and Alton scrambled back into their holding cell. They slammed the door shut and threw their weight against it. The door buckled as the man on the other side slammed into it.
"Lock it! Lock the door!"
Alton screamed.
"I can't!"
Sean shouted back.
"The power's out. It's an electronic lock."
The door buckled again. They heard a heavy crash, followed by the sound of splintering wood.
"Get the bed! Push it over here!"
Alton slid the metal bunk towards them. Together they pushed both their beds up against the door, then pushed their shoulders against them, bracing their feet against the floor. The crashing and splintering continued behind them as the madman pounded against the door.
"Who the hell is that guy?"
Sean shouted.
"I don't know,"
Alton gasped.
"I never saw him before."
The head of the axe crashed through the splintering wood panel of the door. The thick blade sliced through the thin mattresses of the bunks as if they were paper.
"You were right,"
Sean grunted. Alton panted from the exertion as they struggled to keep the door closed.
"About what?" "Things just got worse."
Chapter 17. Kane made his way back upstairs and was surprised to find the first floor of the Black Jail almost empty. The double doors of the large cafeteria were smashed into jagged fragments of splintered wood. Kane coughed and his eyes began to tear. A thin, bitter-smelling haze drifted through the air. He recognized the smell. The guards had used tear gas to quell the surge of inmates as they rushed to escape the holding area. He walked past the battered body of an unconscious guard. A few men in plain clothes lay on the ground as well, moaning and twitching from their injuries. Kane wasn't sure if they were detainees or more blackguards like Moleface. Either way, it appeared most of the inmates had managed to escape the building after the power went out. He could hear the muted shouts and screams of guards outside. Gia. Is she still safe in the garage? He forced the thoughts from his mind. No time for that now. He grabbed a pair of tear gas grenades from the unconscious guard's belt. A few feet away, he spotted a discarded shotgun lying on the ground. He picked it up and examined the weapon, recognizing it as a Hawk-type 97-1 pump-action. Based on the reliable and time-tested Remington 870 design, the weapon was a favorite of the Chinese police. He checked the tube under the barrel and found it still held 3 of its 5 loads. He slipped his revolver into the inner pocket of the jumpsuit. Then he pumped the shotgun and proceeded to the next set of coordinates on his mental map. He turned the corner and moved towards the main stairs. Another domed security camera was mounted next to the stairwell. Kane assumed that China's Ministry of State Security had a file on him and his past activities. I'm sure that operation in Macau raised a few eyebrows, he thought, remembering an old mission. Such a file would include photographs, and he could not afford to be recognized now. He had not yet been debriefed by the CIA. His file still listed him as a traitor, KIA. That was the narrative Bernardo had pushed after betraying him in Afghanistan. To the rest of the world, he was dead, killed in action while trying to sell the contraband that had disappeared after Operation Big Blind. But he doubted the Chinese government would put much stock in that. Not if they identified him on video assaulting a building in the middle of Beijing. He ducked behind a corner wall as the camera rotated in his direction. Popping a gas grenade off his belt, he tossed it under the camera. The grenade detonated with a loud pop, and a cloud of white vapor exploded into the corridor. Kane took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He charged forward into the cloud, covering his mouth and nose with his arm. The burning vapor licked at his skin, but he pushed forward. He had experienced the gas many times before. He was trained to push through the pain and discomfort. After he ascended 2 flights of stairs, he opened his eyes and exhaled, then coughed and gagged. His eyes were swollen and watery. He pushed forward. He heard a series of crashes on the floor above. Each impact echoed through the vertical shaft of the stairwell. The loud noise cut through the incessant howl of the siren. There was no more time to waste. Kane sped up his pace and jogged up the remaining stairs. He emerged on the 3rd floor and took a deep breath. The dank, mildewed air was like a fresh summer breeze compared to the stinging haze of the lower level. The crashing was louder now. Whatever was making the noise was just around the corner. Kane held out the shotgun and paced down the corridor. He swung around the corner and found himself staring down another long, dim hallway. A series of large glass windows broke up the wall on his left. They looked down on the cafeteria, the makeshift central holding area. A row of doors stood to his right. Most of them were open now that the electronic locks had disengaged. As he advanced down the hall, Kane squinted. The spinning red lights illuminated a figure at the end of the hall. It was a slim, lean man, swinging something over his shoulder. As he got closer, Kane realized the man was wielding an axe. The man threw the heavy weapon forward, striking the door with another loud crash. Kane did a quick mental check of the building's floor plans. The room up ahead was where Sean was being held. This man, whomever he might be, was trying to force his way in. The assassin. Red Phoenix. Kane raised the shotgun. "Move away from the door! Now!" he ordered. His voice boomed down the corridor. The man whirled around, and Kane stared in disbelief. Lit by the spinning crimson pools of light, the figure looked like a ghost. The pale albino man cursed in Chinese. Uttering a high-pitched scream, he raised the axe and charged towards Kane. Kane did not hesitate. The shotgun bucked and roared in his hands. The man uttered a short bark of pain. He jerked to a stop and looked down at his chest with a curious expression. Kane took a few steps forward. Something was wrong. The man was still standing. Kane pumped the shotgun, ejecting the old shell to the ground and loading the new one. He fired again. The explosion of gunfire echoed through the corridor. The albino stumbled backwards as the slug struck him in the shoulder. His hand shot up and rubbed the point of impact, but again he did not go down. He looked up and stared at Kane. His eyes seemed to glow a hellish red in the overhead emergency light. His thin, pale lips twisted into a smile. Kane looked down. In the dim light he could see the spent shell casing of his last shot rolling across the floor in front of his feet. Normal shell casings were red. The one on the ground was blue. He couldn't read the Chinese markings on the side, but he knew exactly what they must say. Non-lethal, he thought. Rubber bullets. Should have checked. Stupid, careless. Kane debated reaching for his pistol, but there was no time. The albino man charged forward, screaming in Chinese. His stark white skin and shrieking cries were unnerving. They made him seem even more like some kind of malevolent ghost or spirit. He raised the axe above his head in a double-handed grip. Kane raised the shotgun horizontally in front of his face, blocking the downward swing of the axe. The metal blade clanged against the barrel of the gun, just inches away from splitting his skull. The pale man was stronger than he looked. The force of his swing knocked Kane back a few steps, and it took all his strength to hold the blade at bay. Recovering from the force of the blow, Kane thrust the gun forward, knocking the axe back. He snapped the butt of the gun towards his attacker's face. The albino ducked his head down. As he evaded the blow, he pivoted his body, launching a powerful side kick into Kane's left knee. Kane staggered backwards again and felt his leg wobble. If I could just get clear, he thought, get a shot at a vital organ. At this close range, even a rubber bullet would incapacitate his foe. But the albino didn't let up in his assault. A forward thrust kick slammed into Kane's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. He gasped for air, struggling to replenish the oxygen that had been forced from his lungs. His vision cleared. He saw the axe once again swinging towards him. He rolled to the side, and the blade clanged against the concrete floor. The blow sent a shower of sparks into the air. Kane rolled to his feet as the albino wailed his strange battle cry and swung the axe again. Kane thrust with the shotgun, blocking the swing. His attacker pushed Kane forward. He felt his back slam into one of the plate glass windows that ran along the hall. Dropping the axe, the albino grasped the shotgun in both hands. He pushed forward, digging the weapon into the flesh of Kane's throat. Kane threw up a knee towards the man's groin, but his attacker blocked the blow with a raised leg. The albino grunted with exertion. Kane could see the long, slim muscles in his white forearms rippling with strength. His attacker forced the gun down. The cold metal bit into Kane's throat, crushing his windpipe. He tried to shift the gun left or right, struggling to lift it even a fraction of an inch off his throat. He needed a second to catch his breath. But his attacker was relentless. More cords of muscle seemed to burst from the pale skin of his neck and shoulders. No matter how hard Kane struggled, he could not force the gun back. Despite his slim frame, the albino seemed inhumanly strong for his size. His vision began to blur and fade. Looking down, he noticed something strange about his attacker's hands. He could see the man's fingers wrapped around the barrel of the gun. He counted 6 fingers on each of the man's hands. Must be hallucinating, he thought. Lack of oxygen. From the corner of his eye he could see through the thick glass window. He could make out the shattered remains of furniture far below them on the first floor. Prison guards swept through the large room, checking for survivors amidst the debris. A sudden reflection moved across the glass. Kane saw a beam of splintered wood swing through the air. It smashed across the side of his attacker's face. The albino's head snapped sideways from the force of the blow. He did not release his grip, but Kane felt the pressure on his throat loosen. It was just enough. He sucked in a lungful of air and his vision began to clear. Kane twisted the barrel of the shotgun, pointing it over his left shoulder. He slipped his right hand down to the trigger guard and pulled the trigger. The gun fired. Kane clenched his teeth in pain as the deafening blast sounded a few inches from his ear. At point-blank range, the rubber slug was powerful enough to shatter glass. The window exploded behind him. A barrage of glass shards fell 40 feet to the ground, shattering on the floor below. Kane dropped to the floor and pulled his attacker forward. As his back slammed into the ground, he kicked upwards, rolling the albino up and over the window frame. The man screamed as he somersaulted over Kane and flew through the shattered window. He plummeted down to the cafeteria and slammed into a broken table. The table had been snapped in two, and jagged shards of wood lanced upwards. As they punched through the albino's back, he coughed a fine spray of blood, and his eyes fluttered closed. The guards on the ground looked up at the shattered window in surprise. "Knees ein Ali! Don't move!" one of them shouted as they charged out of the room. Kane staggered to his feet, gasping for breath. His eyes were still bloodshot from the tear gas, and his ears were ringing from the shotgun blast. The albino strangulation attempt had left a savage red bruise on his neck. Standing before him was a young Caucasian man panting with exertion. He was clenching a broken beam of wood in his hands. His eyes were wide, blue, and frightened. "Jesus, dude, are you okay?" he asked. Kane recognized him at once. He had seen Sean's picture on the HRN website, but the eyes. He remembered seeing those eyes in a small, crumpled photograph years ago. "Sean," he croaked. "You're Sean Tyler." Sean looked him up and down. "You know me?" he said in an uncertain voice. "I knew Jack, your father," Kane said, his voice returning to normal. "What the hell is going on? Who was that guy with the axe?" "I don't know, but we have to move. You can't stay here. People want you dead. Powerful people. Our only chance is to keep moving." A short, nervous-looking Chinese man ran up behind Sean. He looked back and forth between Sean and Kane. "Who the hell are you?" he asked. Kane nodded towards the man. "Never mind that. Who is he?" "Alton, he's with me." Kane shook his head. "No, I came for you. He'll slow us down. The doors are all unlocked. The guards have their hands full. He can find his own way out." "I said he's with me." Sean's voice took on a stubborn, hard edge. Kane recognized the tone. He had argued with Jack many times. He didn't recall winning many of those arguments either. Kane looked down into the holding room below. The guards were gone. He knew they would be heading upstairs to intercept them. They could be in the corridor in seconds. "Fine," he said. "Let's go. We have to move." He marched towards the shattered door of Sean's room and turned right. Sean and Alton jogged behind him. "You know, you still haven't told us who you are." "That's kind of a long story," Kane said as he opened the door to another stairwell. "Funny, my dad used to say exactly the same thing. Whenever I asked him a question, he didn't want to answer." Sean followed Alton down to the dark stairwell. He paused and looked up at Kane. "Before you said you knew my dad, past tense." Kane closed the door and drew his revolver from inside his jumpsuit. He pushed past Sean and Alton, taking the point position on the stairs. "There's no time for that now. I'll explain everything later." He descended into the darkness of the stairwell. Sean gave him a sullen look, then clanged down the metal stairs after him. "Yeah, right. He used to say that all the time, too," he muttered. Kane guided Sean and Alton through the dark, winding corridor that led to the service garage. As they scrambled behind him, Alton grabbed Sean's shoulder. "Hey," he whispered. "This is bad. We could get in big trouble. Maybe we should stay. How do you know we can trust this guy?" Sean shrugged. "He didn't try to cut me into pieces with an axe." Kane glared back at them. You're free to stay here if you want.
Alton shook his head.
No, never mind, thank you.
They came to the service door. Kane paused and turned to them. Listen up. There's a white van parked about 10 yards straight ahead. There's a woman inside the van. She's a friend. When I open this door, you run to that van and get inside as fast as you can. If there are any guards, I'll lay down cover fire. You keep running. Don't stop, don't hesitate, just run, got it? The two men nodded. Kane took a breath and put his hand on the door. We go on 3. 1, 2, 3. Kane threw the door open and sprinted into the garage. The huge dark garage was the same as he had left it. Dark slicks of oil still stained the concrete floor. Dim fluorescent lights beamed down from overhead. But one thing was different. The white van was gone. Kane ducked behind a metal dumpster as a trio of guards jogged into the garage from the front entrance.
"Get down," he hissed. "Over here."
Sean and Alton didn't listen. They kept sprinting straight ahead as he had ordered them. The guards saw them and immediately raised their pistols.
"Right on! Don't move!"
Sean saw the guards advancing with their guns drawn. Like a deer in headlights, he froze. Alton stopped a few feet away, turning his head left and right.
"Where is it? There's no van!"
Kane popped out from behind the dumpster.
"Back here, now!"
he shouted. The men pivoted and sprinted towards the dumpster. Kane fired twice, sending 2 shots towards the guards. One shot missed and sparked against the concrete floor. The other struck the lead guard's leg and he stumbled to the ground. The other 2 guards opened fire. Their bullets ricocheted off the dumpster as the 2 men dove for cover.
"There's no van!"
Sean shouted.
"I see that!"
Kane snapped back.
"It took longer than I thought to get out. I guess she had to leave. So now what?"
Another hail of bullets slammed into the dumpster. Kane ducked around the corner and returned fire. He aimed for the ground near the fallen guard. His shots kicked up chips of concrete near the man's feet. The other 2 guards stopped firing. They grabbed the arms of their wounded partner and began to drag him out of the garage. Kane ducked back behind the dumpster. He had bought them a few seconds, but the men would be back once their comrade was out of the line of fire. Kane flipped open the cylinder of the revolver. He had 1 shot left. I don't know. Maybe we go back inside, try another way out, or... The roar of an engine drowned out Kane's words. Brakes squealed as the battered white van lurched into the garage. It barreled towards the guards at full speed.
"Conde Chulai, look out!"
The 2 guards standing opened fire on the van. Kane winced as their shot struck the windshield. The pane of glass shattered into a spiderweb of cracks, but the van continued charging towards them. They stopped firing and dove out of the way, leaving the wounded guard on the ground. The van's tires squealed in protest as the lumbering vehicle swerved around the fallen guard. Then it skidded to a stop, a few feet from the dumpster. Gia opened the side door and waved to them.
"Get in! Move!" she shouted.
"You heard the lady. Go! Go!" Kane ordered. Sean and Alton charged for the van, piling in through the open rear door. Kane ran around the passenger door and leapt in next to Gia. She glared at him as she shifted the van into drive.
"What happened in there? You were late."
"Sorry. Resistance was heavier than I thought." The van charged out of the garage. "Head for the southwest corner of the fence. There's a rear gate. It's not as heavily—"
"I saw it,"
she spat, cutting him off. The garage was filled with guards. They were taking all the vehicles, chasing down the detainees that escaped. I had to leave in case they tried to take this van. I drove around in circles outside. I didn't know what else to do." Kane put his hand on her arm and smiled. "You did great, Gia. Thank you for coming back." She bit her lip and gave him a nervous glance, but said nothing. Kane looked ahead through the shattered windshield. "Gate's coming up. Punch it!" Gia stepped on the gas. Kane rolled down his window and took aim at the lone guard standing in a small booth next to the gate. The bouncing vehicle made accuracy almost impossible. Kane fired. The shot missed, but it had the desired effect. The man ducked down in the guardhouse, taking cover. Kane sat back down in his seat and fastened his seatbelt. "Brace yourselves!" he shouted back to Sean and Alton. Gia closed her eyes and screamed. The van slammed into the gate at full speed. The metal fence snapped and sparked as it tore free of its mounting. The engine whined and groaned as a section of the wire mesh caught in the front axle. Kane grabbed the wheel from Gia's hands and jerked it to the right. The van's tires screeched as the vehicle skidded onto the Beijing city streets. They heard a thud as the last chunk of metal and wire dropped from underneath the vehicle. The van shuddered, then charged ahead at full speed. A bullet twanged off the rear of the vehicle. Kane looked up at the rearview mirror and saw the lone guard behind them. He had run out of the tiny booth and was firing at them with his revolver. "Turn left up here, then make a right in the first alley." Gia nodded. "You remember the streets here? You have a good memory." Kane looked back at Sean. The young man's eyes were wide with fear and his face was pale. But there was also a loose confidence in his expression, a firmness in his jaw, an uncompromising determination in his stare. Kane realized that, like his father, Sean had saved his life. He had overcome his fear and attacked the albino assassin in the hallway. "Forgetting things had never been a problem for me," Kane said, turning back to face her. "Just the opposite, in fact." Chapter 18. Ted Lipinski scanned the info on the page in front of him. He flipped to the next section of the report as he paced down the hall. The dark-tinted windows of the NSA headquarters rose up on either side of him. The building was a vast canyon of black glass and chrome. Skylights overhead allowed soft pools of sunlight to pierce the shadowy corridors. "Are these figures correct?" he asked. "Your people can guarantee a 40% resolution improvement in these lighting conditions?" Avi Kramer, a younger man wearing a rumpled, ill-fitting suit, kept pace with Ted. "At least 40%, he said. "When you combine that with our social media algorithms, you're looking at, 70-80% increase in data density." Ted flipped the report closed. "Don't sell past closed, Avi. I've already got social media taken care of. Your algorithms are last year's model, but this image amplification software, this is the fucking Ferrari. I want it." Avi jogged forward again, turning around to face Ted. A wide grin stretched across his face, and his cheeks flushed with excitement. "That's awesome, man. I mean, fucking A. Hive mind is right there on the edge. We're ready to explode, and you're gonna get it for a song." Ted laughed. "Yeah, we'll see. Tell that to the DARPA guy who dumped $12 million into that app. What's it called? Crawl Space? 15 years later, the only people interested in the next social media revolution are a bunch of crappy local bands." Ted, hold on a second," a woman's voice called out behind him. Ted looked over his shoulder and spotted Rebecca Freeling heading towards him. Sunlight from the massive skylights overhead sparkled in her fiery red hair. Her eyes seemed to hone in on him, picking him out of the crowd with laser-like intensity. Ted shoved the report into Avi's hands. "Here, Avi, can you give us a minute?" Avi grasped the mass of papers in his twitching hands and gave Ted a nervous smile. "Yeah, sure. But we're good, right? The funding?" "Prepare a demonstration for next week. I want to run this up the flagpole before I commit." Ted heard the hum of Rebecca's motorized chair, and she pulled up next to him. "Ted, there you are." Ted smiled and rested a hand on her shoulder. "Rebecca, did we have an appointment this afternoon? Hope I didn't double book you." Rebecca shook her head. Avi appeared mesmerized by the highlights of copper and auburn exploding through her hair. Ted glanced over at him and laughed.
Rebecca, meet Avi Kramer, Avi, Rebecca Freeling. Avi's company does facial recognition algorithms, image enhancement technology, great stuff.
Avi shook her hand.
Pleased to meet you, Miss Freeling. You know, if you like, I could demo our new...
Ted scowled.
Avi, why are you still here? Rebecca, I'm late for a briefing. Roll with me?
Rebecca rolled her eyes and maneuvered alongside him.
Charming as always, Ted,
she muttered, as they left Avi behind in the corridor.
I can't stand these startup guys, Ted muttered. All they do is bitch about privacy and oversight and other bullshit. But they come for us for money. We're an intelligence agency, not Kickstarter. What do you think we're going to do with their tech?
That's your cross to bear, Ted. I work in human intelligence. I'm a boots-on-the-ground kind of girl. Not that you'd know it from the DNI's reaction to my drone report.
The drone missions are a CIA program, speaking of crosses to bear. But I have to say I agree with Blaine on this one.
That wouldn't have anything to do with our reliance on NSA SIGINT for coordinating our strikes, would it? Or should I say, over-reliance?
Ted smiled.
Well, you know what they say about opinions.
They came to a security checkpoint in the hallway. Ted held up his ID badge and then dumped his cell phone and keys into a plastic bin. He stepped through the metal detector in the center of the hall. Rebecca rolled over to a uniformed security officer and allowed him to search her bag. She followed Ted through the checkpoint, then stopped as they came to a silver metal door. Armed guards stood at attention on either side of the passageway. Ted typed in a series of letters and numbers into the keypad. A green light flashed over the door as it unlocked. Ted held the door open for her, and Rebecca moved forward into the vast, dark chamber that lay beyond. Ted closed the door behind them. They were standing in a long, narrow catwalk. The walkway ran along the edge of an enormous server room several stories below. The air was cool, dry, and artificial, and the hum of electronics seemed to vibrate all around them. It took Rebecca a few seconds to adjust to the dim light. She looked down into the dark chasm of black towers and flashing blue lights.
God, this place always gives me the creeps, she said. Feels like I'm on the Death Star.
Ted slowed his pace and moved forward along the catwalk.
Really? I love this place. We draw more power in this room than the average small town in Maryland. The spinning servers down there actually generate enough friction to reduce our heating bill by 40% in the winter.
He spread his arms and smiled.
See? Even the NSA is going green.
Ted, I know you have to get going, but I wanted to talk to you about the briefing yesterday. Specifically about the prisoner exchange.
Ted stopped moving. He glanced down at her but did not look her in the eye.
What's there to talk about? He said. It's the president's call, not mine.
You don't sound too happy about it.
He stuffed his hands in his pockets and surveyed the galaxy of blinking lights beneath them. He rocked back and forth on his heels.
I'm not happy. It's a bad deal, and you'd see that if you weren't taking it personally.
Rebecca rolled her chair in front of Ted and spun around to face him. She tilted her head, forcing him to make eye contact.
The transfer is a presidential order. There's nothing personal about it.
The blinking blue lights of the server farm blazed in the darkness. They illuminated Ted's round, cherubic face with a soft purple glow.
Rebecca, despite what you may think, I like you, and I respect you. After what you've been through, I'd be a fool not to. So I'm going to be honest with you.
Well, now we're finally getting somewhere.
Bernardo went off the reservation, no doubt about it. He killed Jack Tyler, hurt friends of yours, and he hurt you. So now you're throwing all your weight behind this kid, and I get it. He's a victim here, an idealist, in the wrong place at the wrong time, but I think on some level, you're still fighting Bernardo, still trying to undo the damage he did. That's not your job. Your job is to defend the interests of the United States. My job is to provide the president with accurate, objective, and actionable intelligence, not to make policy. Ted shook his head. That's a cop-out. For all Bernardo's faults, at least he had some skin in the game. You want to do his job, you're going to have to pick a side and start playing offense. He smiled and started walking towards the other end of the catwalk. I have to get to my briefing. Next time you want to drop by, call my assistant. She'll put you in my book. The cafe here makes the most amazing Waldorf salad. It's got candied apples in it, tastes like those Jolly Rancher candies. Ted! Rebecca's voice crackled through the dry air. Ted spun around but kept walking backwards. Rebecca rolled towards him. Sorry, girl, gotta go. It's my turn to be honest. I received intel that the NSA is running black operations in China. That you have an unauthorized asset in place there. Is that true? Ted stopped walking and laughed. What? Where did you hear that? WikiLeaks? I have assets of my own, Ted. Is it true? Ted shook his head. Come on. You're the boots-on-the-ground girl. I'll stick to my computer geeks and web crawlers. The exchange is happening, Ted. The president signed his approval. Ted smiled. I know. We both played this game long enough to know how these things work. He walked away from her down the catwalk. He turned and looked back over his shoulder. You win some, you lose some. Ted exited the catwalk through another security door. He quickened his pace and walked over to a small alcove just off the side of the corridor. He slipped his encrypted cell phone from his pocket and checked the screen. There were no messages, no texts. Not good, he muttered to himself. He tapped on the screen. Red Phoenix, report operation status, go or no go. He waited a few minutes, pacing back and forth in the small alcove. There was no response. He entered a different number into the chat app. The contact info was not stored on his phone, but he knew the digits from memory. Red Phoenix not responding. Status unknown. Recommend abort operation, clean assets. He walked over to a vending machine and swiped his credit card across the magnetic reader. A plastic bottle tumbled out of the machine. As he twisted the cap off the soda, his phone beeped in response to his message. He checked the screen. Negative on abort. Tangent must be secured. Tangent is priority 1. Ted sipped his fizzing beverage and thought for a moment. He hesitated, not sure how much information he should reveal. CIA involved. Possible asset in China. He typed. DNCS asking questions. She will not let this go. He looked down as he sipped more soda. This time the phone beeped its reply almost instantly. Repeat, tangent is priority 1. CIA is priority 2. Sean Tyler is priority 2. All else, priority 2. Understood, he typed back. He closed the app, erasing the digital traces of his conversation from the ether. There was no record. There was no evidence. It had never happened at all. It's the same in life as in computers, he thought. Sometimes things just have to be erased. Outside the shadowy confines of NSA headquarters, the sun overhead seemed almost blinding. Its rays battered the shimmering black glass building as if struggling to expose its secrets to the light of day. But the massive obsidian cube remained a dark enigma.
It was a vault of shadows, even in the face of the most powerful light in existence. Rebecca was glad to see her SUV was already waiting for her outside the entrance to the building. The driver's side door opened and Josh hopped out. "1 second, ma'am." He jogged around to the passenger side of the vehicle and opened her door. With the flip of a switch mounted on the door frame, a metal platform emerged from the passenger area. It lowered to the ground with a hydraulic whine. Josh smiled, his eyes sparkling in the bright sunlight. "Here, I'll help you up." "No." Her voice was harsher than she intended. She shook her head. "No, thank you," she said softer this time. "I can manage." "Okay, then." Josh watched as she maneuvered onto the platform. Then he walked back to the driver's side. He touched the radio mic in his ear. "Packages on the move, repeat packages on the move." He got into the car and started the engine. He turned towards Rebecca. "They wouldn't let the rest of the detail through the main gate. Just me." She locked her chair in place and fastened the seatbelt across her chest. "Josh, I'm going to give you a tip if you want to keep working with me. Don't ever refer to me as the package again." Josh chuckled. "Yes, ma'am. You got it." Rebecca stared out the window at the glossy, sinister black building. As they drove toward the front gate, they passed row after row of parked cars. The building now housed a staggering number of employees. The NSA's operational budget grew larger with each passing year. "Well, how did your meeting go?" Josh asked, as he turned the wheel, taking them out of the complex and onto the main road. "That depends on your point of view." "How do you mean?" Rebecca looked in the rearview mirror and saw the second vehicle in her security detail pull up behind her. For once, she was thankful for the extra protection. Just about every other word out of his mouth was a lie. But that tells me something useful. Rebecca pulled out her phone and opened her calendar app. "What would that be, ma'am?" Josh asked, as she checked her agenda for the day. "It tells me he doesn't want me to know the truth. By the way, if there's one thing I hate being called more than the package, it's ma'am. Got it?" Josh kept his eyes on the road and forced himself not to grin. "Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Got it." He looked over at her. "For what it's worth, I do want to keep working with you. You're the only spook in this business I trust." She closed the app and slid the phone back into her Hermes purse. "Why, because I'm a woman?" He shook his head. "Hell no. Most of these suits in Washington, guys like Lipinski, they sit behind desks and make life and death decisions for people like me. Soldiers, spies, men and women in the trenches. We're the ones eating sand, taking bullets, and sweating blood. But these jokers." He looked up at the reflection of the black slab-like building in the rearview mirror. It's all just a game to them. They're playing poker with someone else's chips. When they win, they take the credit. But when they lose, other people pay the price. What makes you think I'm any different? Josh stared at her for a second. She found herself examining the tiny crow's feet that surrounded his eyes. They reminded her of someone. They reminded her of... "You're a fighter," he said, cutting off her train of thought. "I heard what you did in Thailand. That took guts. Most people in that situation, they would have folded." She looked out the window, silent. "You paid a price, ma'am," he said, his voice low and soft. "You know what it means to fight for something you believe in, to put your life on the line." "Josh." "Yeah, sorry, I guess I'm rambling. You called me ma'am." Josh's rugged, weathered face broke into a grin. The wrinkles around his eyes turned upwards, like miniature reflections of a smile. "Yeah, sorry about that, Director Freeling." "Let's go with Rebecca." He nodded and smiled again.
Rebecca it is.
They continued down the winding, tree-lined road. Chapter 19. Kane walked down the center aisle of the bullet train as it streaked through the Chinese countryside. Outside the long windows that ran along the length of the car, the scenery was a blur of green and brown. Factories and forests, cities and suburbs, all reduced to ambiguous streaks of color rushing past. The train shuddered, and Kane rested a hand on the seats to either side of him to maintain his balance. An elderly Chinese woman looked up at him and smiled. Kane nodded and continued down the length of the car. He finally reached the end of the car and pressed the button next to the narrow door that blocked his progress. The door slid aside. He moved through the tiny, flexible corridor that connected the two cars. For a moment, the noise outside rose to a loud, violent clatter as the train hurtled forward. Then he moved through another door and into the next car. The door slid closed behind him, and the noise died down once again to a dull, muted roar. He looked up at the digital display mounted over the entrance. The crimson LED lights ticked up as the train increased in speed. He watched as they hit 348 kilometers per hour. Despite the occasional lurch or shudder, the train was remarkably smooth for traveling at such a high speed. Kane had acquired the tickets the previous night. After their escape, they had abandoned the van in an empty warehouse outside the city. Kane had doused it with gasoline and set it aflame to hide any DNA evidence that might link them to the vehicle. They took 2 separate cabs to the train station. Alton had purchased a ticket there using money borrowed from Kane. They boarded the high-speed rail one by one so as not to attract attention by traveling in a group. This was the second stop the train had made since leaving the city. At each station, Kane exited onto the platform and did a quick recon. He pretended to look for a magazine or souvenirs while keeping a close eye on the passengers boarding the train. He scanned the crowds looking for police or agents from the Ministry of State Security. So far, no one had caught his eye. A petite woman in a navy blue attendant's uniform pushed a trolley cart down the center of the aisle. She stopped next to a row of seats. "Yin fan ha xiao qi qing," she announced in a soft, gentle voice. She pushed the cart forward again and repeated the phrase a few rows down. Kane had no idea what she was saying, but her cart was filled with soft drinks, bags of chips, and boxed meals. He pulled some Chinese yuan from his wallet and held it out to the woman. "Lunch?" he asked, holding up 4 fingers. The woman smiled and handed him 4 boxes, a collection of drinks and some change. "Braised beef," she said in English. "Very tasty." Kane looked down at the strips of gray meat and withered vegetables. The questionable meat was sealed beneath the cellophane box wrapper. "Looks delicious," he said. "Xie xie." He gathered the stack of food and slid sideways past the attendant. She continued pushing her cart forward down the aisle. "Yinpin he xiao qi qiang?" she continued to call out. Kane made his way through another sliding door to the next carriage. It was a sleeper car. A narrow corridor ran along one edge of the car. A series of wood-paneled doors lined the other side of the passageway. A young Chinese couple approached him from the opposite side of the car. They were laughing, holding plastic cups of what he assumed to be beer. He pressed against the outer wall and let them pass. When he was sure they were in the next car, he turned and knocked on one of the doors. The wood panel slid aside, revealing Jia's worried face. "What took you so long?" she said, uttering an exasperated sigh. Alton looked up at Kane over the rims of his glasses. "You get food? I'm starving." Kane stepped into the tiny sleeping chamber and slid the door shut behind him. The cabin consisted of 2 bunk beds facing each other. The upper bunks were folded back into the walls. Kane sat down next to Alton in one of the bunks, and Jia sat across from him. She crossed her legs and looked out the window at the scenery rushing by. Her eyes appeared to glaze over, and Kane once again suspected she might be in shock. He could hardly blame her. In less than 24 hours, she had seen more violence than most people did in their entire lives. He handed her one of the boxes. "Here. I wouldn't exactly call it food, but it's the best I could do." She took the box but did not open it. Kane handed her a bottle of green tea. She unscrewed the cap and took a long sip, never taking her eyes off the window. Alton grabbed one of the boxes and peeled off the clear wrapper. "You know, I like train food. Reminds me of vacation." He broke apart the slim wooden chopsticks and began shoveling meat and rice into his mouth. Kane handed a box to Sean. "You should eat. I don't know when we'll get another chance." The young man opened the meal and began to pick at the scraps of food. "Did you see anyone?" Gia asked. Kane shook his head. "No." "The next stop is Zhongzhou East. That's a decent amount of distance between us and Beijing. If we don't see anyone there, I'd say we should be in the clear for a while." Kane opened one of the bottles and sipped some green tea. The cool liquid felt refreshing. For a brief moment, he forgot the aches and pains radiating through his bruised body. "And then what?" Gia asked. Kane screwed the cap back on the bottle of tea and looked up at Gia. "You can't go back to Beijing. Not for a while. Do you have someplace else you can go?" She shook her head. "I don't know. I'll have to think. I don't have any family. Some friends, maybe, in Hong Kong." "Good. Don't call them until you get there. Don't call anyone. The fewer people who know where you're going, the better." A cloud of worry crossed Gia's face. "Oh, my friend in Beijing. The one whose apartment I was staying at. I have to warn him. Tell him to stay away." Kane nodded. "We'll be in Hong Kong in 8 hours. Will they be back before then?" "No, I don't think so. He's on vacation in the Philippines." "Good. Call when you get to Hong Kong. Tell him to stay away from the apartment for as long as he can. When he gets back to China, tell him to report a break-in. I'm sure the authorities will have raided the place by then. Your friend should act like he has no idea what happened." Sean dropped his unfinished meal on the seat and looked up at Kane. "I can't go to Hong Kong," he said. "I have some contacts there," Kane said. "It will be easier to get you out of China from Hong Kong." "I can't leave China. Not yet. I have to go back to Shanghai. I have friends there, people who—" "No," Kane said. "We have to get out of the country as soon as possible." "Look, man, I appreciate what you did, but I don't know you." Sean nodded toward Gia. "I don't know her either." She gave him a nervous smile. "I work with Human Rights Now in Beijing. When we heard you were transferred to that place, we organized a protest. We thought since you were American, the government might release you as a gesture of goodwill." Sean nodded and looked back at Kane. "Okay, that's her story. What about you? How do you know my father? Where the hell is he? Why didn't he come to get me?" Kane sighed. "You can call me Tom." "Look, I don't have time." "You just broke me out of a Chinese black jail," Sean interrupted. "You act like it's no big deal. Who the hell are you? Why should I listen to a word you say? Christ! Now I'm an international fugitive. We all are." "Better than being a corpse," Kane snarled. "You couldn't stay in that place. In case you forgot, someone in that jail wanted you dead." Alton swallowed a lump of food and nodded. "That guy in the hallway, the albino. As soon as the power go out, he come right to your cell. He knew where to find you.
Kane lowered his voice. I can't explain everything, not now. Your father and I were friends. We worked together. I promised him I'd look out for you. You were in trouble, so I came to help. That's all I can say.
And where is he now? My father.
Kane was no stranger to death. Sometimes he was the instrument of its execution. He delivered its cold embrace to his targets with swift, impersonal precision. Other times, more often than he cared to remember, he had borne witness to death's aftermath. Corpse-strewn battlefields, back-alley executions, forensic analysis, casualty reports, strategic calculations. This was different. He had no experience in this. No statistics or tactical recommendations could blunt the cold, hard truth. Your father is dead, he thought. I watched him die in a dark, dirty hole. He looked Sean in the eye. I'm sorry, he said. His voice was flat, almost monotone. Jack is gone. Gia opened her mouth as if to speak, but the words seemed to die in her throat.
Gone?
What do you mean, gone? Sean asked. Kane's emerald eyes burned into the young man, cold and unyielding.
You know what I mean.
Sean stood up in the tiny cabin.
This is crazy. I haven't seen my father since I can't even remember. Now you show up in the middle of China, bust me out of jail and tell me he's dead? Oh, and someone wants to kill me as well.
I know it must be hard to hear, but it's true. All of it. Sean shook his head.
Can't handle this. Nope. Not happening.
He slid open the cabin door. As he moved out of the exit, Kane clamped his hand down on the young man's arm. Where are you going? He asked, his voice taut as steel cable. Sean looked down at him. He no longer looked scared or nervous. He looked angry, defiant. To Kane, it looked like Jack staring down at him.
I just found out I'm an orphan,
Sean said.
I need a drink. You mind?
Tom, Gia said softly. Kane let go of Sean's arm. The young man glared around the cabin one last time, then stormed out the door. Alton shoveled another mound of food into his mouth and stood up.
He need to blow off steam. No worries, I go with him. Make sure he's okay.
Get him back here, Kane growled. Our faces might be on the news. If someone recognizes him...
No problem.
Alton left the cabin and slid the door closed behind him. Gia was silent for a moment, then she focused her large, luminous eyes on Kane's brooding face.
Is it true? He has no family?
I didn't know about his mother. Until a few days ago, I didn't know anything about him, I guess.
But the father, he was your friend?
One of the few, but like I said, he's gone now. Gia rested her hand on his knee.
Then you are like Sean. You have both lost someone. You have that in common, among other things.
Kane tossed the empty green tea bottle into a small trash bin in the corner of the cabin. What other things?
When you told him just now, the memories it brought back, they were painful, yes?
Kane looked out the window. The misty green countryside streaked by.
He said nothing.
That's what I mean,
Gia said as she lay down on the bunk and closed her eyes.
You both react to pain the same way. With anger.
Her words faded to a whisper. Kane looked over at her and watched her breathe. Her chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm. It matched the cadence of the train's wheels jetting along the tracks. Within minutes she was fast asleep. Kane's body ached and his head raced with memories and doubts. The sound of Gia's breathing was relaxing, and he longed to lay down on the other bunk and rest across from her. Instead, he continued to stare out the window. The speeding train painted the scenery outside in the window's frame. The blurred images felt like fragments from some hazy, long-forgotten dream. The warm, welcome oblivion of sleep refused him. Chapter 20. Ted swirled the ice in his drink, listening to the cubes of frozen water clink against the glass. He swigged down the last dregs of the bitter, cheap vodka, wincing as it slid down his throat. The progress bar on his computer screen read 70%. The powerful machine chugged away. Its CPU sifted through the mountain of data he had ordered it to collate. Ted unlocked one of the large file drawers in the bottom of his desk. There, next to a slim black leather case, he spotted the half-empty jug of vodka. He removed the vodka and refilled his drink. It was warm, and the ice was almost gone, but he didn't care. He replaced the bottle and locked the drawer. As he took a sip, the machine finished its analysis. The data points were almost infinite. A sprawling cross-section of credit card terminals, traffic camera coverage, online dating profiles. But infinity was next to useless. The first and most important step was to prune the massive information map. He had to break it down into segments, areas of effect, likely points of intersection. He brought up a map of the D.C. Georgetown area. A sea of glowing red circles began to expand from each node of information. As they crossed each other, the overlap turned green. The green sectors began to shift and converge. A few remote patches of green withered and fell off the map as Ted entered more search criteria. The computer recalculated and filtered the results. Finally, he was left with a green area that covered roughly a 5-mile radius in northwest Washington, D.C. Doable, he thought. He took another sip of warm vodka. Jesus, I gotta put a freezer in here. Tapping more keys, he ran a social media crawler. Poor Avi, he thought. Those algorithms he was so proud of were old news. Similar software had been developed by another tech company 2 years ago. That company, what was its name? Delphi? Dolphin? They were defunct now, at any rate. Tangent had seen to that. Ted had offered to invest in the company through a series of fronts and shell corporations as usual. The CEO refused, leaving him with no choice. Soon after, the company was hit with a mysterious security breach. The malware spilled their entire catalog of IPs onto the net for all to see. Except, of course, the social media algorithms the NSA had wanted in the first place. Those found their way to Ted and his tailored Access Ops branch. There, they were further modified and refined from their original source code. Russian hackers, the FBI said. Ted smiled, remembering the news reports. That was the beauty of Tangent. That was why Tangent was priority 1. Your data is our data. A collage of pictures began to fill his screen. Geotagged social media posts, hundreds of them. The crawler sorted through the posts. It cross-referenced the photo's metadata with friends nearby, established patterns, restaurant reviews. Each point of intersection narrowed the search. After a few minutes, the computer beeped and displayed a single photo. According to the algorithm, the subject in the photo was a 92% match to Ted's target. He sipped more vodka and peered at the screen. The foreground of the photo displayed a sliver of peach pie. Its crust was dotted with caramelized sugar and fruit juice. He looked closer. There. She was a blurry, indistinct face in the background. Just another anonymous patron at a crowded, popular restaurant.
Not anonymous anymore, Ted thought.
The concept of anonymity was now as quaint and outdated as rotary phones and pagers. Privacy was obsolete. He examined the GPS data of the photo, then pressed the talk button on his communications rig.
I have her. Restaurant Nora. Florida Avenue.
Roger that. On our way now, over. The contractor's voice was gruff and short. He did not use a voice mask like Red Phoenix did. Ted knew the man was not in that asset's league, not even close. But he had worked with these people before. They were more than capable of a simple task like this. He leaned back in his chair and sighed. He had meant what he had said about Rebecca earlier. He truly did respect her. She was smart, resourceful, and tougher than he would have imagined. He even respected her idealism, as inconvenient as it might be. She didn't hide her beliefs or pretend she was something she wasn't. He downed the rest of the vodka and frowned. His admiration of her didn't matter. His feelings didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was securing Tangent. Tangent was priority 1. The narrow room was dim, lit only by flickering candles. But to Rebecca, the light seemed blinding. Dark brick walls surrounded her, stretching for an eternity into the shadows. She could hear muted words echoing around her, but she could not focus on them. They faded into background gibberish as her mind raced. Beads of sweat dripped down her forehead. Her pulse beat faster and faster. She had to get out, escape. There had to be a way. The man sitting across from her smiled. He's going to ask me another question, she thought. There's nothing I can do about it.
So what exactly is it you do again? He asked, after swallowing another sip of wine. Rebecca noted the greasy residue his lips left on the edge of the glass. I think your dating profile said civil servant. She forced herself to smile. It was a common myth that officers of the CIA were not allowed to disclose their occupation. True, she was forbidden from discussing operation details and matters pertaining to national security. However, her position with the agency was a matter of public record. The truth was, she preferred not to bring it up. She knew once she mentioned it, a barrage of questions would inevitably follow.
I work in intelligence, she said. She used her fork to break off a piece of the plump scallop sitting on her plate. And believe me, it's not as exciting as you might think.
Well, it sure beats being a lawyer, the man chuckled. So wait, are you telling me you're a spy? Are you even allowed to say that?
Rebecca wiped her mouth with her napkin. The flavors of butter, sage, and thyme exploded across her taste buds. The food at Nora's was spectacular, even if the company left something to be desired. You're being a bitch, she thought. There was nothing wrong with the man sitting across from her. What was his name? Mitch? Matthew? A successful defense attorney, he seemed polite and friendly without being lecherous. Sharp dresser, too. Blue suit, black shoes, good skin. Too bad about the thinning hair. But he was in pretty good shape. Maybe he spent a few hours each week at the gym. Probably some racquetball games at a sports club thrown into the mix. He was perfectly normal. Nothing wrong with him at all. So why are you mentally marking exit routes? She had no answer to her question. Just about every woman she knew was looking for someone exactly like him, but to her, he seemed like a mirage. She was looking through him, not seeing him. She was searching for something else. And the questions. God, how she hated the questions. She shook her head. No, hate to break it to you, but I'm not a spy. I'm more like middle management. I mean, you're a lawyer, right? I'm sure people think that's more exciting than it really is, don't they? Like you must run around the city solving crimes and all your cases settle in an hour or less. Her date laughed and took a bite of a steak. As she watched him eat, she recalled an article she had once read. It suggested that food should be chewed 30 times before swallowing for optimal digestion. She noticed he took his time, mashing the food between his teeth for several minutes. He chewed 30 times exactly. She counted. Well, have you ever been in a dangerous situation? She stabbed the scallop with her fork, but lacked the energy to take another bite. She pushed the plump white fragment around on her plate. It left trails of risotto sauce across the white porcelain surface. Sometimes there's an element of risk, she said. It goes with the job. She looked up and laughed. I mean, before, when I was in the field. Now, there's not, obviously. I work behind a desk. I'm not running around out there. She gestured with her free hand. Not out there, not running around anywhere. He reached out and set his hand on her wrist. You seem nervous. I'm having a great time. I hope you are too. She grabbed her glass of wine and took a long drink, letting the buttery, oaky taste relax her. She said. The food is really good. Thank you for choosing this place. Her date looked down at the table for a moment. Then he looked up at her and smiled. Is that how you got hurt? Was it your job? Rebecca set down her fork. I can't talk about that. He nodded. Right, of course. Look, I'm just going to come out and say it. I hope you're not worried about what I think. What you think? She repeated slowly. About the chair. I know it must be hard. But you strike me as a strong woman. I know. She grabbed the wheels of her chair. Would you please excuse me a minute? I have to go outside. What? Her eyes spied a door to the rear of the narrow dining room they were seated in. It was between the kitchen and the restrooms. A cigarette. I have to smoke. A frown crossed her date's face. Your profile said you were a non-smoker. Your profile pic said you had hair, she thought. I'm sorry, Matt. I just need a minute. I'll be right back. She pushed herself away from the table. Her date stood up and set his napkin on the table. Michael. Huh? My name is Michael, not Matt. Right. Michael. Sorry. I'll be right back, I promise. She rolled away from the table towards the door at the rear of the restaurant. She fumbled with the door handle as the front of her chair banged into the door.
A waiter stepping out of the kitchen saw her struggling and stopped.
"Ma'am, please, let me help."
"No." She realized her voice sounded harsh, strident. She took a deep breath.
"I've got it. Thank you."
She backed up her chair and pulled the door open. She was out. Free. The cool night air washed over her, driving the hot flush of panic from her face. Her hands were shaking. She gripped the wheels of her chair. A low brick wall sectioned off the rear patio of the restaurant. She could hear murmurs of conversation drifting up from the diners there. She wanted to be alone. She pushed herself past the patio into the darkness. The air became dank. She wheeled herself behind a dumpster. The metal container was packed with rotting food and bulging plastic trash bags. It stank of rot and mold. She forced herself to breathe. This must be some kind of panic attack, she decided. She shook her head. She just had to breathe. You know what he was going to say, she thought. You're strong, you're young. There's still hope. You can fight this. You will walk again. She had said those same words to herself over and over. Day in and day out since the injury had left her paralyzed. Not a moment went by that she did not repeat the mantra. Remind herself mentally that she was strong. She could fight this. There was still hope. But when she heard those words spoken from someone else's mouth, when she saw their sympathetic smiles, felt their pity, then those words of strength became trite and meaningless. They had no more weight or substance than the saccharine wishes of a greeting card. And all the doubts and fears they suppressed rushed to the surface at once. Fighting back tears, she pulled her phone from her purse. She erased the dating apps she had used to meet Michael. She couldn't do it anymore. The doctors had told her she had to adapt, had to relearn to live a normal life, do normal things, connect with people. This is normal, she thought. Hiding behind a dumpster, blubbering my eyes out over a random date, this is not normal. She wiped her eyes. Enough, she decided. I decide what normal is. I decide when to adapt and when to fight. And I'm not done fighting. She sighed and pushed herself out from behind the dumpster. The dark alley stretched away from her in either direction. As she pushed herself closer to the restaurant, she saw a figure emerge from the door and walk towards her. Probably my date, she thought. She had been outside for some time. He must have come to check on her. Nice guy. Normal. Unfortunately, normal wasn't what she was looking for right now.
"Ma'am, are you all right?"
The shadowy figure spoke as he stepped closer to her. She realized it wasn't her date. It was the waiter from inside, the one who had tried to help her with the door. He continued walking closer, stepping into the light. His jacket was open, revealing a clean, spotless white shirt underneath. No sweat stains. That's wrong, she thought. She had waited tables in college, and she knew the job was grueling. The heat from the kitchen, the constant motion back and forth carrying heavy trays of food. Even a half shift left her exhausted and drenched in perspiration. The man walked closer. His face was lined and hard, and he looked older than the other waiters she had seen in the dining room. A dark layer of stubble covered his chin. Rebecca fumbled her phone back into her purse and snapped it closed. "Ma'am?" he repeated. "I heard noises out here." A distant voice screamed in the back of Rebecca's brain. It took her a second to realize it was instinct. It was 1 second too late.
The man stepped behind her wheelchair and grabbed the handles.
"Please, let me help you."
He began to roll her back to the restaurant.
"No," she said, "I'm fine."
"It's all right, ma'am. I've got you."
He was pushing her faster now. She felt a cold pang of fear gnawing at her gut. She had been in danger before. She knew the signs, and she had ignored them. He wheeled her past the restaurant door, farther down the alley. The wheels of the chair clattered against the pavement.
"Where are you taking me?" she shouted. "Stop!"
The man picked up the pace. She turned her head, trying to get a glimpse of his face. She heard the screech of brakes. A black van pulled to a stop ahead of them, and its taillights filled the alley with a crimson glow. The rear door slid open with a loud thunk. The man pushed her towards the pitch-black space within.
"Help! Someone help!"
The man clamped a hand over her face and pressed a rag against her mouth. She gagged as a dense, sickly sweet smell overpowered her senses. A thick, translucent haze fell over her vision. The lights up ahead bloomed into beautiful red starbursts. They glowed in the darkness like neon poppy flowers. CHCl3, she thought. Chloroform. It was over. She had allowed self-pity and fear to cloud her judgment. She should have fought harder, should have trusted her instincts. Now it was too late. The haze grew heavier. Her head tipped forward, but the hand did not release its relentless pressure. She couldn't breathe. The sweet, cloying smell was all she could perceive. Sweet, like flowers. No, it's not too late. You're strong. You can fight this. The old familiar words once again rang out in her mind, cutting through the haze of rotting flowers. As her hands fell to her sides, she felt the wheel locks on either side of her chair. Her fingers were numb, tingling. She slapped her palm against the lock, but it felt slippery. She couldn't quite grasp it. Her hand slipped off the lever and fell back to her side. She heard the restaurant door crash open behind her. A voice called out, "Stop! Don't move or I shoot!" It was Josh. This was her chance. The man began running faster, and her chair bounced up and down on the rough pavement. The dark maw of the van grew closer. It would swallow her whole any second. She raised her hand again. This time, her fingers hooked around the slim black handle on the left wheel. She pulled back on the grip with all her strength. The wheel locked with a loud squeal. The man was rushing forward so fast, his momentum spun the entire chair sideways. Rebecca felt herself falling. The rag flew away from her mouth. She had just enough time to gasp a fresh breath of the dank, wet air in the alley before she crashed to the ground. Her head struck the ground with a loud crack. Her purse tumbled forward, spilling its contents onto the pavement. The man pushing her stumbled and fell to the ground in front of her. Josh charged towards them, his pistol drawn and ready. "Rebecca, stay down!" He fired twice. She covered her ears as the explosive gunfire echoed through the narrow passage. The man who had tried to assault her lurched to his feet and charged forward towards the van. He stopped and grabbed her purse, pausing just long enough to shove the scattered contents back into the expensive leather bag. Josh fired again, and the man jerked as a metal slug tore into his shoulder. He grunted in pain, but he did not stop running. Clutching his shoulder, he leapt into the dark rear of the van. The door closed with a metallic thud, and the vehicle's engine roared to life. Josh sent a double tap of bullets into the rear of the van as it peeled away from the alley. The dark vehicle screeched around a corner and disappeared from sight. He rushed to the edge of the alley and scanned the sidewalk, looking left and right. After he confirmed there were no more attackers, he knelt down next to Rebecca. "Rebecca, you okay?" She realized she was sobbing. She turned her head away from him and wiped away some smeared mascara, then used her arms to lift herself up to a sitting position. I'm fine. Only thing wounded is my pride. Josh examined the bruise on her forehead. Well, not the only thing. Looks like you took a tumble. She nodded. It's nothing. Could have been a lot worse. She looked up at him. What are you doing here? I don't have a night detail. He looked away for a moment, then gave her a sheepish smile. I was thinking about our conversation earlier about Lipinski. I know how guys like that think. And I know you. I figured you pushed his buttons this morning. So you followed me? Well, yeah, I guess I did. She nodded. Good instincts. He slid his arms under her body. Come on, let's get you out of here. You ready? She nodded and wrapped her arms around his shoulders. Okay, 1, 2, 3. He grunted slightly as he lifted her up off the ground. Cords of muscle rippled beneath her fingers. She felt lightheaded, flushed. A tingle ran through her body. Butterflies, she thought. No, it's just the chloroform wearing off. You need fresh air. He set her down in her chair. You know I gotta call this in, he said, glancing around the alley once more. She reached out and put a hand on his arm. Wait, don't, not yet. Rebecca, you're the DNCS. An attempt was just made on your life. I can't just... Ted said I needed to get some skin in the game. Well, now I do. And you're right. I must have pushed his buttons this morning. This attack, it has to be connected. I must have struck a nerve when I mentioned the intel from China. So what's our next move? She looked Josh in the eye. The men on your team, do you trust them? I mean 100% trust. He thought for a moment. There's one or two. Guys I knew in the service, Marines. Those guys I trust. She nodded. Call one of them and get a forensics kit over here. There's blood in the alley where you shot that asshole. Get a sample and bring it straight to my office. Don't check it in, don't log it with the agency. Once you have the sample, call this in as a mugging. D.C. Metro Police only. She rolled back towards the restaurant. Hey, where are you going? He called after her. She rotated the chair and faced him. I have to ditch my date. Too bad. I heard the food here is amazing. Any sparks? She smiled. Let's just say the attempted kidnapping was the highlight of the evening. He grinned back at her, then turned away and began dialing a number on his cell phone. She flushed again, realizing that what she had said was true in a way. Not the kidnapping, of course, but Josh. Butterflies. Definitely butterflies. She shook her head and rolled back into the restaurant. Chapter 21. David Fang looked through the glass at the withered, ancient face below. He saw his reflection superimposed atop the old woman's sagging, jaundiced skin. He watched as she struggled with each labored breath. Her lungs drew oxygen into her body with a slow, stuttering rasp. Each exhale was a measured gasp of pain. She was suffering. His mother was suffering. But Dr. Abigail Song, a petite woman dressed in a white lab coat, stood by his side. She carried a slim, glowing tablet in her delicate hands. Her fingers danced across the screen, tapping on charts and notes. "We secured a donor organ," she said, "but I must again remind you, this treatment course is experimental. So far results have been mixed at best. It may not be advisable to put her through the strain of another operation."
David turned from the glass tube. "What about this machine? This, what did you call it, hyperbaric oxygen treatment?"
Dr. Song looked up at him over the rim of her glasses. "The atmospheric pressure in the chamber is 1.5 times normal pressure at this altitude. The increased pressure and oxygen levels should cause her body to stimulate production of both new blood cells and stem cells. Those are both vital for healing." The tenor of her voice reminded Fang of his stock analyst. She sounded like she was noting fluctuations of currencies and markets in an investment portfolio. Her delicate fingers swiped a graph across the tablet screen showing various test results. Studies have shown HBO treatment to have anti-angiogenic effects on cancer tissue. It also stimulates the recovery of normal tissue after surgery. She held the tablet towards him. "Would you like to see the data on?" Fang waved the tablet away. The withered woman in the glass tube turned her head slightly. Her eyes were shut tight. They looked like two dry, old wounds, long since scabbed over. One of the thin slashes cracked open, and a watery, bloodshot eye rotated to look at Fang. He smiled. The eye rolled away from him and stared straight up. Then it closed once again. He stepped away from the tube, and the doctor followed. He spoke to her in a firm but quiet voice. "Doctor, I could care less about your data. All I want to know is, will it work?" Dr. Song looked him in the eye. Her face was cold, impassive. She did not frown or smile. "We're confident she will survive the transplant. That being said, this is her 3rd liver this year. To combat organ rejection, we've had to lower her medications. The strain on her body will be significant, and the cancer has spread to other areas. It will almost certainly return and infect the new organ. As a long-term strategy, this is not an effective course of treatment." "The joyous lake above the gentle wind," a husky woman's voice called out. "A preponderance of the great." Fang turned and looked to the center of the room. Iris lay on the tufted carpet, her body draped in a green silk dress. The coffee-colored skin of her neck was encircled by a heavy gold necklace. The jewelry was inlaid with precious jade stones. She exhaled and brushed her long, tanned fingers back and forth across rows of I Ching sticks spread across the floor. Her nails made a soft clicking sound as they traveled over the lines and dots carved into the wood. The doctor stared at her for a moment, then looked at the slim watch that adorned her wrist. She said nothing. "The lake rises above the trees, just as the superior man stands alone," Iris said. She looked up and focused her wide, dark gaze on Fang. "In an extraordinary time, extreme measures must be taken. Revolution must not be feared. Action promises success." "Do it," Fang snapped. "Shishyanta. I will transfer the money tonight." The doctor nodded and tapped the screen again on her tablet. "Of course, Mr. Fang. Woman gan Xieni. The Park East Clinic is grateful for your benevolence." She turned to leave the room, but Fang grabbed her by the arm. She spun around to face him and looked up at him again with her cool, unflappable stare. "If she does not survive the operation, I assure you, you will no longer be grateful. Do you understand me?" Dr. Song tilted her head and regarded him with her icy stare. "She will have the best care, Mr. Fang. Wo fa she?" Fang let go of her arm and adjusted the cuffs of his cream-white dress shirt.
For the money I am paying, I expect more than that. I expect a miracle. This is a clinic, not a temple, Mr. Fang. She will survive the surgery. Beyond that, I cannot say.
Fang nodded.
Leave us.
The doctor turned and her heels clicked on the tiled floor. She exited the room. The Park East Clinic was one of the most exclusive medical facilities in China. The space looked more like a luxurious hotel suite than a hospital room. Recessed lights in the ceiling cast soft pools over the sleek modern furniture. The floors were polished concrete. Fang caught another distorted glimpse of his reflection in the glossy surface of the tile. He sighed and walked over to Iris. He knelt down next to her and stroked her thick dark hair.
"Where is Lucky Sue?"
he asked. She nodded towards a slatted wood door that stood next to a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows. The vast expanse of glass looked out over a dark blue lake, hundreds of feet below them. The clinic was built into the side of an old rock quarry, just outside Shanghai. The pit's sheer granite walls arced below them. They joined the surface of the flat, dark water in a rippling line of gray beach. Fang stepped through the door and onto a small balcony outside the room. Another man wearing a black trench coat was hunched over the edge of the balcony. Fang stood next to him. A glass barrier rose to waist height, allowing them to take in the spectacular view. To either side of them, more glass balconies sparkled in the morning light. The banks of windows were like brilliant gems, excavated from the dark rock walls of the quarry. A light mist hung over the still waters of the lake below. Fang could see a few small boats and canoes crisscrossing the surface. In the distance, rolling green hills blocked the skyscrapers of Shanghai from view.
"It's beautiful, isn't it?"
Fang said, taking a deep breath of the fresh, crisp morning air. The other man turned to face him. It was the albino, the man who had killed Y in the restaurant. His coat fluttered behind him in the breeze.
"It's still a tomb, no matter how lovely the view," he muttered. "This family is cursed."
Fang shook his head and laughed. "Come on, Sue. What are you talking about?
You and your brother are blessed. 4 and 6 auspicious numbers. Lucky Sue and Lucky Liu."
The albino gave him a sideways glance with his pink eyes. They were squinted, almost completely closed. He held up his right hand and peered at Fang between the 3 spread fingers and thumb. The missing finger had not been cut off or removed. It simply was not there, and the other digits had spread out to accommodate the gap.
"Easy for you to say," he grunted.
"Your eyes, is it too bright out here?" Fang asked. The albino shook his head.
"Never mind that."
He rested his hands on the edge of the balcony.
"What do you want to do about Mother?"
"I want her to live, of course. The doctors say there is an excellent—"
"The doctors here only care about the money you pay them. She is in pain. You, this place, you are bankrupting this family, and all you have achieved is to prolong her suffering."
Fang gestured to the panoramic view of the lake and countryside. "This clinic provides the finest medical care money can buy. The experimental treatments, the therapeutic environment, there's no other place like it. This is her best chance at beating her cancer."
Therapeutic environment. Chinai di Shongdi. Do you hear yourself speak? She lives in a glass tube. That is part of a treatment, beloved younger brother.
Fang snapped.
I realize it is difficult for you, but this family is on the cusp of achieving greatness. Soon I will be Dragon Father of the Lulong.
The money I spent purchasing this facility here will be as a drop of rain in that lake. Everything we have dreamed of is soon to be at hand. Do you think she would want to miss that? To miss seeing her sons rise to—" A knock on the glass behind them interrupted him. He turned and saw Iris standing behind one of the giant glass panels. One of her smooth tan arms was crossed beneath her breasts. The other held up a cell phone. She gave him an annoyed stare. Looking at the screen, he could see Lewis was calling him. A frown marred his handsome features. "Dangisya. I have to take this." He paced back into the room and snatched the phone from Iris's hand. She sighed and strutted back to the carpet. Once again she reclined on the floor and began to roll her sticks back and forth. Fang turned his back to her. "Yes, what is it?" he said into the phone. "The Black Jail in Beijing. We went to get the American as you ordered. Lucky Liu was in place on the inside." "If you're telling me this, something obviously went wrong," Fang said. "Can I trust you with nothing?" "So there was some kind of disturbance there, a riot. The inmates broke free. And Sean Tyler, he—" Fang clenched the phone, the metal and glass slab bit into his hand. "Did he escape?" "Yes, but he was not alone. Our informants in the ministry gave us a copy of the surveillance footage from the jail. He had help, a Chinese man, another detainee at the jail, left with him. Also a Chinese woman. We think she was a protester, a human rights worker of some kind." "Is that all?" "No, there was one more. A man. We don't have a clear picture of his face, but he appears to be Caucasian." "Gao Si, if he was after the Tyler boy, he's probably another American. So there is more. Lucky Liu, we think he tried to stop them from escaping. He fought them and—" Fang exhaled slowly. "Say it, Lewis. Your brother, he's dead. The guards at the prison say the American man killed him. Threw him from—" Fang roared into the microphone, then threw the phone at one of the enormous windows. The device shattered against the thick pane of glass. As the pieces of the phone cascaded to the floor, a spiderweb of cracks burst through the length of the window. Outside, Lucky Si, the albino twin, turned back and looked through the window at Fang. His image was splintered and refracted in the cracked, broken glass. Si stepped inside. "Brother, I'm sorry we argued. You know I will respect your judgment in this." Fang shook his head. "It's not that." "Sit down, Si. We must talk." Iris ceased the clacking of her sticks. She spoke, but did not look up at them. "Receptive earth above clinging fire. The darkening of the light. Iris, leave us." She said nothing but gathered her sticks and left the room. The silk of her dress made a swishing sound as it dragged across the floor like wind caressing the grass in a field. When she was gone, Fang turned back to Lucky Si. The albino leaned back in one of the room's comfortable chairs, his legs sprawled open. "Si, I need you to do something for me. Something our brother failed to do." "Liu, I thought he was sent to—" "Liu is gone." Lucky Si leaned forward in his chair. Wide pink eyes stared out from the pale white expanse of his face. "What do you mean, gone?" "Our brother is dead. He sacrificed himself for this family's destiny. Now, it is up to us to persevere. Find Sean Tyler. Bring him to me." Lucky Si leapt to his feet and cupped his fist in his palm, above his heart. "Yes, brother. Wubo Hui Shibai. I will not fail you." He paced towards the exit of the room. "So wait. Fang called after him. The albino spun around. His black trench coat flared behind him.
Tyler is with others. A Chinese man and woman. And a Lao Wai, a white man. Probably American. Yes.
Fang looked up at Sue.
Kill them all. For our brother.
Lucky Sue nodded and left the room. Fang stood up and walked over to the glass tube. Inside, his mother's eyes were still closed. He heard a soft hiss come from the machinery of the hyperbaric chamber. It was the pumps working to maintain the air pressure inside. He rested his head on the glass just above her face.
We are so close, Mother. So close to our destiny. I can almost reach out and touch it. I will not fail. You will live to see your son rise. Then all those who have wronged our family, all those who caused us pain, they shall finally pay.
From inside he could hear a low groan escape his mother's withered lips. She turned away from him, leaving him staring at his reflection in the glass. Chapter 22. Zhengzhou East Station was one of the largest high-speed rail stations in the world. Its boarding platform was a vast cavernous chamber of gleaming silver and white. A delicate latticework of metal beams crisscrossed high overhead beneath the domed ceiling. Kane knew those metal beams were studded with dozens of security cameras. As he meandered through the newsstands and food carts, he made sure to keep his face pointed down, out of view of the probing lenses above. He kept a watchful eye on the sleek white train parked behind him. A crowd of new passengers boarded its various cars from the platform. Here, like the other stops along their route, no one attracted his attention. He walked past a few policemen standing near the terminal exit. They stood ramrod straight. The creases of their olive-green uniforms were pressed to a razor-sharp edge. They paid him no mind as he ambled past. Either he had managed to avoid the cameras in the Black Jail, or news of the breakout had not reached Zhengzhou. Hopefully the authorities had focused their attention on the airports. Taking the trains would give him a chance to put some distance between his group and Beijing. He walked past a tiny shop selling ornamental plates, chopsticks, and tea sets. Perched in the window was a dusty plastic sleeve that contained a set of 3 small paring knives. The handle of each knife was colorful plastic. Matching sheaths covered their steel blades. Kane stepped inside the cramped booth and nodded to the wizened little man who sat behind the counter. He grabbed the knives along with a set of chopsticks and a teacup. Placing them on the counter, he slid the man a stack of yuan notes. He kept his head down and turned to the right, avoiding the camera mounted behind the shopkeeper. The old man smiled as he took the cash and bundled the items in a plastic bag. Stepping outside, Kane made his way to the outer edge of the platform. He scanned the crowd to make sure no one was watching. Unobserved, he slid one of the paring knives from the package and tucked it into his waistband. He covered the handle with his shirt and dumped the bag of trinkets in a trash can. The knife steel was cheap, and the tang of the blade wobbled in the handle. But it would serve as a makeshift, innocuous weapon. After his experiences in Beijing, he no longer felt comfortable traveling unarmed. Common kitchen knife would not attract undue attention if authorities searched his belongings. And in a train station in the middle of China, it was the best option he was likely to find. Next, he stopped to buy a burner phone at a small electronics store. The middle-aged woman working in the store waved her hand over a glass display case. It was filled with second-hand phones and iPods. Most of them were old, battered, and covered with stickers and sparkling charms. He selected a basic model. The woman hummed a tune to herself as he handed her more of his money. As she slipped in a SIM card and activated the phone, Kane looked back towards the train. The crowd of passengers slipping in and out of the long white cars looked perfectly normal. Businessmen in suits, women holding hands with toddling children, a few tourists. Nothing that scanned out of place or a threat. She handed him the activated phone, cradling it like a precious gem in both her hands. Kane smiled and took the device, also using both hands. He gave her a slight bow. "Xie," he said, thanking her. He walked back to the train and dialed Rebecca's number. Her phone rang several times, then went to voicemail. He hung up without leaving a message. He slipped the phone in his pocket. A series of chimes played over the station's PA system. "Dear Dang Ji Tishi," a woman's voice announced. "Second boarding call. All general passengers, please board now." Kane checked his watch. The train would be leaving in a few minutes. He took one last look at the crowd. He was about to step back on the train when a group of 5 Chinese men wearing suits entered the platform. They walked with an arrogant stride that made them stand out from the other passengers. It was as if they expected the rest of the crowd to part and let them pass. Kane had come into contact with numerous organized crime groups in his career. The Yakuza in Japan, the Vor Mafia families of Russia, the Chow Pho of Thailand. He knew a gangster when he saw one. The industrialist Sean had been investigating David Fang. Gia said the man was rumored to have triad affiliations. Kane had been expecting police or agents of the Ministry of State Security to pursue them. But these men looked like neither. Did they work for Fang? Was he after Sean as well, or was it just coincidence? He watched the group push their way closer to the front of the train. As their faces came into view, Kane clenched his jaw. The man in the lead of the group was slim and of average height. His skin was stark white. He was wearing a long black coat and carrying a cane in his right hand. He wore dark sunglasses over his eyes, but there was no mistaking him. It was the albino, the man who had attacked them at the Black Jail. This was no coincidence. The ghost had returned to haunt them. What the hell? Kane thought. That's impossible. But he knew better than to doubt his senses. Somehow the albino man was here, alive and well. Kane didn't know if the man was Triad, Ministry, or Red Phoenix himself, but Sean was still in danger. The men boarded the train near the front. The bells chimed again overhead. Zui Ho, Dang Ji de Dianhua. Final boarding call. The train was leaving the station. Kane hopped through the doors of the car next to him just as they began to slide shut. A loud hum emanated from the train. With a hiss of rushing air, the wheels gripped the track and began to crawl forward. The hum grew to an electric wail as the train picked up speed, streaking out of the station like a gleaming white rocket. Sean slammed the empty Tsingtao can on the counter of the restaurant car. "Ling Wai Ching," he drawled as he ordered another beer. "Hey, I didn't know you spoke Chinese," Alton said. He gestured to the girl working behind the counter and held up a finger.
She slid 2 more cans and 2 plastic cups over the small curved counter.
Alton popped open his can and filled his cup with the crisp golden beer. Shaw tossed the cup in the garbage can behind the counter. The girl shot him a dirty look. Then she resumed his work, arranged sandwiches, fruit, and other food items on a stack of plastic trays. "I don't speak Chinese," Sean said. He popped the tab on his can, guzzled a long sip of beer, and sighed. "I can order a beer ask for the bathroom, and tell a girl she's pretty. That's about it. That's more than most white dudes. How long have you been in China? To tell you the truth, I lost track. 6 months, maybe a little more. Alton nodded. And you came here to write a story about David Fang. Sean stared down into the mouth of his beer can. I came here because there was nothing left for me back home. After my mom passed away, I guess I needed something to keep my mind off things. So I joined Human Rights Now. They sent me to this little town out in the countryside, Qingtai. I just started writing what I saw. The stuff about Fang and the cancer villages. I guess you could say the story found me. Sean took another drink and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. After Qingtai, I traveled from town to town, writing and taking pictures. Always found the same deal. Bad soil, chemicals in the water, sick kids, and David Fang. His name kept popping up everywhere I went. Alton nodded. Same in my village. The children. That's why I do it. I knew petitioning in Beijing would be dangerous, that I might end up in a place like that jail or worse, but I had to go. I could not look at their faces anymore and do nothing. Sean clapped him on the back. You're a good guy, Alton. Alton pulled a small, battered cell phone from his pocket. That reminds me, I should text my family, tell them I come home soon. They must be worried. Where the hell did you get a cell phone? I bought it in the station after I get my ticket. Prepaid phone. A burner phone. Look at you, man, all gangster up in here. Sean laughed. Let me borrow it when you're done. I want to check my Facebook. I've had internet withdrawal since I got arrested. Alton began tapping on the keyboard. Sure, just let me text first. He finished his typing and handed the phone to Sean. Here you go. Alton sipped his beer as Sean checked his email. That's weird, the young man muttered as he stared at the screen. What is it? Alton asked. My friend, the one I was working with in Shanghai, he sent me an email right after I got arrested. But it's just an audio file. Sean tapped the screen. The slow, pulsing beat of a Chinese pop song emitted from the phone's tinny speaker. The female singer's light chirping voice was a strange contrast to the soulful electronic ballad. Alton nodded his head to the beat. Hey, I know this song. That's Wooshy Woo. She's hot, man. #1 C-pop star. Sean squinted at the screen. Chinese pop music. Why would he send me this? He hates that stuff. Alton began to sing along, his voice cracking as he struggled to match the high notes of the song. Wo dui ni dai ranshao. My love for you, it burns. Sean winced and downed the rest of his beer. Alton, you're a lawyer, right? Alton stopped singing and smiled. Uh-huh. Best lawyer in my town, Wagyu. The door at the front end of the car slid open and Kane stepped through. He looked around the car and his eyes zeroed in on Alton and Sean. Sean could tell from the look on his face, the intensity of his stare, that something was wrong. Kane strode over to them at a rapid pace. What now? Sean asked. You gonna tell me I'm secretly adopted? Shut up and listen. The man who tried to kill you in Beijing, the albino. Who is he? Does he work for the government? Sean shrugged. I have no idea. I never saw him until this morning. Alton looked up from his phone. No way, man, that guy had to be triad. Why? Kane shot a wary glance towards the door he had just passed through. Because I just saw him.
and he's on this train. Sean's face went pale, and his voice lost its angry bravado. What? No way. That's impossible. Move, Kane ordered, his voice low and steady. This way. Now. Kane herded Sean and Alton towards the rear of the dining car. The door at the front of the car slid open. Sean looked back and saw the pale, hateful face of the albino staring at him from the doorway. A waitress rolled a cart filled with trays of food down the aisle, between the men in the rear of the car. One of the men grabbed her shoulder and shoved her to the side. The cart toppled over, spilling platters of noodles and sandwiches to the floor. "Zainali Yare!" he shouted. "There they are!" Sean saw the man draw a pistol. Then the door slid closed behind him. Chapter 23. The clattering noise of the train roared through the tiny connecting passageway. "Keep going!" Kane shouted to Sean and Alton. They stepped into the next car. Alton looked back, a grimace of fear clouding his timid, mousy face. "They're coming right behind us." "Move!" Kane ordered. A heavy-set man opened the tiny bathroom door and made his way towards them down the center aisle of the car. He looked up at them with an indignant glare as Alton squirmed between him and the row of seats. "Hey!" he shouted. "Dabu!" Sean pushed past him, following Alton. "Sorry, man." Kane put his hand on the man's shoulder and pushed him down into an empty seat. "Sir, get down. Stay in your seat." He hoped the man spoke enough English to understand him. Sean and Alton reached the rear of the car. Kane was just a few feet behind them. He looked over his shoulder and saw the door at the front of the car slide open. The group of Chinese men filed into the narrow corridor. The albino was no longer in front. He had dropped to the rear of the pack. Their new point man was taller than the others. He wore a gray suit and a pale pink shirt with matching tie. A thin white scar ran along the left side of the man's harsh, narrow face. He raised his arm and aimed his pistol at Kane. The passengers in the front of the car spotted the gun. A chorus of screams and shouts filled the air. The noise of the panicked crowd drowned out the roar of the train as it raced down the tracks. Kane ducked through the rear door as it slid closed. The man with the gun pushed through the frantic passengers and opened fire. Bullets smashed through the door's glass window and ricocheted down the adjoining corridor. Sean and Alton ducked down as they charged into the next car. Kane followed behind them. Another attendant was making her way towards them, pushing a cart of food trays. The passengers were mumbling in hushed tones, and an air of fear hung over the car. Outside, the countryside continued to streak by. The train charged forward at a relentless pace, racing down the tracks at hundreds of kilometers per hour. "Keep moving!" Kane snapped. "Get to Gia! Head towards the back of the train!" "Aren't we gonna run out of train?" Sean called over his shoulder. "Let me worry about that," Kane replied. The attendant gasped as Sean and Alton leapt over a row of empty seats next to her. She turned towards Kane. "What's going on? I hear noises." Kane grabbed her cart and pushed it out of the aisle. He wrapped his fingers around the hilt of the kitchen knife in his waistband. He pulled it from its plastic cover and brandished the blade in a forward grip. "Get these people out of here. Move them back." The attendant's eyes were wide with panic. She looked confused and frightened, like a deer in headlights. "I don't understand." Another series of gunshots rang out, and the small window in the cabin door shattered. Screams erupted through the car. "Go!" Kane made a stabbing gesture with the knife, pointing towards the back of the train. "Now!" As the attendant tried to control the stampede of passengers, Kane crouched low. He crept down the corridor towards the door. He took up a position next to the doorway. A split second later, the door slid open. Kane saw a gray-sleeved arm wielding a gun slide into view. He leapt from his position of concealment, grabbed the arm, and yanked forward. The lead man, the one with the scar on his face, stumbled into the car. As he flew forward, Kane grabbed the man's necktie and spun him around. He used the strip of fabric to pull his target in close. He stabbed down with the paring knife, jabbing the blade into his target's trachea. Hot blood washed over his fist as he twisted the knife. He pivoted, keeping his hostage between himself and the door. The man uttered a gurgling hiss of a scream. He flailed his arms, desperate to escape from the death grip Kane had trapped him in. The men in the forward car opened fire. Kane felt the impact of the bullets as they thudded into his hostage's body. The man ceased his struggling. His hands dropped to his side, and the gun tumbled from his grip. Kane pushed the man forward and tossed him through the door. He slid his knife from the body as it flew forward into the connecting corridor. A splatter of crimson painted the pristine white interior of the train car. Kane reached up and slammed his fist on the door button. The panel slid shut, blocking the other men from view as they fought their way towards him. Kane knelt down. Using the bloody knife, he sliced through the rubber mat that covered the floor in front of the door. He tore off a chunk of the flimsy covering, revealing the floor underneath. Using the blade of the knife, he pried open a small metal panel in the door. The wiring of the door mechanism was exposed below. Another barrage of bullets thudded into the door. One shot burst through the thin barrier and struck the floor next to Kane's knee. He flinched, but remained in position, crouching by the wires. He grabbed a bundle of the colorful cables in his fist and tore them up from the floor. The LED speed display on the wall flickered and went dark. Sparks exploded from the door's track. That should slow them down, he thought. He had shorted out the door's locking mechanism. They would have to force it open to progress down the train. He reached across the floor and grabbed the thug's discarded pistol. It was a Chinese-made CF-98 chambered in 9mm. His fingers wrapped around the polymer grip. He felt the embossed star logo on the butt press into his palm. He leapt up in front of the door and fired 2 shots through the broken window. Blood exploded from a thug's chest, and the man collapsed. The rest of the gang, including the albino, stepped over him and began to kick and pound on the jammed door. The door buckled inwards. Kane knew it would not hold for long. He moved back to the next car and closed the door behind him. He heard muted screams and cries from farther down the train. The passengers must have hit a bottleneck. As Sean had said, sooner or later, they would run out of train. Once again he slashed through the floor and tore at the wires. All he could do was slow them down. The fact that the train had not stopped meant one of 2 things. Either their attackers had a man in the engine room, or the conductor was unaware of what was happening. He looked out the window. If anything, the train seemed to be speeding up. The landscape outside rushed by faster and faster. He heard more crashing and screaming on the other side of the door. A hail of bullets shattered the window. Then the door buckled and bent as they began to force their way through again. Kane crouched low behind a row of seats. The door gave one last metallic groan, then crumpled inward and tore loose from its track. The men charged forward into the car. Kane popped up from his cover and opened fire. Muzzle flashes burst from the barrel of Kane's pistol as he fired at the lead thug. The man squeezed off a shot of his own, then stumbled backwards, falling into his comrades. Bullets struck the seat next to Kane. He ducked back down as the albino barked orders to his men. Kane thumbed the release lever and slid the magazine from the butt of the pistol. He checked his ammo supply, counting the bullets left in the narrow channel that cut through the side of the magazine. He had less than half a load left. Not good. Kane dove sideways, firing as he flew through the air. He saw blood spurt from the remaining thug's shoulder as one of his wild shots tore through the man's clothes. The albino tracked Kane's movement with his pistol and opened fire. As Kane crashed to the floor on the opposite side of the car, a barrage of gunfire tore through the seats above him. Shredded fabric and tufts of cotton stuffing exploded into the air. The wispy white fibers floated in the smoky haze, like heavy snow drifting down onto his face. Kane waited until there was a lull in the deafening storm of gunfire. He popped up and aimed his pistol at the albino. He had the man dead in his sights. Before he could pull the trigger, the albino grabbed the thug in front of him, the one whose shoulder Kane had nicked. He charged forward, pushing the man in front of him like a battering ram. Kane stepped into the aisle and fired. His gun roared as he pumped round after round into the twitching, bloodied body. Kane readjusted his aim and fired a final double tap through the crook of the thug's arm, trying to hit the man behind him. But the pale, ghostly figure twisted his lean body out of the way. Safe behind the shield of human flesh, the albino continued to push towards him. Now empty, the pistol slide locked back, and Kane felt the trigger go flat.
Without missing a beat, he hurled the useless gun towards the man advancing on him.
It bounced off the thug's lifeless head and clattered to the floor. The albino dropped the body and leapt towards Kane. As the pale man ran, screaming, towards him, Kane saw him raise his cane and tug at the handle. A long, thin blade slid out. He tossed the empty sheath of the cane aside. The albino swung his arm, slashing the sword in a wide arc in front of him. Kane leapt backwards. The razor-sharp edge of the weapon passed inches from his chest. Kane took a cautious step back. He kept his eyes on his opponent's blade as it sliced through the air in front of him. The albino eyed him and smiled.
"Ne shale wo de didi,"
he hissed.
"Xianzai, ninjiang jaru ta zai diyu."
Kane shrugged.
"Whatever you say, pal."
His enemy snarled and lunged forward with his blade. Kane dipped backwards and grabbed a service cart that was parked behind a row of seats. He yanked the cart out into the aisle. It slammed between them, blocking the albino's progress. As the pale, leering man tried to kick the cart out of the way, Kane took another step back. He grabbed the rails of the luggage racks that lined the roof on either side of the train car. Pulling against the bars, he lifted his legs up and kicked forward. He felt the ledges buckle as the strips of metal just barely supported his weight. His feet struck the albino in the chest, full force, knocking the man backwards. The man cursed in Chinese as he tumbled back and struck the ground. The sword fell from his grip and rolled under the seats. His dark glasses tumbled from his face. He snapped his head around, staring at Kane through squinted, demonic eyes. Kane leapt over the cart and charged towards him. Suddenly the train car went pitch black. A roaring echo filled Kane's ears. He realized they were passing through a tunnel. He paused for a moment. A second later, he squinted as bright sunlight once again flooded through the windows. The train screamed out of the tunnel. He looked down. The albino crouched on the floor. He was rummaging through the bloody jacket of the thug Kane had riddled with bullets. Bright beams of sunlight struck the man's pale face. He shielded his eyes with a free hand as he continued to frisk the body. Kane snarled and lashed out with a kick. His foot slammed into the albino's ribs with a loud thud. The man rolled backwards onto the floor of the car. As he turned onto his back, he whipped up his arm and pointed it at Kane. He was holding the dead thug's gun. Screaming darkness once again filled the car. The train plunged into another section of tunnel. Kane saw a burst of orange muzzle flash cut through the blackness as the albino fired the pistol. The bullet missed, striking the window on his right. Kane heard glass shatter. The roar of rushing wind drowned out all other sounds as they charged out of the tunnel. Papers and debris whipped around them. The albino stood up, again shielding his squinting eyes with his free hand. He aimed the pistol again. His arm was shaking as the 300-kilometer wind buffeted them from the broken window. Kane lunged towards him and swung out with his left arm. The blow knocked the man's aim wide. The gun fired again, and another window shattered behind Kane. The wind in the car intensified. It gusted through the two broken windows like the concentrated exhaust of a jet engine. A few purses and small pieces of luggage whirled around them as if grasped by a miniature tornado. Kane turned his body sideways and rammed his shoulder into his opponent's chest. He pushed forward, and they slammed down into a row of seats. Kane gripped the man's throat in one hand and the wrist of his shooting hand in the other. He slammed the man's hand into the next row of seats. He struggled to dislodge the weapon from his grasp, but the albino displayed the same uncanny strength as before. Kane could not make him release the gun. The slender man drove a knee up into Kane's abdomen. Kane winced in pain and loosened his grip on the man's neck for a split second. He felt the man's weight shift beneath him. They tumbled forward into the crevice between the seats. The albino was on top of him now, forcing the barrel of the gun towards his face. Kane squeezed the man's throat harder. His attacker coughed and spit. The man continued fighting against Kane's grip. The gun moved closer and closer to Kane. The albino's pink eyes bulged, but his thin lips curled into a smile. Kane stared at the man's hand as he struggled to push the weapon back. Before, in the prison, he had counted 6 fingers on the man's hands. Now, he counted 4, 3 fingers and a thumb.
"Who are you?"
he gasped over the wind.
"Who are you working for?"
The man's voice came out in a harsh croak as Kane's fingers dug into his neck.
"You kill my brother,"
he snarled.
"Now I kill you. Then I make your friends bleed."
Brother. That was it, Kane realized. This man isn't the albino from the prison. They were twins. The man grunted as he struggled to aim the gun at Kane's head. Like his twin brother, his strength seemed uncanny compared to his slim frame. The gun moved another inch closer. Kane's arm trembled. He was exhausted, and he knew it was only a matter of time before his strength gave out. He heard a rattling noise above them. He looked up and saw the luggage rack vibrating in the high-speed wind. The muscles in his back and legs screamed in protest as he forced both their bodies up off the floor. He let go of the albino's neck. Reaching up, his fingers grasped at the thin metal rail. He grabbed the edge and yanked down with all his strength. The shelf buckled and tore loose from the side of the train car. An avalanche of suitcases and bags tumbled down, striking the albino in the face. The gun dropped away, and the man leaned back to avoid the barrage of luggage. Kane kicked his attacker off him and leapt to his feet. His fingers wrapped around the handle of a suitcase as he charged forward. A shadow descended over them. Kane turned to his right. Through the destroyed doors of the train cars, he could see down the length of the train ahead of them. A curtain of black darkness was streaking towards them. They were heading into another tunnel. He has sensitive eyes, Kane thought. This is my chance. The albino recovered and swung the pistol towards Kane. Then the roaring darkness engulfed them. In the blackness, Kane ducked down and charged forward. The gun roared, but the shot went wide, filling the car with a brief burst of light. Kane pushed forward, driving his opponent back towards the shattered window. Sunlight flooded the car as the train streaked out of the dark tunnel. The albino paused for a split second and again brought his hand up to shade his eyes. Kane was right in front of him, already moving to attack. He swung the suitcase up with both hands. The heavy bag slammed into the albino's chest. The man fell back into the shattered window. Behind him, Kane saw blue sky and brown, brush-covered hills. A river snaked lazily below them. The tunnel had emerged onto a narrow bridge. The train streaked across the elevated track. They were hundreds of feet above the plunging crevasse of a river valley. Kane swung the bag again, this time in a sideways arc. The suitcase slammed into his opponent's chest. The man grunted from the impact as the powerful blow shoved him back into the shattered window. His strange pink eyes opened wide with fear as he realized he was wedged into the window frame. He dropped the gun and grasped the edges of the window, struggling to pull himself free. Kane dropped the suitcase and grabbed a red emergency handle mounted next to the window. He pulled the lever down. The entire window assembly fell from the train, yanking the albino with it. The man's scream rose above the howling wind as he flew away from the car. His body plummeted down towards the tiny river below. His cry faded to an echo as he disappeared from view. The train sped away, leaving the bridge behind. Emergency brakes screeched to life. Kane's body lurched forward as the train slowed down. We're finally stopping, Kane thought. Maybe the window release had triggered the emergency brakes, or maybe whoever was guarding the controls realized the albino wasn't coming back. Either way, they had to get off the train. The rear door of the car slid open and Gia ran towards him. Sean and Alton followed behind her as the car came to a stop on a curved section of track. Several passengers peered at them from behind their seats as the trio entered Kane's car. Kane couldn't understand the crowd's panicked mumbling. The look of fear in their eyes, however, was clear enough. Gia turned and shut the door, blocking them from view.
What happened? Did the police find us?
Kane shook his head. Definitely not the police. They'll be here soon enough, though. We have to put some distance between us and this train. He looked out the shattered window to his left. Outside, he saw a steep, sloping hillside, covered with dry brush and scrub. Wrapping a discarded jacket around his arm, he cleared the remaining fragments of glass from the frame. Everybody out. Let's go. He hopped out the window and felt his legs groan in protest as his feet struck the hard ground. He reached up and helped Gia down. Sean and Alton jumped after her. The scrawny lawyer fell to his side and rolled a few feet down the hill. He coughed and wheezed as he stood up and brushed the dusty earth from his clothes. He pointed down the hill. A few rusted, abandoned cargo containers lay in a clearing.
I know this place. There's a service road about a mile down the hill past those containers. Warehouse nearby, lots of trucks. Maybe we catch ride.
Kane eyed the small man and thought for a second. Sean seemed to trust him, but Kane knew nothing about him. Even if Alton was what he appeared to be, a sympathetic stranger, he could still be a liability. Gia, too, for that matter. The more time he spent with these people, the more danger they were all in. But at the moment, he didn't see an alternative. He was a fugitive in a foreign country. He didn't speak the language. He was unfamiliar with the terrain, and he didn't have any friends here.
For now, these two were his only allies.
He nodded. Down the hill it is. Let's move. They made their way down the steep slope, sending small trails of rocks and dirt tumbling down the hill. They soon disappeared into the countryside, leaving the long, sleek train behind them.